Today we are going to see. What if Naruto had element manipulation mastered? So let's get started. Naruto Uzumaki wolfed down his ramen at such a speed no one thought possible. He sat in his favorite seat in the local ramen shop Ikuruka's since it was probably the only place that didn't kick him out. It had been like that all of Naruto's life. All his life he had been ignored by others. The adults all looked on him with scorn and anger in their eyes. The children followed his example. As a result he was not very well liked by kids his own age, so he had no friends. On top of that his parents died when he was born. Naruto was completely alone in the world. The only ones he could call friends or family was Tsuki Ikuruka, his daughter Ayame, and his favorite teacher at the academy. Iruka Yumino. Thanks for the ramen, old man, Naruto said with a big grin. No problem Naruto, Tsuki said with smile, and don't worry. The food's on the house tonight. Naruto smiled and said, thanks. With that Naruto got up and left. The old man shook his head sadly. Ayame hung her head as she saw the boy walk away. Unfortunately Naruto didn't live in a good part of town. He had been forced to live in a dingy apartment for the past few months since the orphanage had kicked him out recently. Said apartment was in the red light district where not very good people were. As Naruto made his way through the village, a few drunk civilians were coming out of a bar. Little brat, the lead drunk said with a slur in his voice, walking down the street all proud and all. Let's teach that little punk a lesson. Naruto was walking keeping an eye out when he heard the footsteps behind him. The boy started walking faster and the footsteps sped up too. Pretty. Soon the young blonde was running at top speed. The blonde turned a corner to try and lose them but wound up in an ally. All right demon brat, the lead drunk said, time for your punishment. Naruto. OWS 10 grabbed and pretty much beaten hard. He yelled at them to stop, but they just wouldn't let up. After a few punches the boy was thrown away and hit the ground hard. The boy groaned and whimpered as he rose up from the ground. Looks like the little monster is still moving, the second in command drunk said, let's beat him down again. The drunks approached Naruto. What they didn't notice, though, was that Naruto's eyes had now changed. Instead of the cerulean blue they were now a deep green and they flashed with color. The drunks were about to converge on the child when he yelled, leave me alone. As he yelled a huge blast of wind shot up forming a twister that knocked the drunks off their feet, out of the alley, and head fist into a shop across the street. Meanwhile, an old man sat, watching the incident through a crystal ball on his desk. He was shocked to see the power Naruto had just shown. He had also seen how he had been attacked. He sat back in his chair and said, Anbu. A trio of masked ninja appeared in front of him. Bring Naruto Uzumaki here, the old man said, I want to have a word with him. The Anbu all said in unison, Hi Hokage-sama. Back with Naruto the blow. NDE was staring at the three now unconscious men. What did I just do? He asked to no one in particular. At that moment a trio of Anbu appeared and quickly grabbed the boy before disappearing. They reappeared in the old man's office. As soon as they did Naruto yelled, who? What? When? Where? How? Oh hi Gigi. The old man smiled. This was another person Naruto could call family. The old man had cared for Hai when he was really young. He also helped him when he needed it most. He was the closest thing the blonde had to a grandfather. Naruto, the old man said, I want to discuss the recent incident where you were attacked by the drunks in the alley. Naruto rose an eyebrow and said, I'm not in trouble, am I? The old man shook his head and answered, no. I'm interested in it is all. Naruto looked one and said, I don't know what that was. It's the first time it's ever happened. The old man rubbed his chin and said, Naruto, do you know what a Kekai Genkei is? The blonde shook his head and said, no. The teachers at the academy always threw me out of class when we were discussing something important. The Hokage smacked himself in the forehead and said, I can't believe this. A Kekai Genkei is a mutation of one's DNA. The result is a dramatic increase in power that can have limitations or drawbacks. I believe you may have just activated one. Naruto looked at the old man and said, cool. The Hokage looked at Naruto and said, Naruto, I have to ask. What were you doing in that part of town anyway? Naruto lowered his head and said, the old lady in charge of the orphanage threw me out. She said something about demons being able to care for himself by now. The old man in front of him gripped the arms of his chair so tightly the arms almost cracked. I see, the old man said, Naruto, I have realized something. You need proper guidance if you are to use this new power. I don't think that any of the teachers at He Academy will be able or willing to teach you if it means you getting stronger. Naruto hung his head as he heard this. Therefore I'm going to do it myself. The young boy looked up at the Hokage with bright eyes. You mean you'll train me, Gigi? Naruto asked with sparkly eyes. The old man nodded. Yada. The blonde cheered and started doing a funny-looking happy dance. Naruto, the old man said with an amused smile. Naruto stopped his dance and blushed in embarrassment. If the Anbu in the room weren't so well trained, they would have busted out laughing at the sight of the boy dancing. So when do we start? Naruto asked excited. Tomorrow, the old man said. During training you will stay at my clan complex. Naruto smiled happily at the old man. This is how a legend started. The training Naruto was put through was pretty much torture. Since Naruto's chakra coils hadn't fully developed yet, Sarutobi, the old man, put him through strength and endurance training. The blonde had to run for miles with very heavy weights on his legs, arms, and chest. He also had to do multiple strike exercises. 300 punches with both arms, 300 kicks with each leg, 80 push-ups, 50 squats, and onward. When Naruto got used to one exercise, the number increased each time. Naruto also learned 3 fighting styles. The first was the Mikan Kobushi Wild Fist. Instead of a set path like other styles, this one used irregular attacks and unorthodox methods to fight. What made it useful was that the basics were always the same while everything changed because whatever the user learned could be incorporated into the style. The second was the hummingbird style, which utilized the hands and feet aiming at the weak parts of the body, such as certain points on the body that can lead to paralysis or the joints. The final style was the Asaiki Kobushi Crusher Fist. Most styles relied on the hands and feet. This style utilized the hands, feet, knees, and elbows to attack an enemy. All the styles were fast and brutal. When Naruto's chakra coils completely developed, things got underway. Sarutobi was surprised when he found that Naruto had very high reserves for someone so young. It also meant that he would have trouble with certain things. The high chakra reserves made it hard for him to perform genjutsu since they didn't need much chakra to perform. It also meant that he wouldn't be able to perform a normal clone. Instead, he taught Naruto the shadow clone, which required more chakra than normal. Thanks to Naruto's reserves, he could use more than a normal Jonin. While training, Naruto used chakra control exercises like tree walking, water walking, kunai balancing, and leaf spinning to improve his control, which helped him greatly in the field. While training, Naruto realized that he gained a shadow clone's memory when it was destroyed. With the help of his clones, Naruto could train all the harder and learn more much faster. This became a great help when training with his fighting styles in jutsu training. After 3 years of training, Naruto and Sarutobi began experimenting with his bloodline. Naruto found that he had control over all the elements used in jutsu. He was able to instantly use them as a defense or offense. He also found that by using that nature chakra of a certain element, he could drastically increase the power of a jutsu. He decided to call this bloodline the Butai Shisho Kekai Genkei Elemental Master Bloodline Limit. The Air also found that Naruto's eyes changed color when he called on a certain element. Green for wind, brown for earth, red for fire, blue for water, and white for light. They also found that Naruto could use sub-elements. When he did, one eye was the color for one element and another color for another element. For example, if Naruto wanted to use lava, one eye was red and the other was brown. While training, Naruto matured. The intense training made the blonde finally realize that being a ninja was a serious thing. He couldn't be all loud and obnoxious when he was on the battlefield, otherwise he would get himself or his team killed. After a few years, he managed to break himself of that. During JTUSU training, Naruto took a deep interest in hand signs and what they meant. Naruto studied the subject of them for a long time. Eventually, Naruto started experimenting. After a few months of experiments, the blonde, much to the shock and delight of the Hokage, started creating his own techniques. He even created special taijutsu moves that he could pull off with the help of his bloodline. Naruto got a chance to learn seals while training as well. He learned storage seals, suppression seals, lock seals, and much more. During this, Naruto took an interest in weapons. To help his student grow, Sarutobi took Naruto to a weapon store called the Iron Ninja. The store was covered from top to bottom with weapons. There Naruto searched and found a few weapons. A kusarigarigama that had a medium-sized scythe on one end of the chain and spiked weight on the other, a katana that had a black blade with a white edge and an amber in the hilt that was made to absorb perspiration, a large bow staff with weights on each end, and a pair of tonfa that were painted black with small blades along its length and small weights on the ends. After 7 long years of training and a lot of shadow clones later, the civilians and ninja of Konoha were all sitting down in the stadium that was in the center of the village. Most of them were wondering why they had been called to the stadium at this time. In the middle of the arena was Hayate Gecko, Maeda Guy, and Kakashi Hatake. After a few minutes everyone had found their seats, Sarutobi got up and said, "People of Konoha. For the past few years I have kept a secret from you. For the past 7 years I have taken on a student." Surprised murmurs went up through the crowd. "Today he will be tested to see if he is worthy of the rank of Jonin," the old Kage said. "First will be Maeda Guy in Taijutsu, Hayate Gecko in Kenjutsu, and Kakashi Hatake in Ninjutsu. At least they will as soon as he gets here." At that moment a pillar of flames shot up from the ground. The ninja gathered, including the recently graduated genin, stared in awe. The flames died down, revealing a figure around the age the new graduates. He was about 5'4" with spiky blonde hair. He wore a black jacket that had orange stripes running up the sleeves and forming an X on the back. Under the jacket he wore a black shirt, Anbu-styled pants, and blue sandals. They could see his face because over it he wore an Anbu-style mask modeled after a fox. He also had bandag wrapped around his wrists and hands and his ankles. With the new graduates a puppy whimpered. The owner of Sad Puppy looked down at his dog and said, "What is it, boy?" The dog barked something and the owner said, "Whoa." A guy in a gray coat with a high collar and sunglasses looked at the Auron who wore a gray hoodie and had fan tattoos on his face and said, "What is it, Kiba?" Kiba looked at the boy and said, "This guy has some pretty impressive strength, Shino. It takes somebody pretty strong to make Akamaru tremble." Back in the arena Maeda Guy, a guy with big eyebrows, a green jumpsuit, and round eyes stepped forward. "I shall test you first, my friend," Guy said. "Now let us see how bright your flames of youth burn." The figure didn't answer. He just got into a taijutsu stance that Guy didn't recognize. Guy got into his own stance. The resident taijutsu master charged at the newcomer with incredible speed. The man simply dodged to the left and threw out an arm. Due to his speed, Guy didn't stop in time and became the victim of a clothesline. Guy crashed to the ground and jumped up almost instantly. He swung his leg around in a sweeping kick that the figure jumped over. While jumping he threw out a kick that Guy caught. He brought up his other leg which Guy was able to catch. The blonde then shifted himself down and caught the ground with his hand, lifting his leg up carrying Guy. The blonde then spun around spinning Guy like a top and then threw him into the stadium wall. "Gaizensei," came the voice of a boy in the stand who looked just like Guy only smaller. Guy pried himself out of the wall. Guy got back into his stance and charged again. This time the blonde spun around to avoid the kick aimed at him. He threw out an fist that caught Guy in the back. Guy stumbled before turning around. The blonde was suddenly in front of him. The blonde then gave a quick punch to the stomach that made Guy double over. This was followed by an elbow to the face, a knee to the ribs. The boy's shin crashing into Guy's face, sending him flying. Guy rolled across the ground before stopping in a handstand and flipping himself up. Guy spat out some blood. "Unless you get serious," the blonde said. "I just might really hurt you, Bug Eyes." Guy cracked his neck. He then reached into his pant legs and pulled out a pair of weights. He dropped them to the ground with a loud crash. The blonde cocked his head to the side. The blonde then formed a hand sign and said, "Release." He instantly felt lighter. Guy and the blonde vanished. After a few minutes the sound of crashing filled the air. Multiple cracks in the ground formed as the two incredibly fast ninja hit each other. After 5 minutes everything stopped. The blonde and Guy reappeared. The pair now had multiple bruises. Guy rubbed his sore wrist. The blonde shook his hands as if he had just hit something very hard. "Sandaime-sama Pant must not have been lenient in your training," Guy said. His only answer was for the blonde to shake his head no. Guy smiled, flashing his bright teeth, and said, "This has been a valiant fight, my friend, but I must end this." Guy reached for the bandages wrapped around his arms. He slowly unwrapped them. The blonde vanished from sight. Guy suddenly doubled over as he felt his opponent's knee slam into his gut. The blonde brought up his opposite leg and sent Guy flying upward. The blonde's hands were then surrounded by miniature tornadoes. He slammed one foot into the ground, launching himself upwards. He went above the flying Guy and descended. As he fell he yelled out, "Crashing Hurricane." The masked boy unleashed a flurry of combos that hit Guy in the joints of his shoulders, arms, legs and ankles. The masked boy ended the fight by bringing up both arms and slamming them down onto the taijutsu specialist's chest as they hit the ground, forming a crater. The blonde stood up. The blonde rubbed his sore hands and said, "Brutality. Winner. Fox. Everyone stared in shock as Oha's taijutsu specialist was just beaten into the ground. The medicars arrived and pulled Guy out of the ground and off to the medical ward. The mini-me of Guy ran off to join his sensei. Hayate Su. Get slightly before jumping up and jumping down from the fighter's box to join the blonde in the arena. The kenjutsu specialist drew his katana. The blonde undid the BNA dages on his arm, revealing 2 seals. He unsealed the one closer to his wrist, unsealing a black katana with a white edge and an amber in the hilt. The blonde got into a stance and pointed the blade at the sickly Jonin with one hand. The 2 then ran at each other and met with a loud clang. The 2 swung their weapons, meeting again and again with loud clangs and sparks. The 2 finally stopped and stood at a standoff. Guy was right, the sickly Jonin said with a smile. The Sandame wasn't letting you off in training. The blonde just nodded in response. The 2 then broke apart. It continued like this for a while. Attack, parry, counterattack, dodge, attack. After a few minutes of this routine, Gecko then formed a pair of shadow clones. The 3 then charged at blonde. Crescent moon dance. The blonde braced himself for the oncoming attack. He simply held the blade parallel to his body and it met with a loud clang. There was a tense silence before Hayate's sword shattered like glass. The swordsman stepped back in shock and looked at his shattered sword and said, "How?" The blonde let out a low laugh and said, "This sword is capable of taking on earth chakra to harden. It just took a lot of it to harden it to that level. Now let me show you my favorite sword technique." The blonde then focused chakra into his sword, causing the blade to become covered in wind. Hayate braced himself just in time for the blonde to swing the sword and say, "Tornado slash." A twister shot was thrown from the blade. Hayate jumped out of the way of the oncoming attack, but the blonde spun slightly, causing the attack to pivot and strike the man in the arm. Hayate screamed in pain as his arm was shredded. He fell to the ground with a thud as his arm was completely covered in cuts. The blonde vanished and reappeared in front of Hayate with the sword pointed at his neck. "Brutality," the blonde said as he looked down at Hayate. "Winner. Fox." The crowd roared again. "What is this guy?" Kakashi thought. "I couldn't copy at sword technique or that taijutsu style he used. It wasn't one style, it was more like he took more than one and put them together." Kakashi came down from the fighter's box and put away that little range book he was reading and lifted up his headband, which was covering his right eye, to reveal a red eye with 3 Kama-like mark in them. "So that's the Sharingan," the blonde said with a raised eyebrow behind his mask. "I thought it would be more impressive or threatening." Kakashi simply scoffed and said, "Just because it doesn't look deadly doesn't mean it isn't." Fox cracked his neck and then his knuckles. Kakashi blurred through hand signs and said, "Fire style, fireball jutsu." The 2 silver-haired men fired a large fireball at the blonde. The boy simply held out his hands and turned, diverting the flames. He spun around and set the flames flying right back at the man. Kakashi dodged to the right to avoid the flames aimed at his person. Naruto charged forward and drew back his arm, yelling out, "Hurricane shot." The blonde fired a powerful gust of wind that Kakashi took head-on. The silver-haired Jonin was knocked off his feet and into the stadium wall. "I couldn't copy that either," he thought as he pulled himself out of the wall. Kakashi then charged at the blonde, who got into another stance. The blonde dodged to the right and unleashed a quick shot to the man's shoulder, disabling it. Kakashi stumbled before spinning on his heel. The blonde then swung around, aiming his leg at the blonde's skull. He ducked under the kick before swinging his arm up, nailing the silver-haired man with an uppercut. Kakashi rolled across the ground and HTEN rolled his shoulder and cracked it before going through more hand signs. "Fire style. Dragon fire blast." The blonde focused chakra into his hands and yelled, "Hydro pump." A huge jet of water shot out of his hands, colliding with the dragon and putting out the flames. Steam rose into the air as the flame were put out. Kakashi stood up with his arms crossed. His guard was relaxed, but not completely down. Wind style. Drilling air bullet. A bullet of wind shot through the air. Kakashi barely managed to jump out of the way. He bullet slammed into the wall, drilling a huge crater. Fox shot out of the steam and said, "Heat fists." The boy's hands burst into flames and unleashed a combo that Kakashi was smart to dodge. Kakas. Hai grabbed the boy by the front of his jacket and threw him away. As he did, Kakashi quickly went through hand signs. He held out his hand and lightning started focusing in his palm. The sound of birds filled the air. Kakashi then charged at Fox, yelling, "Chidori." Fox focused chakra into his hand. Small sparks danced on his hand. Kakashi's attack got closer and closer, and then Kakashi's eyes were wide in shock. His strongest attack was just stopped cold by some kid. That was the Chidori. The blonde asked. He scoffed and said, some assassination technique. Noisy and so little control over the elements someone could easily detect it. Since the attack is so obvious someone of your level or higher could easily catch it. The blonde rose his left hand and said, this is an assassination technique. The blonde focused chakra into his hand, bright sparks flashed and his entire hand glowed with electricity. The only noise it made was a silent buzz. The blonde drew back his fist and yelled, thunder shot. The blonde slammed his fist into Kakashi's chest, blasting out the back. There was a gasp of terror from everyone watching. Then there was a poof as Kakashi burst into smoke, revealing a bisected log. Kakashi now stood a few feet away, breathing hard. That was really close, Kakashi thought as he calmed down his heart rate. Before the fight could continue, the Sandaime intervened and said, that is enough. The old man vanished via Shushin and then reappeared across from the two. He turned to Kakashi and said, Kakashi, go. You need to relax after nearly getting killed like that. The old Kage turned to his student said, I must admit you were right when you said you were Jonin level, Sarutobi said with a smirk. I thought that you were exaggerating when you brought up the suggestion. Anyway, I must admit I underestimated my own student. Not the first time. Anyway, remove your jacket. The blonde removed his jacket, showing his arms were surprisingly muscled. This made all the girls present swoon. The Kage reached into his robes and took out a vest with the kanji for Element Master on the back. He handed the vest to the boy who put it on. I officially congratulate you on your victory here, my student, and I am proud to welcome you among the ranks of the Jonin. The old man aid with a proud smile. Now why don't you take off that mask? Show the people our young prodigy. Masked boy nodded before reaching up and lifting his mask. As he removed it, people gasped. The blonde's eyes were dark blue with slightly slit pupils and whisker marks that made his face stand out. Girls present blushed as they saw the new Jonin's face. Welcome to the ninja world, Naruto Uzumaki, the Sandaime said with a smirk at the shocked looks from everyone. The Hokage had made many choices in his life. Some he regretted, some he was glad he made. Right now he was regretting making Naruto a Jonin. The council had pretty much thrown a fit. They were demanding how H had trained Naruto, what he taught him, and how he had reached Jonin level so quickly. Naruto was there too, but he seemed to be ignoring the pains in the neck that were the councilman. Finally, sick of all this noise, old man slammed his hands on the desk and roared, enough. The yell silenced the council and echoed throughout the council chambers for a second. The old man looked at Naruto, who wasn't doing anything. The blonde reached into his ears and pulled out a pair of earplugs. How come I've never thought of getting those? The old man thought. Hokage-sama, a fat councilman said, I implore you to take back this boy's Jonin rank. Hiruzen looked at councilman and said, I think not. Naruto earned his rank and he will keep it. Come to think of it, why do you even think you can revoke it? This is a shinobi matter, not a civilian one. The fat man huffed before plopping back down in his seat. I fail to see why you would even want to train the boy in the first place, a councilwoman said. The old man looked down at the woman and said, the reason I trained him is because you know, why don't you show them? Naruto smirked and rose up from his seat. The blonde quickly formed 4 clones. The original's eyes turned red, another green, another blue, another white, another brown. The original Naruto formed a large fireball in his hands. The one with green eyes formed a twister in his hands. The Nay with white eyes shot a bolt of lightning from his fingers at the wall. The one with blue eyes pulled water out of the air and whipped at a desk, slicing it in half. The one with brown eyes slammed his fist on the ground, causing spikes of earth to shoot up. The council stared in shock. On in particular was very shocked. He was Hiyashi Hyuga, the patriarch of the Hyuga clan. He had his Byakugan activated and what he saw shocked him. There was no chakra in the elements in front of him. They were the elements themselves. What's so special about that? Sume Inuzuka said with a raised eyebrow. Plenty of ninja no elemental manipulation. Hiyashi looked at the woman and said, that's because there is no chakra in those elements. He isn't manipulating elements, he's actually controlling them. The council gasped loudly. Now then, the old Kage said before a councilman could say something, the other reason I called this meeting is because I was going to reveal the boy's heritage. Another particularly arrogant councilman said. What heritage? He is an orphan. Sarutobi shook his head and said, he does have heritage. Look at him and think you know what Shikaku just tell us. The head the Narua clan muttered something under his breath and said, it's obvious he's the son of Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki. Everyone gasped. Immediately the civilian part of the council started shouting denials. The shinobi clans simply covered their ears while Shikaku Nara promptly fell asleep to try and ignore the annoying and troublesome people. Naruto finally got sick of the shouting, Since he didn't put his earplugs back in, quickly focused his chakra into his mouth throat and roared, "Enough Alirdi." The deafening yell echoed through the air and actually knocked the few people in front of him off their feet. Finally they shut up, Hiruzen said with a look of total relief on his face. What? Sume Inuzuka yelled as the freakishly loud yell had messed up her hearing. I suggest we put him under the CRA immediately, a pink-haired councilwoman said. I believe that I may be able to. She was cut off when Naruto said, I'm not sure if I'll be in the CRA. Even if I am no. T going to be tricked into some loveless marriage. With nothing else to say to the idiots that sat before him, he got up and left. Meeting adjourned, the Kage said as he rose up from his seat. Later, Naruto sighed as he walked through the village. So far he had seen many girls give him some crazy stare where their eyes were in the shape of hearts. Well, some of them were in the shape of stars. All the while he noticed some of the younger children were looking at him with looks of idolization. He was glad that he made an impression on kids, but he was still upset with the angry glare some of the parents gave him. Despite some minor annoyances, Naruto was happy to be a jonin. He was closer to his dream. He decided to celebrate with his favorite spot in town. Naruto walked into the Ikiruka street. And saw Iruka was sitting there talking to Ayame. Soon the ramen chef looked at Naruto, a huge smile covered her face. The woman charged at the boy and hugged him tight. I can't believe you're already a jonin, the girl squealed. Wait, there was something else that I wanted to tell you, right? The woman brought back her hand and slapped him hard. Do you have any idea how worried I was? The girl yelled. When you didn't come in for ramen the next day, I got really worried. Naruto recovered from the slap and said, sorry Ayame-kun. The girl then hugged him again and said, don't scare me like that again. Naruto smiled as he hugged the young ramen chef back. He looked down and noticed something. There was a ring on her finger. Ayame, what is that? Naruto asked curiously. You like it? She asked, showing her the ring. I got it from my new boyfriend. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Ayame shifted her gaze. Naruto followed the gaze and looked straight at Iruka. No way, Naruto yelled, when did this happen? Ayame blushed and said, a few weeks ago. Some punk was trying to hit on me. When I rejected him, he got a little forceful. Iruka was walking by and became my knight in shining armor for that moment. After a while we wound up dating. Naruto smiled happily and said, I'm glad to see that you guys are happy together. While I'm here Ayame-kun, I'll take the normal. The ramen girl smiled happily and said, 8 extra large miso and 2 extra large pork ramen coming right up. As soon as Ayame entered the kitchen, Naruto grabbed Iruka by the collar and lifted him up off the ground. I don't care if Tsukijiji gave you this speech already, the blonde growled, if you so much as make Ayame-kun whimper in sorrow, or if you hurt her in any way, I will tear out your heart. Iruka nodded quickly. At that moment Ayame came out with a tray full of ramen bowls and said, Naruto, stop threatening my boyfriend. Naruto smiled at her and said, what kind of little brother wool? Dib if I didn't try to be overprotective. After Iruka recovered from his near heart attack, and Naruto quickly downed his ramen, the new jonin left the ramen stand. Iruka shuddered and said, he's a lot scarier now than when he was a loudmouth. Ayame only giggled at her boyfriend's misfortune. Naruto was currently walking through the village. To be more specific, he was walking through the training grounds. He was currently looking to see if he could find any of the other jonin. He was walking through the training grounds when he noticed a huge forest that was surrounded by a fence with barbed wire. Naruto heard loud noises and growls coming from the forest, which in all honesty looked more like a jungle. The blonde stood there for a moment until he was nearly hit by a barrage of kunai. The blonde's eyes flashed green and a pulse of wind knocked them all away. You're that new jonin brat, a female voice said. Naruto turned, and a purple-haired woman with her hair done up in a pineapple-like shape. She wore an orange skirt, sandals with shin guards, a long brown trench coat. Under the trench coat she wore a mesh fishnet shirt. Naruto raised an eyebrow and said, brat, you're talking to a guy who kicked a lot of butts today. The woman rolled her eyes and said, you think that intimidates me? I've seen plenty of people get their butts kicked. Naruto narrowed his eyes at the woman and said, is there a reason that you're trying to irritate me? Enko smirked and said, I want to see how much it takes to make you snap, big man. Naruto growled in anger, but before he could do anything, an Anbu appeared in between the two. Uzumaki-san, the Anbu said, you have been summoned by the Hokage. The Anbu vanished. Naruto looked at Mitarashi and said, "Sorry little one, but we're going to have to save our little verbal joust for another time." The blonde vanished in a flash of fire. The woman stared at the spot and smirked. "I have a feeling this is going to be the start of a beautiful friendship," Enko said to herself, "or at least it will be once he gets back." In the Hokage's office, Naruto appeared in sudden flash of flames. He looked around to see the Hokage sitting at his desk along with Sume and Izuka. What was wearing an old Jonin outfit, and a scarred wolf. "Naruto," the Hokage said, "I'm glad you made it here so quickly. I require you for a mission." Naruto raised an eyebrow and said, "Already? Can't you get someone else to do it?" The old man looked at Naruto and said, "I would, but some of my best are in the hospital right now. Besides, you need to get some field experience." The old man took out a file and said, "Now yesterday we sent Ms. Inuzuka's daughter, Hana Inuzuka, on a mission to take care of a few bandits. Unfortunately the force was larger than we expected. She was captured. We haven't received any ransom of any kind, so we are to presume that she is merely debased." Naruto growled slightly. He heard of this and he thought it was completely heinous. "Your mission," the old Kage explained, "is to rescue Hana Inuzuka and destroy all the bandits in the camp. You will be aided by Sume Inuzuka, because 1, it's her daughter, and 2, she wants to get out of her house." Naruto gave a questioning glance to the Inuzuka matriarch who said, "I don't like feeling cooped up. Besides, it'll feel good to sharpen my claws again." Naruto shrugged and said, "I accept." With that the pair, and dog, ran off. A few hours later, Naruto, Sume and Kuromaru, Sume's dog, crouched in the bush a little ways from the bandit camp. Kuromaru sniffed the air and said, "I can smell them. Hana and the triplets are here." Naruto looked at Sume and said, "He can talk." Sume answered, "Yeah, he can talk. You get used to it after a while." Naruto nodded and said, "So how are we going to do this? We can't just barge in and take Hana back. It would be suicide." Sume nodded in agreement. "We have to do something to disperse them," Sume said, "make them panic. It would be easier to pick them off after that." Naruto rubbed his chin. Naruto then snapped his fingers and said, "I have an idea." He whispered into the Sume's ear his plan. Sume smirked at the sound of Naruto's plan. Then again, it wouldn't be crazy if he wasn't the most unpredictable ninja in the village. Meanwhile, in one of the tents, Hana Inuzuka struggled against her bindings. It was supposed to be a simple mission. Instead she gets pulled into this campi by a bunch of low-life bandits. Now here she was tied to a chair and being leered at by a bunch of good-for-nothing perverts. If she wasn't tied up right now, she would show them how she became one of the main members of the APA Anti-Pervert Association. Next to her were her 3 partners. They were currently hogtied with their mouths tied shut with rope. "You might as well give up, little woman," a gruff voice said. She looked up to see the reason behind her mission going south. He was a tall, dark-skinned, burly man. He was about 6 feet tall, with short black hair and bulging muscles. He also had a thick black beard. He wore a black muscle shirt that showed off his physique and black cargo pants, as well as a holster on left side of his belt. Wrapped around his left arm was an Iwa headband that had a long gash running across it. His name was Kaiza Mashimoto, aka the Burning Fist, and the Flaming Rage. He was a rank missing nin from Iwa. "You know, girl, you should be honored," the former Iwa nin said as he walked forward. "Not very many girls catch my eye. You should consider it a privilege to become my new plaything." Hana growled and spat in his face. Kaiza wiped the spit off his face and said, "I love it when a babe plays hard to get." He made another move to touch her when screaming tore through the air. Kaiza reluctantly pulled away from Hana and stormed out the tent. What he saw shocked him to his core. In front of him his entire bandit squad was being destroyed. The ground beneath them was earned up as huge roots rose up and pierced bandits through the chest. The branches in the trees came to life and shot out, piercing even more bandits. Then a dark voice roared, "Human scum! You dare defile my home!" The bandits shook with fear as the voice seemingly came from everywhere. "You destroy my children, violate the earth with the blood of the innocent. For that you will die." The bandits are, and in terror trying find cover in the trees. The only reason they tried that was because some of them were drunk off their butts from a night of partying. The others who tried were just really panicked. The bandits who tried hiding only screamed even louder as they were torn apart by their own cover. Kaiza, however, was not fooled by the display. He sensed chakra running through the roots and branches. He sent out a pulse of chakra and found the source. What he didn't notice though were 4 figures sneaking among the attacking roots. He quickly went through hand signs and yelled, "Fire style, great fire cannon." The IWA missing nin fire a huge blast of fire from his mouth. The flames singed the roots nearby. The flames shot forward. As they closed in, the flames illuminated the hiding Naruto, whose eyes were brown and blue. "Oh crud," the blonde yelled as he saw the fireball. His eyes immediately changed red. The roots stopped moving and flames dispersed around Naruto. The sparks lit the trees with a small fire that was steadily growing. "So a little Kana nin has come to save the little doggy girl," Kaiza laughed. "I hate to tell you this, punk, but I'm not giving her up." Aiza's arrogant and smug mood instantly changed when Naruto's face was illuminated by the slowly spreading flames around him. His smug smirk was replaced with a look of absolute fear. He slowly backed away from the whiskered blonde. "The Yondaime," he said with terror obvious in his voice, "it's not possible. You're supposed to be dead." Naruto let out a dry chuckle and said, "Though I'm glad to say, either is a resemblance between me and the fourth, I'm not him, I'm his son." Kaiza instantly calmed down and said, "So just have a Yondaime wannabe, huh? This is so going to be easy." The missing nin charged, drawing back his arm. Naruto got into a hummingbird-style stance and prepared for combat. The missing nin threw a quick punch that Naruto was able to dodge quickly and took a shot at the man's shoulder. There was a loud crack as his shoulder was pierced by the chakra-enhanced strike. He growled in pain as he spun around and tried to kick the blonde away, who merely parried the blow with his elbow and unleashed a quick and powerful combo to the man's midsection. Naruto then delivered a vicious roundhouse kick to Kaiza's head, knocking him off his feet. While the two fought, Sume snuck out the tent with her daughter and her three partners in tow. During the whole forest demon fiasco, Sume snuck in with Kuromaru under the cover of the attacking roots. Luckily for her, when Kaiza sent out a chakra pulse, she had hidden hers well enough to slide just under his radar. While Naruto was fighting Kaiza, she freed her daughter and the dogs and was now getting the heck out of the way. Naruto saw the two Inuzuka get away. He smirked to himself before unleashing a brutal combo that broke Kaiza's nose. The man jumped back and roared in a nasally voice, "Oh, you little punk. I'll get you for that." Naruto cracked his neck and said, "I'd like to see you try." The man quickly went through hand signs. Naruto's eyes turned green quickly before he whipped out a kunai and threw it. The wind-enhanced tool cut through Kaiza's shoulder. The man screamed in pain as his arm was sliced off. Naruto's eyes then turned white and said, "This is a new jutsu I've been working on. I'd say now is a good time for a field test." Naruto's eyes flashed white as he blurred through hand signs. He looked at Sume, Hana and the Ninken and said, "You might want to get out of the way." The serious tone he used made the group listen to him and run for it. Lightning formed around his hand. Naruto rose his hand as the electricity soon covered his entire arm. The blonde then roared, "Lightning style, ultimate technique, Thor's hammer." Author's note: I would like to thank Man of the Western Light for giving me the idea for this jutsu. Naruto slammed his fist into the ground. The result was an electric shish, a wave that spread out far and wide around him. Kaiza, who was frozen in pain, didn't move an inch. The lightning wave hit him hard, making him scream in absolute agony. The IWA missing nin was soon just a pile of burned flesh. The ground right beneath Naruto and some of the area around him was completely turned to glass. Naruto panted hard and said, "Fatality." Naruto surveyed the damage and said, "Nice effect. I still have to learn to deal with the chakra drain though." Nearby, Hana, Sume and their canine companions all had their jaws on the floor. Note to self: never get on that kid's bad side, Hana thought. Whoa, what a move, Sume thought. Naruto then made his way back to the stunned group. His eyes were still glowing slightly with white chakra and a few sparks of lightning were still flashing around him. Hana blushed and immediately thought, "No. Bad Hana, you already have a boyfriend." Sume, however, was thinking, "Wow. What a man. Wait, what am I thinking? He's a lot younger than me. Still, he is pretty hot no. Bad tsume." Naruto approached the two girls who were still in the middle of inner monologue and clapped his hands in front of them. "Sorry to interrupt your mental yelling," the whiskered boy said. "But we need to get back to Konoha." As they were about to leave, Sume brought something up. "Hey kid," the Inuzuka matriarch said, "aren't you going to try and get that guy's bounty?" Naruto raised an eyebrow and said, "That guy actually had a bounty? I guess being a young jonin has its benefits." Naruto took a scroll out from under his jonin vest and said, "I decided to take the man's head since I figured that since he was a missing nin he might have a bounty on his head." "Good thought, huh?" Sume nodded and said, "Good thought. I think he was a rank or so. You'll get a lot of Ryu for the guy. Naruto smiled his usual foxy grin and said, thanks Sumekin. He turned away from the woman just in time to miss the slight blush she had on her face. Hana noticed it, however, and thought, I don't know if he's into older women or not, but if that little runt hurts my mom I will personally claw that little runt's eyes out. Naruto felt a sudden chill and resisted the urge to shudder. It had been a few weeks since Naruto had gone on his mission with Sume to save Hana and her triplet dogs. The blonde had gained a lot of respect from the Jonin and Chunin after the rescue mission. In fact, he gained the respect and the support of the entire clan, including Kiba, and it took a lot for that boy to give somebody respect. Naruto also became one of the youngest people put in the bingo book. His file went like this. Name: Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. Alias: Element Master. Age: 13. Rank: Jonin. Affiliation: Konohagakure. Weapons: unknown. Abilities: able to focus elements without the use of chakra. He is able to use them for both defense and offense. Warning: has an incredibly high chakra reserve. Despite age, do not underestimate as Jonin for a reason. Serious. Lee, don't get cocky, it will be the death of you. A few days after Naruto got back from the mission, he found something very unfortunate. He had developed a fan club. A few of them were after him because of his name, while others were after him because he was good looking. Naruto gently rejected them both. He was also approached by many women from the civilian council so they could go in some political power and have his bloodline in their ranks. Naruto rather harshly rejected them. He may have been 13, but he knew a liar when he saw one. On a lighter note, Naruto had gotten to know Enko Mitarashi. The two were very well acquainted by now. They were happily friends. After a few days, Naruto was introduced to her friends. To be more specific, they were Kurenai Uehi, Yugo Uzuki, and Hana Inuzuka. When Hana told them he saved her life, Enko practically drowned the boy in thank you kisses for saving one of her best friends. Naruto also looked up the currently past genin teams. First was Team 10. The team consisted of Ino Yamanaka, Shikamaru Nara, and Choji Akamaiki, with Asuma Sarutobi as a sensei. From what Naruto read, they were a capture and interrogation team. Nara and Akamaiki on the team would capture the target with their family jutsu, while the Yamanaka in the group would interrogate their enemy by using her family jutsu. From what he read, the Akamaiki was a strong close combat fighter and was easily angered if his weight was mentioned. He was also loyal to a fault and could be counted on in a pinch. The Nara was a lazy boy who regularly took naps, spent his time staring at the clouds. The Yamanaka on the group was loud, bossy, and a fangirl. Fortunately, she seemed to be getting out of the phase more quickly than most. Team Guy, as it was called, consisted of Rock Lee, Tenten Higurashi, and Neji Hyuga with Might Guy as a sensei. The team was basically an assault squad. Lee was powerful in taijutsu since he had a medical condition that prevented him from molding chakra correctly. He made up for that in his speed and physical strength. Tenten was the team's long-range specialist, using a large variety of weapons. Unlike most girls, she was a fangirl and actually took training seriously. The final member was Neji Hyuga. The boy was proficient in his Jiyuken fighting style. Sadly, he was stubborn and at times cruel, as he showed obvious disrespect for his fellow teammate Lee. Then there was Team 8, which consisted of Kiba Inuzuka, Shino Aburame, and Hinata Hyuga with Kurenai Uehi as a sensei. The team was mainly used for scouting. The Hyuga would use her Byakugan, while the Aburame could track with his bugs, and the Inuzuka could track with his sense of smell. Kiba was an excellent fighter and had great loyalty toward his team like any Inuzuka. Unfortunately, he was brash and rarely thought before he acted. The Aburame was stoic and mostly kept to himself, but he was dependable in a fight. Hinata was basically a wallflower. She was shy, timid, and not very brave. It wasn't that she was weak, she was just timid. The potential was there, she just needed to have her confidence boosted. Finally, there was Team 7, consisting of Sasuke Uchiha, Sakura Haruno, and Amy Sanazoki under Kakashi Hatake. Now the team was supposed to be a frontal assault squad, with the Uchiha using his dojutsu, the Sharingan, and the two girls providing backup. Sadly, this was the worst team out there so far. The Uchiha had a blatant disregard for teamwork. He was obviously unstable after the murder of his clan years ago. He was Rookie of the Year only because of his need to show off. What made things worse was that the two girls on his team were fangirls. They fawned over Sasuke and did nothing to get better. In other words, the team was massacre waiting to happen. The only reason they passed was because the council was paranoid about the Uchiha being content, and the fangirls' parents were on the civilian council. In other words, Kakashi was forced to pass them. There was no way that this was going to backfire on them. At the moment Naruto stood in the training grounds in the Sarutobi clan home. Across from him, bent over and panting in exhaustion, was Konohamaru Sarutobi, the Hokage's grandson. "Come on Kono," Naruto said, "don't tell me you're tired from just a few exercises already." Konohamaru turned to Naruto and yelled, "I'm not done yet, boss." The boy whipped out a kunai before running over to a tree and running up the side. He got a few steps when he slashed a mark and fell backwards exhausted. Naruto had taken it upon himself to train Konohamaru instead of him going through the academy. It kept him busy and he saw it as a thank you to the old man for training him when he was younger. Besides, he was a vast improvement over the other guy Ebisu. The guy spouted off that his training was the shortcut to becoming Hokage. At least he did until Naruto slammed an earth-enhanced fist into his jaw. "That's enough for today Kono," Naruto said. "If your grandpa found out that I worked you till your legs broke he'd kill me." Konohamaru nodded and said, "Thanks sensei." At that moment an Anbu appeared and said, "Namikaze-san. The Hokage has asked for your presence immediately." Naruto nodded and vanished in a flash of lightning. "He has got to teach me that," Konohamaru panted as he saw his sensei vanish. Naruto reappeared in a flash of lightning. "You asked for me Hokage-sama?" Naruto asked. The only time Naruto ever called the old man by honorifics was when he meant business. "Naruto," the old man said. "I'm sending you on a ranked mission to assist Team 7. Naruto raised an eyebrow and asked, "What do you mean a ranked mission?" "It is only a team of genin." The old man nodded and said, "It was supposed to be a crank mission." The mission was to protect Izuna, a bridge builder, on his way home from highwaymen and other low-level threats. Unfortunately, the client lied about the real level the mission which was discovered when they were attacked by the Demon Brothers, 2 Chunin-level missing nin from Kiri. They are being assisted by someone much more powerful. I need you to go out and assist them. Also, you are charge of the mission if Kakashi is out of commission. Naruto nodded. The old man handed Naruto a scroll and the young Jonin set out. Later, Kakashi growled as he faced off against his opponent. His opponent was none other than Zabuza Momochi aka the Demon of the Bloody Mist. The silver-haired Jonin was surrounded by a thick mist with his 3 students standing alit. TLE bit away with a formation around the client. "I have to admit that you gave me a good fight Kakashi," Zabuza said through the mist, "but it all has to end sometime." Kakashi gasped as he saw Zabuza run at him through the mist. Kakashi dodged the strike just in time for a water clone of Zabuza to appear in front of him. Water style. Water prison. The water around them started to converge and condense, forming a sphere around Kakashi. "Got you no Kakashi," Zabuza boasted, "the water in this jutsu is stronger than steel. There's no way you can escape." The missing nin turned to where the rest of Kakashi's team and the client were hidden in the mist. "Now then, time to kill those brats of yours and then the bridge builder." Then a new voice said, "I think not, you eyebrowless freak." At that moment the water clones around Zabuza burst into water. The mist cleared slightly to reveal Naruto. Zabuza burst out laughing. "Seriously?" Zabuza laughed, "They send another Gaki to save you guys." Naruto rolled his eyes and said, "The ignorant are always the first to fall, buddy." Zabuza grinned under his mask and said, "Oh yeah. Why don't you go and prove that, squirt?" Naruto grinned and said, "I thought you would never ask." Naruto vanished from sight. Second later the sound of a vicious impact was heard. Zabuza was sent flying backwards with a bit of blood staining his mask. The sword, SMAN, crashed into the lake where he started to go underwater. What just happened? The man though as he sank. Naruto grabbed Kakashi as he started to fall. "Easy there comrade," Naruto said, "go to our Genin team will handle the overcompensating swordsman." Kakashi looked at Naruto before nodding. The silver-haired man then jumped over to his team. "What's going on Kakashi-sensei?" Sakura asked as her sensei landed next to her. "We just got some backup," Kakashi said panting as he pulled his headband down over his Sharingan. "Good thing too because I was getting tired." Back in the fight, Zabuza rose back up from the water and clutched his jaw. He removed his mask and spat out a couple of sharp teeth. "You little punk," the swordsman growled, "you made me bleed." Naruto rolled his eyes and said, "Are you just going to stand there and talk, or are you going to fight?" Zabuza put his mask back in place and roared, "You bet I'm going to fight Gaki." By the way, I heard that overcompensating remark. Zabuza charged at the blonde and swung his sword. The blonde stood still and was cut right through. Or at least he would have if the clone hadn't exploded in a burst of wind. Zabuza screamed in pain as he clutched his arm, which now had multiple cuts on it. What was that? Zabuza yelled. Trade secret, a voice said behind him. Zabuza spun around just in time to take an elbow to the other side of his face. The blonde Jonin then started a vicious combo of knee strikes, elbow strikes, kicks and punches that, without a doubt, broke a few ribs and other bones in the missing nin. As Zabuza was knocked back, he started to sway a bit. Naruto's eyes flashed green as earth chakra focused into his hand. The blonde launched himself forward and roared, "Great impact!" The fist connected with Zabuza's face. There was a loud crack and Zabuza's jaw was knocked to the side, signifying that it was knocked off the hinges. Zabuza was sent flying and hit the ground with a loud boom. Naruto stood with his arms crossed and said, "Flawless victory. Brutality." The mist finally cleared and Team 7 looked on in shock at how someone their age just beat the living tar out of someone who gave their sensei trouble. Kakashi looked proud at the boy. Sasuke, however, looked jealous while his two loyal fangirls looked pissed at the boy for showing up their precious Sasuke-kun. Kakashi walked forward and said, "I have to say I'm impressed." What would you expect, however, from Konoha's youngest Jonin? Naruto nodded at the man and said, "Kakashi, I am now assuming command of this mission due to your inability to make good decisions. Seriously, you let a bunch of genin go on a ranked mission. What is wrong with you?" Kakashi shrugged and covered lamely by saying, "Lapse in judgment." Naruto rolled his eyes before walking over to the fallen Zabuza. He removed his sword, any ninja tools he had on him, and then tied him up in ninja wire. "This guy's coming with us," Naruto said, picking the man up with ease. "He should be able to tell us more about his employer." Naruto handed the sword to Kakashi and asked, "You can carry this, right?" The silver-haired man nodded. Naruto turned to Tazuna and asked, "How far are we from your home?" The bridge builder answered, "Not far. We should be able to make it in a half an hour or so." Naruto nodded before they started making their way to the bridge builder's home. As they walked, Sasuke was glaring at the back of Naruto's head. In the trees, a figure in a hunter nin outfit and a mask landed in a tree. The figure cursed itself at its poor timing and jumped back through the trees. Unknown to the figure, Kakashi and Naruto had sensed them. After about an hour of walking, the group arrived at Tazuna's house. "Tsunami, Inari," Tazuna yelled, "I'm home." A woman with long black hair entered the room and rushed over before hugging the man. "Tsunami," Tazuna said, "these are the ninja I hired to protect us, and that's a guy they caught. Guys, this is my lovely daughter Tsunami." Kakashi I smiled and said, "It's nice to meet a pretty lady like you." Sakura smiled and said, "Hello." Amy smiled warmly. Sasuke simply gave his indifferent snort. Naruto said, "Hello, I hate to sound rude, but do you have place where I can tie this guy up?" Tsunami thought for a second and answered, "We have a cellar." Naruto nodded and said, "Thank you." With that, Naruto went in the direction of the cellar to put away their captive. "Now then," Tsunami said, "I'm going to go start dinner. You guys must have worked up quite an appetite fighting." After Naruto, had tied Zabuza to a sturdy beam and added some chakra suppression seals to him, he went back upstairs. Waiting for him expectantly was Sasuke Uchiha. "Is there something that I can help you with, boy?" Naruto asked. "Yes," Sasuke said. "I want you to teach me everything you know. Starting with that clone you used against Zabuza." Naruto raised an eyebrow and asked, "Are you serious?" The onyx-eyed boy nodded. Naruto shook his head and said, "Sorry pal, but that isn't going to happen." Sasuke growled and said, "Why not?" Naruto glared at the rude boy and said, "First of all, you need a chakra affinity for wind. Second of all, I don't have to teach you anything. Third, you try speaking that way to me again, Genin, and there will be trouble." Naruto walked past the now fuming boy who growled, "I need that power." The council. Naruto immediately spun on his heel and growled, "There is a huge difference between want and need, brat. Besides, I'm a ninja. The civilian council has no power over me, and the shinobi clans aren't very supportive of you. Now I suggest you shut your mouth and learn some manners." Naruto then walked away from the boy. "I'll learn your secrets," Sasuke thought, "even if I have to tear them from your corpse." About a half hour later, everyone sat at the table for dinner. They were joined by a young boy who was in the same brooding point of view as Sasuke. "Oh great, another one," Naruto thought to himself. As they ate, Naruto noticed that the two girls on Team 7 were just eating bits and pieces. You mind telling me why you're eating like that? Naruto asked as he took a break from inhaling his fish. Amy answered, we're on a diet. Eating like that will just ruin our figures. Sakura nodded in agreement. No it won't, Naruto answered, gaining confused looks from the two girls. Naruto explained, you see, by training you burn off calories and other factors that would cause a person to gain weight. I eat like this all the time and I still look fit. Basically you've just been making things worse for yourself. The pair looked at each other and then at Kakashi, who was reading a little orange book, for confirmation. The silver-haired Jonin nodded. The girls looked at each other before they started stuffing their faces full of food. Looks like they're on their way to becoming real ninja now, Kakashi whispered. We just broke the dieting part, Naruto said. Now we have to get through the Sasuke obsession. After the meal the boy went upstairs without so much as a word. What's his problem? Naruto asked with a raised eyebrow. He lost his stepfather to Gato a few years back. Tizuna explained, he hasn't been the same since. Naruto looked to where the boy had gone. After a few more seconds a cry of rage rang through the air. What's going on? Where am I? Naruto shook his head and said, I'd say Sleeping Beauty is up. The blonde rose up and said, I'm going to see if I can get some info out of the bonehead. With that the blonde went downstairs to see the swordsman struggling in vain to try and get out of his binds. He looked up at Naruto and scowled angrily. You might want to give up now, mister. No eyebrows, Naruto said in a joking, serious tone. Zabuza glared at the boy and growled, I'm going to kill you when I get free, you little brat. Naruto looked at the man and said, big words coming from a man who's tied up and is unable to reach his chakra. The swordsman glared at Naruto. Now then, Naruto said, tell me about your employer. Zabuza growled, I'm not telling you squat. Naruto shook his head when he noticed something in Zabuza's eyes. Who are you protecting? Naruto asked. What? Zabuza asked with a raised non-existent eyebrow. Who are you protecting? Naruto repeated, other than your meal ticket. Zabuza looked at the boy before hanging his head. He was in no position to try and trick the kid, so he just gave up. My daughter Haku, Zabuza said, I know the little midget wouldn't dare touch her, but more than like he'll try to send someone else to do it. Besides, this is the only way I can think of to keep us away from Hunter Nin. If they catch us they'll either send us back to Kiri to have us executed, or send me back while sending her to Oto or Kumo. Naruto nodded. He heard that some people in Kumo would do anything for a bloodline. He also heard that Oto was very shady when it came to them. He also understood Kiri because they were against bloodlines, period. Naruto thought for a minute. How about this? Naruto asked, in exchange for information and your help, you and your daughter can come with me to the Konoha and join my clan. Quote, Zabuza looked at the young Jonin and asked, what's the catch? Naruto smirked and said, you have to teach a new generation of the 7 swordsmen in Konoha. Zabuza looked down in thought and answered, I'll think about it. Naruto grinned before truing around and walking back upstairs. Meanwhile, what do you mean he's been captured? Gato asked. I mean, the young Hunter Nin said. Zabuza-sama has been captured by the Konoha Nin. Gato snarled and roared, get out. The Hunter Nin left. You can't count on anyone these days, Gato said, good thing you guys are my backup plan. 2 figures made themselves known behind the midget. I would kill to fight the Yondaime, one man said before throwing a copy of the bingo book down with a page that had Naruto's picture on it. But I'll settle for a namikaze runt. Naruto yawned as he rose up from bed. He put on his clothes and went downstairs. He was greeted with the sight of the 3 genin and their so-called Jonin sensei. Amy and Sakura were eating a huge stack of pancakes while Sasuke was just finishing his meal. Okay, Naruto said, I'm taking some food down to our prisoner. If he's willing to see. Operate, we will gain some very useful information. Naruto grabbed some food and went downstairs to Zabuza. Naruto placed the food down in front of him and asked, have you decided? The masked swordsman answered, I have, and I'm agree to your terms. Anything to get Haku out of this damned life. Naruto grinned and said, what can you tell me about Gato's organization? Later, Naruto walked up from the basement. When he did, Team 7 looked at him expectantly. Well, Kakashi asked. He's agreed to help us, Naruto said. He's told me that Gato has a base a few miles east of here. Gato has a large army of mercenaries that are at his beck and call, so getting through to the man isn't going to be easy. Sasuke smirked and said, so what? They're just a bunch of mercenaries. We're ninja. Me on our side, we're bound to win. The girls were about to say something when Naruto said, There is also the chance that Gato hired more missing nin, some probably as strong or stronger than Zabuza. Sasuke's smirk was wiped off his face. The two kunoichi looked nervous now. Now then, Naruto said, according to Zabuza it will take him a week to get back to fighting strength. In that time I am going to train your butts off. So what has Kakashi taught you? Sakura answered, teamwork. Naruto raised an eyebrow and asked, what else? Amy said, that's it. Naruto turned to look at Kakashi and said, you are either one of the most idiotic or the most lazy men I have ever seen. You haven't even started them on chakra control exercises. Kakashi shrugged and said, I didn't deem it necessary. Naruto picked Kakashi up by the front of his shirt and growled, you should have given them proper training before letting them go on a crank. It is a miracle that they haven't been killed yet. I swear you are going to catch hell for this, you scarecrow. Naruto dropped Kakashi on his butt and created a pair of shadow clones. Naruto ordered the first clone, you are to guard this house with your life. Naruto turned to the second clone and said, you are to go to the bridge with Tazuna and guard him with your life. Am I understood, you two? The clones saluted and said, sir, yes sir. Naruto turned to Team 7 and said, you guys are coming with me. We have a lot of training to do if you are even going to start being ready for the fight ahead. With that the young Jonin and 3 genin walk out of the house and toward the forest. As they walked Sasuke asked, hey, what was that jutsu you used? Naruto turned back to him and answered, it was the shadow clone jutsu, and a ranked kinjutsu that uses chakra to form a solid clone. Sasuke looked surprised and said, how is that kinjutsu? It's just like a regular clone. Naruto shook his head and said, I said solid clones, boy. The jutsu is a kinjutsu because it divides the chakra in them evenly through each clone. Basically it takes a lot of chakra just to form one. And in case you are going to ask, I'm not going to teach you. You'll need much more chakra to form just one than you do now. Sasuke crossed his arms and grumbled to himself as he was denied a jutsu. He was also upset that he, the rookie of the year, had basically been called weak. Finally the group arrived at their destination. Okay, Naruto said, for training today we'll start with the tree climbing exercise. Sakura said, you mentioned that earlier. What is it? Naruto explained. Basically this exercise helps you learn how to effectively use chakra. Before you say anything, let me explain. When you use chakra in a jutsu, the amount of chakra control you have can make it much more powerful. Also it decreases the amount of chakra wasted when you use a jutsu. Basically chakra control is the one thing that can help a shinobi become stronger. The genin in front of him nodded. For this exercise, Naruto said, you are going to focus chakra into the soles of your feet and walk up the side of the trees in front of you. If you focus too little you won't stick. If you focus too much the bark will break. Mark your progress with a kunai. When all 3 of you are able to reach the top we will continue. The 3 genin went at the trees and started climbing. After a few minutes Amy and Sakura were at the top. Hey look, Sakura yelled, we made it. Naruto smiled and said, very good girls, but I want you two to keep going. Amy looked down at her temporary sensei and asked, why? Naruto answered, you two come from civilian families. As such your chakra reserves are very low, giving you incredible control. Keep it up so you can buoy KDL up your chakra reserves. If you feel tired take a break. You won't be any good to us if you're suffering from chakra exhaustion. The 2 girls looked at each other tiredly before sighing and jumping down. With that they ran up the tree again. As the girls were building their chakra reserves, Sasuke was having trouble running up the tree. Every time he tried to run up his foot either wouldn't stick or crushed the bark. Sasuke was growing more and more frustrated with each attempt, which only made his chakra control worse. Calm down Uchiha, Naruto said, if you let your anger cloud your judgment you won't and begin to get the training exercise down. Sasuke huffed and continued. Naruto sighed. This is going to be a long week, Naruto thought. Over the next 3 days the same routine continued. Amy and Sakura had started to gain a small amount of muscle since they started training and eating right. Sasuke was still annoying and arrogant, but that was nothing that was new. After finally taking Naruto's advice to calm down he managed to get control over the chakra exercise. Now Naruto stood in front of his temporary students and said, okay kids, I've got some different training for you today. Amy asked, is it another chakra exercise? Naruto thought for a second and said, maybe I'll get to that later. I've decided to trust you all with a different jutsu. Sakura asked, you're giving us jutsu? Naruto answered, yes, but only one each. I have a condition however. I will also introduce the next stage in chakra control, water walking. Sakura looked confused and asked, water walking? Naruto nodded and said, yes. Water walking is the next step. You see, to walk on water is more difficult than walking on a tree. The water's surface is constantly changing from one height to another during a wave. For water walking to work, you must constantly adjust the amount of chakra in your feet to keep yourself afloat. Sasuke said, yeah, what about the jutsu? Naruto rolled his eyes and said, first need to learn your elemental affinity. Before I continue, can anybody tell me what that is? Sakura raised her hand and said, the elemental affinity is the element that a person's chakra is set to, which include fire, water, earth, wind, and lightning. A certain affinity can strengthen or weaken a jutsu used. A person can use jutsu other than that affinity, but at the cost of more chakra. Naruto clapped and said, very good, Ms. Haruno. There is more than that, however. Naruto took out 3 pieces of paper and said, this is chakra paper. If you focus your chakra into he paper, it will show you why. Our elemental affinity by a different reaction it has. Fire burns it, earth turns it to dust, water makes it wet, wind cuts it, and lightning makes it wad up. Sasuke, you go first. Sasuke took the paper and focused his chakra into it. The paper burst into white-hot flames. Sasuke dropped the paper out of fear of being burned. A fire affinity, Naruto observed, and a powerful one at that. Okay, Amy, you next. Amy took a piece and focused. The paper started to wad up. Lightning, Naruto observed, now your turn, Sakura. Sakura took her piece and focused her chakra and the paper crumbled to dust. Earth, Naruto said, a very interesting group. Sasuke and Amy are the only affinities capable to offense alone. Sakura's can be used to attack and defend. Naruto took out 3 small scrolls. ACH of these are special jutsu that I've created, Naruto explained, handing 1 scroll to each genin. Sasuke's jutsu is called Firebird Blast. It basically a fireball that takes the shape of a bird. Amos is a called Storm Fist. This jutsu covers both hands and feet, become enveloped in lightning, allowing you to add an extra kick to your attacks. Sadly, it constantly drains a small amount of chakra. So you can only use it for a short amount of time. Finally, Sakura's is called Earth Shatter Dome. It forms a dome of rock around the user and then it breaks apart, flying in the direction of the user's choosing, giving both defense and offense. The 3 grinned at the jutsu they were given. Now then, I want you to try out the jutsu first, Naruto said. If you start to feel faint during use, then stop immediately. Rest for a few minutes and then start working on the water walking exercise. After that, try using the jutsu again. The 3 genin moved to different spots and tried their jutsu. Sasuke yelled, fire style, Firebird Blast. Sasuke fired a medium-sized bird from his mouth that met the surface of the lake and exploded with the force of an explosive tag. Sasuke smirked, but then felt tired. He wobbled a little bit and fell to one knee. If I want to fully use this jutsu, Sasuke thought, I have to gain more chakra. Amy went through hand signs and said, lightning style, Storm Fist. Lightning sparked around her hands and feet for a few seconds. She smiled happily, but then started to feel the effects on herself. She immediately cancelled the jutsu and fell to her knee panting. She may have upped her chakra reserves and control, but it wasn't enough. Sakura went through her hand signs and said, Earth style, Earth Shatter Dome. A dome of earth rose up around her and Hen quickly went shot off in different directions. Sakura panted at the exertion and rose up. The training continued like for the next few days. The young genin would continue to water walk and in CER. Toin cases fall through the water and come up sputtering. To say the least, it was funny for a while. By the end of the week, the 3 were able to do their jutsu without feeling exhausted. Or in Amos' case, she could do her jutsu for about 4 or 5 minutes before she started feeling the effects of the constant chakra drain. The only bad thing that came from it was Sasuke. After finally managing to get his jutsu down, he started ordering Naruto to make him more jutsu. When that didn't work, he demanded the notes on how to make a jutsu. That didn't get him anywhere either. At the end of the week, Kakashi and Zabuza were up and ready. In the basement of Tezuna's house, Naruto stood holding a large zanbato, or to be precise, Kubikiri Haucho. Now then, Naruto said, I'm trusting you. If I detect even the slightest hint that you are going to betray us, you'll be dead before you can bat an eyelash. Zabuza, knowing that this kid was serious, nodded. Naruto undid the seals and then unbound the former Kiri nin. Zabuza rose up and rolled his shoulders, cracking them. Naruto was on guard. Zabuza held out his hand. Naruto gave the man his sword, who then proceeded to put it on his back. Now then, Zabuza said. I managed to learn that Gato's mansion is a few miles from the town. We can get there in about an hour's walk if those little shrimps of yours are up for the challenge. Naruto chuckled and said, those shrimps are stronger than they seem. Naruto got upstairs to see Kakashi and his team were ready to go. Okay guys, Naruto said, let's go. The sooner we get through with this Missy, the sooner the kids get to go home and brag. With that in mind, the 6 ninja left the house and headed for Gato's mansion. After an hour of running, the ninja arrived at Gato's mansion. It was a very expensive looking place with a large wall and a few mercenary guards around the place. Multiple fires around the place revealed that there were a bunch of camps for the bandits and mercenaries that Gato had hired to help protect his cowardly little hide. Naruto observed the scene and said, okay, I got an idea. I'll make a clone and send it down to one of the camps. I'll go down to another and cause a diversion. In the pandemonium, you guys go in and get Gato. Radio me if you run into trouble. Is that understood? The group nodded. Naruto formed a shadow clone that went down to the other side of the mansion where the bandit camps were located. He does know how to command, doesn't he? Zabuza said. The group nodded. The 2 Narutos arrived down at the camps and prepared to strike. The original Naruto's eyes flashed red while the clone's eyes flashed brown. I would like to thank Biribiri for the following jutsu. Real Naruto, Fire Style, Scorch Firebird. Naruto Clone, Earth Style, Gaia Quake. The original Naruto burst into flames and flew up, forming a massive bird that screeched, freaking out a lot of bandits. The bird then swooped downward, obliterating the camps in front of it and turning all that were in them to ash. The Naruto clone brought up both hands and slammed them onto the ground, causing a huge quake. The ground beneath him rumbled and then broke. The ground hattered beneath the bandit camp and they all fell screaming into the dark abyss below. The Naruto clone dispersed and Naruto smirked at the destruction in front of him. The other ninja felt their jaws hit the floor. That was the most incredible display of power that they had ever seen. Sasuke was making a mental note to copy his jutsu once he got his Sharingan. Back in the camp, Naruto looked at he right to see a bandit who was looking up at him in terror. He managed to avoid the blast as he was on the edge of one of the closest camps. The Yondaime, he muttered in fear, it's impossible, you're dead. Naruto answered in a serious tone, I got better. The young Jonin then took out a kunai and slammed it into the man's head. Meanwhile, the other ninja had run into Gato's main house. They encountered a lot of resistance from bandits. Sasuke was using his new fire jutsu to burn all the bandits in his path. He still had enough chakra after that to start throwing kunai and taking out the ones that were closer. He found a great thrill in killing these mercenaries. Yes, Sasuke will be crazy in this. Sakura was managing to keep the mercenaries attacking her away with a couple of well-placed kunai and shuriken. The killing made her feel sick, but she was managing through all the disgust. Amy was practically in the same boat as Sakura. Zabuza was decapitating one mercenary after another. Kakashi was using some of his weaker jutsu to save his chakra. After a few minutes of fighting, Naruto burst from the side and slammed an earth chakra-powered fist into the side of a mercenary's head. Naruto snarled as he went through hand signs and said, lightning style, lightning shot. The whiskered Jonin drew back his right arm and threw it forward, unleashed huge bolts of lightning that arced from one mercenary to the next. After a few seconds, the mercenaries were all dead. The smell of burning flesh almost made the newly minted genin vomit. In his mansion, Gato was sweating bullets. His entire army had just been decimated by a couple of ninjas. What were these guys, mutants? Demons? Whatever they were, they weren't going to stop until he was dead. Then calmed down when he remembered his backup plan. I guess you guys are up. The fat midget said, you better not betray me like that little rat, Zabuza. The two figures walked out of the office. Naruto and the group were making their way to Gato when two men stood out in front of him. One was a man with green hair wearing a rain headband on his head and had an umbrella on his back. He also had a black handle on his belt. The other as a massive well-built man with a thick beard and mustache. He wore old Jonin clothes and had a scratched through Iwa headband on his head. He also had a massive battle axe in his right hand. Aoi, Zabuza said, Marushi Sanazaka. I should have guessed you guys would be here. Amy, Sakura and Sasuke looked confused. These guys are Aoi Rokusho and Marushi Sanazaka, Naruto explained, remembering them from the bingo book. Aoi is known for betraying Konoha to go to Rain and for stealing the rage in the blade of the Nadaime Hokage. Kaiza is a missing nin from Iwa and is wanted for the murder of a great deal of his own comrades. Kaiza smirked and said, So the mini Yondaime knows his stuff. Well then you should know that you don't stand a chance against us. Seeing something behind the large man, Naruto said. I don't think that will be an issue. At that moment a bunch of Senbon flew out of the shade and struck Aoi in the shoulders. The ones aimed at Kaiza were deflected by his axe. Naruto unsealed a pair of tonfa and got into a stance. Kakashi reacted quickly and charged at the stunned Aoi and stabbed him in the head with a kunai. Marushi snarled angrily as he charged at Naruto intent on killing him. The young blonde dodged the massive axe and swung his tonfa and slammed it into the man's ribcage. The man grimaced and stepped backwards. The man growled and said, "Your old man cost us the war, you little brat. I plan on making the man pay through your corpse." Naruto rolled his eyes and said, "You'll have to get to me first, Gramps." Marushi snarled and swung his axe again in a horizontal arc. The young Namikaze ducked under the massive blade and shot out an earth chakra-powered kick that cracked his ribs. Marushi cried out, but was silenced when Naruto slammed his tonfa into his jaw, breaking the bone. The now silenced man backed away, dropping his axe and clutching his face. Naruto then grabbed the axe and after shifting chakra into his arms jumped upward and swung it clear. NLY separating the missing nin's head from his shoulders. Naruto caught the head and sealed it away in a storage scroll. The blonde then walked over to Aoi's dead body and then took his head off before sealing it in a scroll as well. "What are you doing?" Sakura asked, confused about his actions. "These guys have bounties on their heads for being missing nin," Naruto explained. "If you turn in some thing that says you defeated them, such as their head or a weapon that only they use, then you can gain the bounty." Sakura nodded in understanding. It was still disgusting to her, but she understood. "Zabuza!" Haku yelled as she embraced her father figure. Zabuza hugged her back and said, "Haku, we're going with them. It's better than running around getting chased by Hunter Nin." Haku looked shocked at her father figure, but understood all the same. With the tender moment over, the group of ninja burst into Gato's office. Naruto waddled over to the desk and looked around. He heard a slight whimper noise and felt disgust run through him. He lifted up the desk and threw it to the side. Under it was Gato, who looked really scared. "Please don't kill me," Gato whimpered. "I'll give you anything you want." Naruto rubbed his chin and thought, "Give me your account number." Gato looked nervous and he shakily wrote down a number on a piece of paper. He handed it to Naruto. "Thanks," Naruto said. Before he slammed his fist into Gato's face, knocking him out cold. Naruto then wrapped the man in ninja wire before hefting the man over his shoulder. "What are you going to do with him?" Zabuza asked as they left. "I think it's about time that the people of Wave got their payback for what this little maggot has done to them over the years," Naruto explained. The following morning the people of Wave were surprised to find Gato tied to a post with the words, "Payback time," written on him. The shock turned to anger as they approached the man. The screams of a tortured and dying man filled the early morning. At least for most of them. The kids were sent home with earplugs. The rest of the mission went pretty well after everyone cleaned up. What was left of Gato was cleaned up. After the bandit Ord had died, the bridge work continued unopposed and was done much faster since some of the workers who quit while Gato was in charge came back. While this was going on, Sasuke had started showing his more arrogant side again. He started telling Naruto to make him more jutsu. He also started demanding Zabuza to teach him his jutsu and sword techniques, as well as ordering him to hand over Kubikiribocho. He even started demanding the same from Haku. Just when they were at their wits' end, Naruto saved the Uchiha from a slow and brutal demise by slamming a very powerful piece of duct tape over his mouth. Naruto also presented Gato's bank information to Tazuna, giving back all the money that Gato had taken from them. When it came time to leave, Naruto was almost attacked by his fan club that had built up around the village. Luckily Kakashi took things seriously enough for them to leave before Naruto wound up losing his pants. Without the civilian with them, they were able to get to Konoha much faster. When they arrived, the gates, Izumo and Kotetsu immediately drew their weapons. "Calm down, guys," Naruto said, "they're with us. They are coming with us as prisoners on our last mission with the hopes that they can join us." The two Chunin looked at each other before relenting. "Zabuza, Momochi and girl I can't identify," Izumo said, "I would ask that you hand over your weapons." Zabuza raised a non-existent eyebrow and asked, "Why?" Kotetsu answered, "Sorry, it's just a necessary precaution. I don't think a lot of the shinobi would like a missing nin walking through the village with a large sword on his shoulder." Zabuza sighed and handed over his sword. HKAU took out her Senbon pack and handed them to the Chunin. With that, the 6 ninja headed into the village. When they arrived at Hokage's office. The old man sent them a stern glare. Okay, the old Kage said, can somebody tell me why we have two non-Konoha ninja in the room, one of which being a missing nin? Naruto cleared his throat and said, Zabuza Momochi and his daughter Haku Momochi helped us fulfill our mission to help the bridge builder Tazuna by telling us where their boss was hiding out. In return they wished or protection and are willing to join the ranks of Konoha. The old Sandame looked at the two foreign ninja before he sighed and said, all right. I will let them stay. However, they will have their weapons confiscated, their chakra temporarily sealed, and be under Anbu watch for a period of up to 3 months. Understood. Zabuza nodded. He was a little pissed that he wouldn't get his sword back and have his chakra sealed. But he would get over it with time. Haku was just glad that she wasn't going to be sent to jail. Anbu, the old man said as the masked agents appeared, show these two to some temporary housing. Then spread the news to the other Anbu. With that, the demon of the mist and ice user were escorted away. When they were gone, the old Kage turned his eyes to the son of Konoha's White Fang. Now then, Kakashi, the Sandame said, tell me why you went along with the mission when it turned blank instead of handing it over to another Jonin or calling Anbu. Kakashi cleared his throat and said, well, after the fight with the demon brothers, each of my genin put in their 2 cents about continuing on with the mission. They all agreed to go, so we did. The Sandame looked at Akashi with an unreadable expression before he yelled, what were you thinking? Everyone winced at the tone. You let 3 behind the ears genin, 2 of which were fangirls and the other being arrogant and prideful, decide on whether or not to continue with a blank mission. Kakashi, that is by far one of the most ridiculous things I have ever heard. The Sandame caught his breath and calmed himself down a bit. Kakashi, the Sandame said, I'm afraid I'm going to have to take action. Your choice to take care of the situation could have gotten some or all of your genin killed if I hadn't sent back up in time. For your lack of judgment, you are hereby suspended from your Jonin instructor position and given the regular Jonin rank. For the next 3 weeks you are to do solely 30 inches capture Tora missions with half the pay. You will only resume your teaching duties when I say so. Understood? Kakashi hung his head and nodded sadly, knowing that his lack of judgment had in fact endangered his team. Team 7 is now excused. You will report to your normal training grounds to meet your temporary sensei, the Sandame said. Naruto, stay. I need to have a word with you. Team 7 left the office while Naruto stood there. Now then, the old man said, I would like to know what is your evaluation of Team 7. Naruto sighed and said, well, Sasuke has the typical Uchiha pride and arrogance. After the mission was over, started demanding I teach him more jutsu as well as the stuff that Haku knew. The only fortunate thing that came out of this was that Amy and Sakura have started to break their fangirl tendencies. During training I learned they hadn't gone through the tree walking exercise yet, and I got them up to water walking. The Sandame sighed at one of his Jonin's laziness. He was starting to wonder if the boy had been born of a Nara instead of a Hatake. Naruto, the old Kage said, I have a proposition for you. The next day, Amy, Sakura and Sasuke were approaching training ground 7. The 3 had been preparing all night for when they would meet their new sensei. When the 3 genin approached their training ground, they were surprised to see Naruto sitting on top of middle stump that had been used during the bell test when they first started became genin. Naruto, Sakura said in shock, you're going to be our temporary sensei. The sun-kissed blonde nodded and said, now then, are we all ready to begin training? The 3 genin nodded. Okay, Naruto said, to start things off I want to see how far you all are with the water walking exercise and how far you are coming with the jutsu I gave you. Quote, Sakura stepped up first and said, I can go on with the water walking exercise for about 10 minutes before I fall through the surface. And I'm able to perform my earth jutsu without feeling as drained as I normally do, but I still eats up a lot. Amy stepped up and said, I can go for about 8 minutes on the water before I break through, and I can got at least 10 minutes with my new jutsu. Sasuke said, I'm able to use my new jutsu as well as the Phoenix Flow jutsu before I start to feel the effects of chakra drain. Naruto was writing this all down on a notepad and said, I have to say I'm impressed with how far you've come with the right training. However, higher level ninja can use jutsu like Amy for about a half hour or longer. Sakura walked up to Naruto and said, Naruto-sensei, I was wondering, I noticed that during the mission that you used Tonfa against that IWA nin and you used a sword in the exam against that Jonin in your exam. Do you use more than one weapon? Naruto nodded and said, very perceptive Sakura. I have learned to use more than one weapon because it helps me keep my enemies on my toes. They won't know if I'm going to use a sword or another weapon. Sakura thought for a second and asked, can you teach me how to use tonfa? Naruto cocked his head to the side and asked, do you all want to learn how to use a weapon? The three nodded. Okay, Naruto said, we'll go get weapons tomorrow. For now we work on chakra reserves and something else to work on. Naruto took out 3 pairs of scrolls. Sakura, Naruto said, Oh, you know what elemental manipulation is? Sakura nodded and said, yeah. Elemental manipulation is the controlling of an element through chakra control. Naruto nodded and said, yes. Now a different chakra has a different effect on the air around it. Fire chakra burns whatever it touches. Lightning chakra is able to pierce through a target. Wind chakra is able to cut through whatever it touches. Earth is able to smash whatever it strikes to pieces. Water chakra is usually able to apply incredible pressure to a target. These scrolls have fire, earth, and lighting chakra training exercises. You are to do these all day until the sun goes down. When your chakra levels are low, rest until you feel them return to normal. If you get hungry, take a lunch break, but only for an hour. If I find out why of you have slacked off, you are going to be running laps until your ankles break. Understood? The tone that the blonde used made absolutely no room for argument. They all nodded in understanding. Now get to work, Naruto said. I have some business to attend to. With that, Naruto left his temporary team to their own devices. Sakura's training exercises were basically just focusing chakra into her body parts and unleashing them at the right moments to shatter a target. This was pretty difficult even with her chakra control. She wound up with a lot of bloody knuckles. By lunch, however, she was able to put a crack in the wooden post that was her target. By the time she was ready to leave, she could form at least 3 cracks in the wood. Ami's training exercises were focusing her chakra into her fingers and piercing a target. It started off rough since she couldn't focus it right. By lunch she could at least form some small finger-shaped dents in the wood. It wasn't enough to pierce the skin deep enough to puncture an organ, however. She also had to focus chakra into her hands to keep the lighting chakra from cooking her skin. Sasuke's training exercises included focusing chakra into his hands and feet and turning an object he was touching into ash. It started with grass and leaves and I would eventually go into melting metals. He also had to focus protective chakra into his hands and feet to keep them from burning. Luckily for him, he was only focusing enough chakra to give him a first-degree burn. After a lot of failed attempts, some chakra regaining breaks, and so injured hands, the 3 left the training ground for lunch. The 3 found themselves sharing a meal at the Akamaiki barbecue joint because it had good food and it was all you can eat. Which was a good thing because they were starving. The 3 were in the middle of eating Ino, Choji, Shikimaru, and Asuma. Hey forehead, Ino Yamanaka said, bird woman, Sasuke-kun. What are you doing here? Sakura gulped down some of her food before saying, lunch break from training. Our sensei if a slave driver of a man. Asuma, Team 10's sensei, raised an eyebrow and asked, Kakashi. The man if a minimalist. I don't see him as a slave driver. Quote, Amy gulped down her bite of steak before she clarified, not Kakashi. Naruto Uzumaki. He's our sensei now. Asuma cocked his head to the side and asked, what happened to Kakashi? Sasuke answered, he made some poor decisions that put us in danger on our last mission. He was suspended from his teaching duties. Naruto is our temporary sensei. We've only had him for a few weeks and he's already taught us more than Kakashi has in the month he had us. Ino looked surprised as he saw Sakura and Amy eating so much food. Why are you eating like that, forehead girl? Ino said, Sasuke-kun isn't going to want you anymore if you lose your figure. Sakura swallowed down a mouthful of rice and said, eating isn't really a training issue in a pig. If you train hard, the extra calories and the extra fat turns into muscle fat. In other words, starving yourself is only going to kill you. Ino looked shocked before turning to Asuma for confirmation. The bearded Sarutobi nodded. The 3 finished and paid for their meal. After that, the 3 went back to their training grounds. As soon as the 3 got back, they split up and started training again. As the sun started to set, they got up and started to head home to rest for tomorrow. As soon as they left, the 2 rocks and a tree burst into smoke, revealing 3 Narutos. The 3 blondes then burst into smoke. And while at the Sarutobi complex, Naruto's eyes went blank for a minute before he came back to the real world with a smirk. Naruto-sensei, Konohamaru said, seeing Hi-sensei smirk, are you okay? Naruto answered, yeah, just had a very happy thought. The next day, Team 7 approached their training ground. As soon as they did, they saw Naruto waiting for them. They were actually happy to see that their sensei was on time. Okay, Naruto said. Like I said yesterday, we will be looking for weapons. While we are there, we are going to search. I don't want you to pick what looks like it would be effective. I want you to pick what feels right. Am I understood? The three nodded. Good. The four then went off. Naruto led the three genin to a shop with the name Higurashi Weapons on it. When the 3 grams Enin entered the shop, their eyes widened. There were weapons all over the place. Swords, staff, axes, bows, knives, maces, tonfa, and a whole lot of other weapons. Now, Naruto said, you three can browse, but only pick what feels right. If the weapon doesn't fit, don't buy it. Now go find your new toys. The 3 genin then browsed through the entire store. It was hard for them to decide what to choose since there were so many. Sasuke eventually picked a black and silver naginata. Sakura picked up a pair of black painted nunchaku. Amy picked a bow, a quiver of arrows. While there, they also stocked up on kunai, shuriken, explosive tags, flash bombs, and ninja wire. The 3 gathered up their supplies and Naruto rung the bell to summon a worker. An old man that was built like an ox with multiple battle scars and an eye patch came to the desk. Naruto, the old man said, I haven't seen you here since you bought your first weapons. Naruto nodded and said, good, you see you too, Katsu. Now then, I'll be taking these. The man grinned as he rung up the price. Anything else? The man asked. Naruto rubbed his chin in thought and said, yeah. I'll take a book on making poisons and medical creams from available plants. A book on medical jutsu, a scroll with katas for these weapons, and a book on trap making. The man grabbed the stuff asked for and handed them to Naruto. The blonde Mika's paid for the items and then they left for the training ground. Okay then, Naruto said as he facing his temporary students, from now until lunch you will train in chakra control and elemental control. After lunch you will study the katas for the weapons you picked out. Sakura, I want you to train in medical jutsu and poisons and medicine. Amy, you are to practice in trap making. Sasuke growled, why do they get extra training when I do not? Naruto glared at Sasuke and said, we need to diversify the team. We need a teammate with medical training. She can heal her allies if they are injured. For Amy, she can help trap and bind an enemy for those capture missions. You, Sasuke, will be the team's heavy hitter. When Amy has trapped the target, you will be the one to wipe her out. You, and also defend Sakura while she's healing Amy or another ally. Sasuke nodded in understanding. It continued like this for the next few weeks. Naruto would train the 3 into the ground-pounding skills into their skulls piece by piece. Their chakra reserves eventually came up to about Chunin level. They also became proficient in their weapons and jutsu. In the present day, Naruto stood in front of the new Team 7. Some time ago the team decided to get some new clothes. Sakura now wore a red shirt with a white tiger on the back and a pair of fingerless gloves on her hands. She also wore a pair of black shorts with pockets that held poisons on the left and medical creams on the right. She always made sure to make sure they were in the right pocket too. She also had on a pair of black sandals. On her waist she had a pair of sheaths made for her nunchaku. Amy had on a black shirt with a fire symbol in red on the back. She also had on a pair of dark gray pants and dark blue also had on a pair of gloves with special points on the nails that helped her focus her lightning chakra. On her back was her bow and a quiver full of arrows. Sasuke was basically wearing all black with special fire-proof gloves and bandages on his hands and legs. He also had the Uchiha symbol moved to his shirt sleeve. Sasuke had his naginata mounted on his back. I'm glad to see you all improved so quickly over a few weeks, Naruto said. I'm proud to have called you my students at the time. Naruto looked at the proud looks of his students and the slightly smug look on Sasuke's face. Now, Naruto said, before we start training today, I intend to make a new jutsu for each of you. Sasuke smirked and said, what are they? Naruto looked at the Uchiha and said, I don't know yet. This time you're going to tell me what you want. Naruto took out a pad and a pencil. You'll be first, Sasuke, Naruto said. Would you prefer a ninjutsu, kenjutsu, taijutsu or genjutsu? Sasuke thought for a second and said, ninjutsu. Naruto asked, would you like it to hit one or multiple targets? Sasuke answered, multiple targets. Naruto jotted down a few notes. What would you like the range to be? Sasuke actually put thought into this and answered, mid to long range. Naruto then asked, do you want it to take an animal form? Sasuke thought for a second and answered, no. Naruto wrote that down and asked, Do you want to be a single blast like the Grand Fireball Jutsu or multiple like the Phoenix Flower Jutsu? Sasuke immediately answered, multiple blasts. Naruto wrote down the notes and motioned for Sakura. I'd like ninjutsu that is close to mid-range, single blast, single shot, and no animal form. I'd like it to be a follow-up technique to my Earth Shatter Dome, Sakura said. Naruto turned to Amy who said, I'll take a ninjutsu. Multiple blast, no animal form. Question though, can I have mine be able to switch between one target and multiple targets? Naruto scratched his chin in thought thinking about that request. I think I can manage that, Naruto said, you guys train. I'll come by later with your jutsu. The three genin left and got to training for the day. After about an hour of training a cry of, Eureka! The three were shaken from their training by the cry. The three ninja turned to see Naruto running through the training ground and landed in front of them. What was that all about, Naruto-sensei? Sakura asked with a slightly annoyed look. I had some trouble going through the jutsu that Amy requested and I finally managed to figure it out, Naruto explained. Let me show you, Naruto said. The man quickly went through hand signs. Lightning style, feathers of the Thunderbird. Electricity focused in his hands. He pushed on hand out sending lightning in the shapes of feathers. The projectiles pierced the tree and went right through. He then swung his arm in a horizontal arc sending them outward in an arc piercing and going through the ground and a few trees. Amy sat back in awe. Naruto handed her a piece of paper that had the mechanics behind the jutsu. This is yours, Sakura, Naruto said as he went through more hand signs. Earth style. Stone spears assault. Naruto slammed his fist onto the ground and a few large rocks came up from the ground. The rocks sharpened and flew at a tree smashing it to pieces. Whoa, Sakura said in shock. Naruto looked at the pinkett and said, consider that a follow-up to your Earth Shatter Dome technique. It'll use the already unearthed rocks and save you a bit of chakra while extra chakra is used bring the rocks out. Naruto handed the notes on the jutsu to her. Naruto finally turned to Sasuke and said, here's your jutsu little Uchiha. Sasuke scowled at the nickname while Naruto went through one final set of hand signs. Fire style. Burning archer. Naruto fired half a dozen flaming arrows from his mouth. The projectiles pierced the ground and rocks setting fire to the grass and wood and destroying a tree. Sass. Uke smirked as he took the paper with jutsu notes from his temporary sensei. Now then, Naruto said, practice with these. I'll be taking care of my own training. Sakura looked confused and said, you're already a jonin. Why do you keep training? Naruto answered, yes, but I don't want my skills to diminish and weaken. I train to keep my skills sharp and to grow stronger myself. So keep it. Naruto then left to go train while leaving his temporary students to their own devices. While Ami and Sakura walked away to start their own training, Sasuke discreetly followed Naruto. The young genin hid quietly behind a few bushes as he watched his temporary sensei practice. After running through a few katas, Naruto stood facing a training post. Sasuke smirked. Unknown to Naruto, the intense trainee had caused Sasuke to activate his Sharingan. He had been waiting to use it and now he had a chance. Naruto flipped through a few hand signs and growled, wind style, jet stream blast. Naruto fired a single powerful blast of air chakra from his mouth that reduced the wooden training post to nothing but splinters. Sasuke gave a dark smirk as he turned off his Sharingan. He then went to his own spot in the training ground and turned to the training post. The young Uchiha went through hand signs and said, wind style, jet stream blast. The beam of air smashed into the training post and turned it to splinters. Sasuke would have smirked if he hadn't suddenly fall to one knee in absolute exhaustion. Even with his enhanced reserves, the jutsu was too much for him to bear. He slowly rose up from his exhausted spot on the ground and thought, Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, how powerful are you? After failing at copying Naruto's jutsu, Sasuke rested to get his chakra reserves back up. When Sasuke and his fellow genin left the field, he noticed that Naruto was giving him a piercing gaze. The young Uchiha felt a little nervous when Naruto looked at him like that, but he just put it off as a weird Naruto thing. It was dark and the moon was shrouded with clouds as Sasuke made his way to the Uchiha complex. Naruto looked up at the moon and sighed. Sometimes I really hate that sensei of ours, he thought. Meanwhile, Naruto sneezed. Sasuke continued to make his way to the Uchiha clan complex when he heard what sounded like footsteps behind him. He turned around and the noise stopped. Sasuke looked a little nervous now and started to walk. He had the sounds of footsteps again, this time there were of them. He stopped and spun around to see nobody. The young Uchiha looked around frantically before he started walking again. A sudden noise got the young Uchiha's attention. He spun towards the sound only to see that the culprit was a stray cat that had knocked over a trash can in search of a meal. Sasuke shook his head and thought, "You're hearing things, Sasuke. All the training from today tired you out and you're hallucinating." With this mind now much calmer than before the boy walking home he walked, the noise hit his ears again. He stopped walking and sniffed the air. A familiar scent hit his nose. Perfume, Sasuke thought. This time instead of turning around he increased his running speed. The footsteps increased their speed as well. Soon the Uchiha heir was sprinting down the road. Sasuke soon heard what sounded like a stampede behind him. "Don't look back, don't look back, don't look back," Sasuke ranted over and over again in his head while running. The boy then made the unwise choice of actually looking behind him. The sight was enough to make his blood run cold with fear. Behind him were a bunch of fangirls. They had their claws poised to strike with foam and drool coming out of their mouths and insane looks in their eyes. Sasuke poured what chalk raw he had left into his legs and increased his speed, leaving a trail of flaming footsteps as he ran. The fangirls did the same. After a few minutes of running, however, the girls' chakra reserves began to weaken and they all collapsed in a heap. Sasuke smirked in victory as he ran. He then spun around a corner and found himself at the Uchiha gates. The duck-haired boy walked through the gates of the Uchiha complex and let out a long sigh of relief. He made his way to the main house for some food and then off to bed. As soon as he entered the living room of the main house he felt a familiar presence. Sasuke snarled before he pulled out his naginata and said, "Okay, you fangirls. Come out and face me." A chuckle reached his ears and a voice said, "Sasuke, what makes you think I'm a fan?" The lights came on, temporarily blinding Sasuke. When his vision cleared, Sasuke was shocked to see the Sandaime, Naruto, and two Anbu standing in his living room. "What are you doing in my house?" Sasuke asked. A little confused and a tad bit nervous. "I don't know," Naruto said, crossing his arms. "What do you think you're doing stealing one of my jutsu?" Sasuke's heartbeat went up when he heard that. "What are you talking about?" Sasuke lied, hoping it would convince them. "Please, Sasuke," Naruto said, "I'm a Jonin for a reason. You think I wouldn't have been able to sense the suppressed chakra of a mere genin?" Sasuke looked at Naruto and asked, "How did you know I copied that?" "For all you know, I could have been watching your training method." Naruto simple smirked and said, "You want to know a funny thing about shadow clones? When one disperses, they are able to send their memories back to the original. All I had to do was distribute a few around the training ground. Watch your progress." Sasuke looked really nervous now. "Sasuke Uchiha," the Sandaime said, "you have been suspected and found guilty of stealing a clan technique from the Uzumaki Namikaze clan. For this you are to have your Rinnegan sealed away until further notice." Sasuke yelled out, "What? You can't do this to me. The village needs my bloodline." As Sasuke yelled the last word, the two Naruto remembered the conversation he had with the Sandaime before this. Flashback. "Naruto," the Sandaime said as Team 7 left, "I have a proposition for you." Naruto looked at the old man and asked, "What is it, Hokage-sama?" Sarutobi said, "I want you to be the temporary sensei of Team 7. Naruto looked at the man with a shocked look on his face and said, "Are you crazy, man?" Sasuke practically demanded I give him my technique. Every time he had the chance. Why do you want me to help him? The old man waited until Naruto was finished before saying, "Allow me to explain. We both know that Sasuke, much like the other Uchiha, is incredibly arrogant. I have been going over his files and it seems like he isn't mentally sound like the civilian council wants to be believed. You see, I want you to train him to keep an eye on him. I believe with your training methods Sasuke would unlock his Sharingan. Should that happen, Sasuke may got on a jutsu stealing spree. The last thing we need is a boy like that with clan techniques of all the clans. When Sasuke Sharingan awakens, I want you to perform one of your non-bloodline related jutsu. Should he copy it, report to me immediately." Naruto was quiet for a second and said, "So you want me to out a potential danger to our village?" Hiruzen nodded. Naruto sighed and said, "I guess I don't have a choice." The Sandaime nodded happily and said, "Oh, and Naruto's one of the Jutsu. The last thing we need is for Sasuke to die from chakra depletion. The paperwork would be horrible." End flashback. Naruto. The blonde was brought out of his thoughts when the Sandaime bopped the boy on the head. "Sorry," Naruto said, "I was having a bit of a flashback. My bad." Hiruzen looked at Naruto strangely for a second before saying, if you have one of those again, here is the num for Yoshino Nara. I hear she is a very good therapist. The Anbu finished applying the seal to the back of the Uchiha's neck and let him drop to the floor. Sasuke looked up and glared at Naruto, but then fell down to ground in a heap. With that, the four ninja left each Uchiha on the floor of his complex. While leaving, Naruto sensed a few chakra signatures before he left, so he locked the door behind him. He also made a few shadow clones that locked the windows and guarded every possible entrance and exit, including the chimney and the sewer grate. The next few days were different for Team 7. Sasuke would always glare at Naruto whenever he showed up for training. Sakura and Amy didn't know what was going on between the two, but they decided not to get involved. Sasuke would try to get Naruto to unseal his bloodline only to get bashed over the head. After a while, Sasuke just stopped trying. The young Uchiha figured that if he could prove his strength, then he would get his bloodline back. The three were surprised that Naruto had decided to end the training early one day. Listen up, you three, Naruto said, as you may not know, the Chunin exams are coming up soon. Since most of you have done pretty well so far, I've decided to enroll you. However, know that the Chunin exams are more than just a test. They show the skills of the village to future potential clients and shows the strength of the village as a whole. If you embarrass USEVE, and the Shinigami won't be able to save you from my wrath. Naruto added wind chakra to his vocal cord, making a huge gust when he yelled that in. Early blew the three genin off of their feet. Now then, Naruto said, taking out some papers, I'll need you all to sign these to show that you're all willing to participate. The exams are being held in 3 days. Until then, I'm going to work on your physical conditions. And boy did he. Naruto had the three genin run laps around the training grounds with weights tied to their ankles and wrists. The training was excruciating, but the three genin knew that it was going to be worth it in the end. They did, however, make a mental note to buy plenty of painkillers. Naruto smirked at his sight of his genin training. At the end of the day, Naruto was heading back to the Sarutobi complex when he heard shouting. Let go of me, you cross-dressing freak. A young voice yelled that Naruto immediately recognized as Konohamaru. Who are you calling a cross-dressing freak, you little brat? Came a second voice that Naruto didn't recognize. The young Jonin walked around the corner to find Konohamaru. In the grip of a boy wearing what looked like a black cat suit with a large package on his back and wearing makeup. With him was a young woman with blonde hair done up in multiple tails wearing a battle dress and holding a large battle fan. Both of them had headbands that had sand jars on them, signifying their allegiance to Suna. Come on, Kankuro, the girl said, just drop the kid. We need to meet Baika-sensei. The now identified Kankuro replied, ease up, Tamari. I'm just going to teach this little runt some manners is all. Naruto then made his presence known and said, you know, I really hate to see such talent wasted. The pair of Suna genin turned to Naruto. Tamari thought, looks like the local cutie just arrived. Kankuro asked, what are you talking about? Naruto said, I hate to see a ninja waste his time picking on a little kid who hasn't even gotten out of the academy yet. Kankuro smirked and said, okay, so why don't I just hurt you instead? Kankuro dropped Konohamaru. As soon as he did, Kankuro felt an intense pain in his stomach. He was doubled over by an incredibly strong punch to the stomach and then thrown into the air and crashed unceremoniously down on his shoulder. Kankuro's face was a mix of shock and pain. Tamari just looked shocked. I didn't even see this guy move, Tamari thought in shock. Kankuro spat in the dirt and growled, who the hell are you supposed to be? Naruto looked at Kankuro with a raised eyebrow and said, isn't it common courtesy to give your name first? Kankuro snarled and was about to yell when a low voice said, what are you doing? Kankuro froze and instantly turned pale, as did Tamari. The three genin and Konohamaru looked up to see another Suna genin. This one had short red hair, black paint around his blue eyes to make them resemble a raccoon. Mostly black and brown clothing with a white sash, a large gourd on his back, and the kanji for love tattooed over one eye. Gee Gaara, Kankuro stuttered, this isn't what it looks like. This guy, Gaara cut of Kankuro with a dark glare. Shut up, Gaara said, or I'll kill you. Kankuro gulped and said, yes Gaara. Gaara glared at Kankuro before turning to Naruto and said, forgive my brother's stupidity. Come on, you two, we're late for our meeting with Baika-sensei. As the three turned to leave, Naruto said, hold on a minute. What's your name? Tamari looked at the boy and asked, me. Naruto shook his head and answered, sorry, I mean the one with the gourd. Gaara turned to Naruto and said, Subaku no Gaara. You are. Naruto crossed his arms and said, Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. As soon as the sun-kissed blonde's name reached their ears, Tamari and Kankuro instantly got nervous. They had read about the guy in the bingo book and they knew that if they ever got on his bad side they were screwed. You interest me, Namikaze, Gaara said. It will be interesting if we fight. Naruto nodded and said, let's hope that doesn't happen. With that the three Suna-gen walked away, leaving Naruto and Konohamaru. Boss, Konohamaru said, I think I might need to go home and change my pants. Naruto rolled his eyes at the boy and said, sure thing, kid. Now when we get home we have some very special training for you to do. 3 days later. The 3 days of physical training had been brutal for the 3 genin of Team 7. Naruto had bought them weights with Specia seals that adjusted whenever the user got used to them. The blonde sensei had the 3 running around for a while before letting them stop for a while, made them run again, then he had them work on their control. Now Team 7 stood outside the academy where the exams were being held. I never thought we would be back here, Sakura said. Let's stand in a moment of respect for those of us who didn't pass the last test. All 3 genin stood in silence. Okay, done, Sakura said, let's go. The 3 made their way inside. As they climbed up the stairs they found themselves in a hall where a lot of genin were gathered around a door. Just leave now, the chunin at the door said. We're doing you a favor by not letting you through. You rookies aren't ready for the exams. A girl in a Chinese shirt with buns in her hair said. Come on, just let us through. We've got what it takes. Sakura nudged her teammates and whispered, guys, it's a genjutsu. We aren't on the right floor. If we place our cards just right we'll be able to cut down the completion before the game even starts. The 2 genin looked at their pink-haired teammate before nodding and heading up to the next floor. When they arrived they found Naruto waiting for them. Glad to see that you made it, Naruto said. I'm also glad to see that Sasuke didn't blow the little test at the beginning. Sasuke huffed in annoyance. Well, Naruto said, you'd better get in there. We don't want you to be late now, do we? Oh, and by the way, don't go showing off all your skills. Save some tricks for when you get to the final exam. The 3 genin nodded at their temporary sensei before they entered the room. When they arrived they got the shock of a lifetime. There were a great deal of genin in the room from all over the elemental nations. Suna, Aim, Kumo, Kusa, and a few others. There was one team that stuck out though. They wore a band that had what looked like a musical note on it. Sasuke-kun. Sasuke was suddenly grabbed and hugged by Ino Yamanaka. Inapig. Sakura growled, get off Sasuke-kun now. Ino simply spat her tongue out at Sakura and said, oh Sasuke-kun, I missed you so much. It must have been torture dealing with these idiots. Shikamaru approached the group and said, how troublesome, Ino. Choji simply munched on some chips. Well, what do we have here? Said the voice of Kiba Inuzuka. It looks like the rookies are all together again. Shino nodded and Hinata simply shrugged. You guys shouldn't be so loud, said a new voice. The entire group turned to see a genin with a Konoha headband, silver hair, and glasses. Who are you supposed to be? Kiba asked. My name is Kabuto Yakushi, the boy said. You really need to not draw so much attention to yourselves. It'll just make you a bigger target. Shino stepped up and said. You sound so sure. You speak with experience. How many times have you taken this exam? Kabuto answered, I've taken this exam 6 times before. You can call me a veteran. Kiba smirked and said, you must suck then. Kabuto rolled his eyes and said, anyway, I have information. Is there anyone you'd like to know about? The genin all looked at each other for a second and thought. I want info on them. Sasuke said, pointing to the team with the musical note on their headbands. Kabuto took out 3 cards and focused chakra into them. There was a light puff of smoke. Kabuto read the card and said, there isn't much info on these guys. They're relatively new to the exam and so is their village, the Hidden Sound. Since it was just recently founded, I don't have any information on them. Sorry. At that moment there was a large burst of smoke. When it cleared it showed a man with a black trench coat and a bandana on his head sporting the Konoha symbol on it. Listen up, you maggots, the man said. I'm Ibiki Morino and I'm the proctor for the first exam. Now get in the next room to start the first exam. All the genin filed into the room. The Chunin exams had finally begun. The first exam went rather quickly. All the genin present had to take a written test. If they got a failing grade, not only were they forbidden from continuing, but the rest of the team couldn't continue either. They were also informed that if one member of the team was caught cheating, the entire team was dismissed. They had at least 2 hours to finish the test. Even through it, As against the rule, all the genin had to cheat one way or another. Sakura didn't have to cheat because she had actually studied. Sasuke managed to get glances at the answers from the guy sitting next to him. Amy studied as well, so she didn't have any need to cheat. Ten used a series of mirrors guided by nearly invisible ninja wire to send the answers to her teammate Lee. Neji used his Byakugan to see the answers of someone behind him. Ino used her mind transfer jutsu to switch with Sakura and memorized her answers. Shikamaru, being the genius that he was, finished quickly, then used his Shad possession jutsu to take over Choji's body and gave him the answers. Hinata used her Byakugan the same way Neji did. Shino had a fly roll around the room and get answers before relaying them to him. Kiba had Akamaru read the answers of the guy in front of him. Tamari didn't need to study as she was actually smart. Kankuro switched himself with a puppet and had it memorize the questions. Gaara formed an eye with his sand and had it memorized answers from one of the other genin after he used a bit more sand to make him shut his eyes. Over the course of the 2 hours, multiple teams were thrown out by being caught cheating. When the 2 hours were up, Ibiki said, "Okay Mag, it's time for the final question. Now you have a choice, you can take this question or not. If you choose not to, you can try again next year. If you take it and miss it, however, then you are forbidden from taking the exams in this village ever again." This was actually a major bluff since the man didn't have that kind of authority in the village. The genin didn't know that and immediately felt nervous. Some of them chickened out and left. Others, mainly the Konoha teams, the Suna team, the Kusa team, the Oto Sound team, and a lot of other teams not really worth mentioning at the time. "Okay," Ibiki said, "are you all sure you want to continue?" After getting a confirmation from all of them, the man said, "Congratulations, you pass." Cue jaw dropping and the sounds of pencils hitting the desk. "What do you mean we pass?" Kankuro said, "What about the final question?" Ibiki answered, "There was no final question. This whole thing was a test on how well you could gather information without getting caught. The other aspect was how well you did while suffering from psychological torture." The man then undid his bandana, revealed his head, which was covered in scars and puncture wounds. Everyone grimaced at the sight of the wounds on his head. "How you cope with torture can affect the outcome of a mission," Ibiki said. "You need to be willing to take secrets of your village to the grave. Now then, the next proctor should." The man was cut off when a large black object crashed through the window and spree out, revealing a banner that read, "Behold the proctor of the second exam. The sexy and shocking single Enko Mitarashi." There was a large puff of smoke revealing Enko in all her glory. The guys blushed and leered at her while the girls seemed to glare at her for being so provocatively dressed. Enko looked out among the group and said, "There are so many of these brats left, Ibiki. Are you starting to lose your touch?" Ibiki said, "I haven't started losing my touch, Enko. Besides, we have a few special cases this year." Enko simply shrugged before saying, "Don't worry your scarred head. I'll cut the amount of maggots in half by the time the second part is over. Okay runts, follow me to the next exam." The genin shifted uneasily and started to follow the woman. They eventually came to a large training area, which was nothing new. What was new though was the fact that there was a large forest that looked more like a jungle. The place was surrounded by fences with warning signs and topped with barbed wire. Everyone was freaked out even more when what looked like a freakishly large centipede came out from the underbrush and gnashed its mandibles menacingly. "Welcome to Training Ground 44, Enko said with a sadistic grin. "Otherwise known as the Forest of Death. This exam will be a survival exam. When instructed, each team will get a scroll. If you have an Earth scroll, you need to get a Heaven scroll and vice versa. When you gain both scrolls, you are to head to the tower located in the exact center of the forest. Under no circumstances are you allowed to open the scrolls while inside the forest. You also have a time limit of 5 days. Is that understood?" The special Jonin got nods of confirmation. "Good. Now get your scrolls and go to your appointed gates." With their objectives in mind, each team went to a nearby shack that was covered up so no one would know what scroll they had. Team 7 had an Heaven scroll. Upon leaving, the teams went to their gates and waited. Enko's voice sounded over an intercom as she said, "Okay maggots, the second exam has officially begun." The gates flew open and each team entered the deadly forest. A few minutes after running in, Team 7 stopped and landed on a branch. "Okay," Sasuke said, "we're going to need a plan here. I suggest we wait here and try and capture a team." Amy nodded as she pulled out a scroll and unsealed it, revealing a bunch of tools, wood, ninja wire, and a few other things. Good thing that I'm a fast worker, Amy said as she cracked her knuckles and got straight to work. A few minutes later, the three genin were simply sitting around when a trio of nin wearing yellow jumpsuits and breathers landed around them. Apparently Konoha is just as arrogant as we thought, the leader said, looks like we got easy pickings boys. The three then ran at the Konoha genin. They would have continued running, but they hit a carefully placed trip line. The dirt in front of them gave way and a huge platform with multiple spikes shot up. Scatter! The one with his ears covered yelled. The three split in different directions. The one with his eyes covered stepped in a pile of leaves and wound up tied up in a pretty effective ninja wire net. He would have moved, but if he did move a lot the wire would cut him. The one with his ears covered jumped on a pile of leaves too, but he fell through a hole that was very well covered and placed. The impact at the bottom of the shaft broke the aim nin's leg. The third one, however, wasn't as dumb as his partners and ran at his enemies directly. He apparently thought that this was going to be easy. He was proven wrong when he was slammed in the stomach by Sakura's fist, cut across the back by Sasuke's naginata, and then electrocuted by a sudden burst of lightning chakra from Amy. The boy fell to the ground with a thud. Good work, Sakura said, now let's see what they got. Fortunately for them the AIM team had an earth scroll. Now let's get out of here before something else goes horribly wrong. Amy said as she placed the scrolls they had in her bag before they ran off. They would have done so in haste if not for the fact that a giant snake came out of nowhere and tried to turn them into a menu item. The group quickly dispersed to avoid the snake. Sakura and Sasuke took out some kunai with explosive notes tied to the ends. The pair threw them at the snake, piercing its scaly hide. They stood for a few seconds before going off. The snake hissed in agony. The three then decided to get out of there since there may be more than one of those nasty things around. They basically ran for what they thought would be the center of the forest. Good thing too because they were actually heading for the center of the forest. Meanwhile, Naruto winced in disgust as he looked down at a trio of bodies. They were three Kusanin who looked like they had their faces melted off. Yuck, Naruto said, who the heck could have done this? Next to him Enko scowled and said, no doubt about it. This is his jutsu. Naruto looked at his fellow Jonin confused before the purple-haired woman made a dash for the forest of death. Enko, Naruto yelled out as she ran. The boy Menta, LLY cursed before running after the woman. Back in the forest of death. Sasuke panted heavily as he kneeled before this woman. If he could call her that. He and his team had been attacked by a single Kusanin. She displayed incredible strength and prowess that were far above that of a genin. Sasuke wasn't really that surprised at this since a jonin was in fact a person his own age. Sakura and Amy were off to the side cowering. The woman had unleashed a vicious amount of killing intent that had the three frozen in fear. Naruto may have trained them to be strong, but he never trained them to go into a fight like this. Sasuke had managed to break through the fear by stabbing himself in the leg with a kunai. The boy had tried to fight her off using a few tricks and one of his fire jutsu, but it didn't work very well as she had replaced herself with a mud clone. The Kusanin seemed a little confused when Sasuke didn't try to activate his Sharingan during the entire duration of the battle. Sasuke's teammates were currently incapacitated. The woman walked over to the Uchiha and moved his neck to the side, revealing the seal that was suppressing his Sharingan. Damn, the woman thought. I can't believe the old monkey sealed away his bloodline. I knew I should have studied more about seals. Oh well, I can always take him back to the village and learn from there. Just as the woman was about to grab the Uchiha, a familiar voice cried out. Hidden shadow snakes. A pair of snakes shot out of nowhere and nearly took the woman's arm off. The girl jumped back and drove her legs into he tree branch before glaring angrily at the Enko who was glaring at her. Drop the charade, pal, the snake user growled, I know who you are. The Kusa genin chuckled slightly before reaching up to her face and ripping it off like a mask. When it was gone, the new face was pale with yellow eyes and purple makeup under the eyes. Enko-chan, the now revealed Orochimaru said, how long has it been? Enko yelled, shut up. You're going to pay for what you did to me. Enko launched herself at the man and smashed her fist into the man's jaw. Orochimaru didn't even flinch before smashing his own fist into Enko's stomach and sent her flying back. You couldn't beat me before, Enko-chan, the snake sage said, what makes you think you can beat me now? Orochimaru turned to the Uchiha only to find him gone as well as his teammates. The next thing the pale man knew, he was sent flying away by a punch that felt like it was from Tsunade. Orochimaru caught himself glared at the offender. His look Ned from angry to shock when he saw Naruto standing there, his brown eyes turning blue. Orochimaru chuckled and asked, "Who is this Enkochan? An apprentice? A new plaything maybe?" Enko snarled at the man and sent a fierce glare his way. Naruto said, "So you're the Snake Sannin. In all honesty, I thought you would be more impressive. Anyway, as a ninja of Konoha, I have to bring you down. This is also payback for you ruining the image of the great and talented Michael Jackson." Orochimaru snarled before shooting forward and attempting to smash his fist into the disrespectful blonde's face. He was shocked when Naruto ducked under his punch and his eyes turned green. Great whirlwind. A sudden gust of razor harp wind knocked the man upward and sent him flying upward while cutting him all over. Blonde's eyes turned red and he yelled, "Overheat." A huge blast of white-hot flames fired from the boy's mouth and nearly burned the Snake Sannin to a crisp. Fortunately for the Snake Sannin, he switched with a nearby log. When Orochimaru appeared again, Enko shot out and wrapped the man up in snakes. Naruto charged again with his eyes glowing brown and a powerful punch cracked his jaw, sending him into the side of a tree. As Orochimaru's vision started to clear, he saw Naruto going through a lot of hand signs while his eyes glowed brown. Earth Style. Ultimate Technique. Wrath of Asura. The earth started to focus around Naruto. The stones formed armor around the boy's hands, forearms, legs and feet. They also formed 2 extra pairs of arms on his back situated on his shoulder blades. Naru let out a roar of fury and started unleashing a vicious beatdown on the pale man. The beatang continued for a few minutes until the armor on Naruto's legs shattered, followed by the extra arm pairs. Down to his own 2 fists, Naruto repeatedly punched the man until the armor on one arm broke. Naruto then drew back his arm and focused all the earth chakra he could. He then let out a fierce yell. As he slammed the fist Orochimaru's body and sent the man flying straight through the tree. The man crashed into the forest floor, forming a crater. Naruto slumped over and breathed hard for a second. Enko went over to him and caught him. The purple-haired woman asked, "What happened to the kids? Did those 3 run off?" Naruto answered, "I had some shadow clones take them to the tower. I think the Y deserve to pass for going head-to-head with the Snake Sannin and getting out of it with a few scratches and some mental trauma. If I were in their shoes, I'd be lucky to get out alive." The Snake Ing woman nodded in understanding before heading for the tower herself. Meanwhile, down in the crater something shifted. A medium-sized white snake appeared and slithered out of the crater. The snake looked in the direction and thought, "With the Sharingan temporarily sealed away, I might need to find a new body. That blonde boy might just be what I'm looking for." After that thought, the snake slithered off into the underbrush. It had been a few days since the fight with Orochimaru. Upon finding out that his old student was in, he felt angry. Not at the Snake Sannin, but to himself. The old snake was one of his biggest regrets. His favoritism led to the boy defecting and turning into a monster. After hearing what Naruto had seen, he called for Anbu to get Jiraiya, the Toad Sannin, back in the village immediately. He also held the treat that if he didn't get to the village pronto, he was going to ban his books and place anti-peeping seals on the hot springs. In actuality, he passed for the second one to happen anyway. So he wouldn't lose focus. While Naruto was watching, his temporary team Enko approached him. "Hey Naruto," she asked, "something's been bugging me. When you fought the snake in the forest, you used hand signs. I wanted to know why. Your bloodline allows you to control the elements, don't they?" Naruto looked at his fellow Jonin and said, "A bloodline can only do so much, Enko. I learned a while that if I have my bloodline active and I use hand signs, the jutsu focuses much faster than without them. Plus it causes the jutsu to triple in power. The side effect that it drains a bit more chakra, and the technique is susceptible to bloodlines like the Sharingan." Enko looked shocked at the boy before her and smiled with his reason. She slapped the boy on the back. While this was going on, the genin had gone up to the banister and were waiting for the names to be called for the finalists. While the names were being cycled through, Naruto felt a tug at the back of his mind. He heard something calling to him. Naruto looked out and raised his eyebrow, making some EOF his fellow Jonin and a few of the genin look at him curiously. "You okay, Naruto?" Kurenai asked. "I have to business to take care of," Naruto said. "Let me know how the fights go. I don't know when I'll be back." Naruto then left the tower and went deep into the forest. Naruto followed the feeling. As the strange feeling in the back of his neck grew stronger, he found himself in the middle of the forest of death, standing in front of a grand oak tree that stood 30 stories tall. Naruto approached the tree, and felt wisdom and power radiating off the tree. Naruto got closer and the roots that connected to the ground slowly opened, revealing a tunnel beneath. Naruto cautiously entered the passage and the roots closed behind him. Naruto walked through the passage and found himself in the middle of a large marble chamber. Naruto immediately caught sight of a large scroll in the middle of the room on a pedestal. Naruto reached out and touched the scroll. Naruto cried out in pain as chakra shot from the scroll and ran over his entire body. Naruto stumbled backwards and fainted. Smoke then filled the RO. And when it cleared, the blonde was gone and so was the scroll. A few minutes later in the summon realm, Naruto woke with a start. He looked around and saw he was on what looked like a huge mountain. The blonde was in the middle of thinking where the heck he was when he heard what sounded like a low snarl. Naruto found himself surrounded by 4 awesome and terrifying creatures. One was a large white tiger with shining fur, large green eyes, and razor-sharp claws and fangs. A large dark blue and green tortoise who had a scratched and cracked shell obviously from many battles. A large and very beautiful phoenix with dark red flames covering its entire body. Despite having its wing folded, Naruto could tell that the bird was huge. Finally there was a large dark red western dragon with dark blue scales and yellow membranes on its wings. It has been a long time since we have seen a human here, the dragon said. Who are you? Naruto asked as respectfully as he could, not wanting to anger the large creatures. I am Haru, Spring Guardian of the East, the dragon said. I am Kyuka, Summer Guardian of the South, the phoenix said. I am Aki, Autumn Guardian of the West, the tiger said. I am Fuyu, Winter Guardian of the North, the tortoise said. Naruto's eyes widened as he heard the titles. The 4 legendary summons, Naruto said. I thought you were just a legend. Something to lull children to sleep with at night. Kyuku chuckled and said, as you can tell, we aren't legends. We've been watching you, Naruto. Watching you grow strong. Fuyu said, we have seen the future. Without you the world will surely fall into the madness. Under the iron-fisted rule of a demented man with powerful eyes. Naruto looked up at them and said, what do you want me to do about it? Haru answered, we know of a prophecy. It says that boy with 3 marks emblazoned on his face shall wield the power to either save the world or destroy it. You are that boy. Naruto's eyes widened and said, me. Aki said, yes. You see, we want to help you. If this madman takes over the world, then the summon world will be placed in jeopardy. We, as the guardians of Earth, will not allow this travesty to happen. We have decided to let you summon our kind. To help you become as strong as possible when the time comes. Naruto bowed before the 4 guardians and said, I am very honored. Now present your weapons, Fuyu said. Naruto unsealed his weapons. Slowly they all floated upwards. The sword to Aki, the tonfa to Fuyu, the kusagari gama to Kyuka, and the staff to Haru. The 4 guardians unleashed their chakra and infused the energy with the weapons, and slowly the weapons changed. Naruto's sword turned white and snow with a few ice spikes coming off the hilt and black tiger stripes running up the blade. The kanji for Ice Tiger appeared on the blade. The 2 tonfa turned dark blue with black spike balls on the end. In deep green, a pattern that resembled a tortoise's shell was etched into the ball. The kanji for Shell Crashers appeared on the shaft of both of them. The kusagari gama turned dark red with a black chain and flame pattern that actually seemed to move on the side blade. The weight on the other end now had holes in the spikes, most likely for producing flames. The kanji for Crashing Fire appeared on the end of the weight. Finally they grew thicker and longer until it was as tall as Naruto was. Large bronze weights appeared on top with large spikes on them. The massive staff now had the kanji for Crushing Dragon on it. As the new weapons floated down to Naruto, he felt the power radiating off them. Naruto quickly bowed to the great beings and said, thank you. Kyuka said, you are quite welcome, my boy. Now go. Naruto burst into smoke and went back to his world. In the human world, Naruto looked up, and as soon as the smoke cleared and saw that the moon was rising, meaning he had actually been gone for a few hours. The boy quickly made his way to Konoha, where he found himself at a regular Jonin hangout, the sharpened kunai. Naruto stepped in, and almost as soon as he was embraced by Anko. Hey Naruto, where have you been? The snake mistress said, you were gone for hours. We actually thought you had been kidnapped. Naruto sighed and said, you wouldn't believe me even if I told you. The other Jonin approached him and Kurenai said, try us, we're gullible. One story and weapon showing later. The Jonin all had their jaws on the floor as they finished hearing Naruto's tale. They all thought that Naruto had a relapse in the forest and had merely med the whole thing until he took out his enhanced weapons. Any doubts on the story were then wiped out because not even the best forger in Konoha, much to his ire, was not that skilled. So enough about that, Naruto said. What happened in the preliminary matches? Naruto was surprised at what he heard. Sasuke had to fight one of Kabuto's teammate who revealed an ability to drain chakra from physical contact. Luckily Sasuke was able to keep the boy at bay with a regular flux of fire chakra, sending a heat wave that made him too hot to touch. Sasuke eventually beat his opponent using his newly formed Naginata to stab through his chakra-draining arm and broke it. Sakura was pitted against Ino. The Yamanaka heiress started spitting out crud about how true love would prevail and allow her to beat Sakura and prove herself to Sasuke. Sakura proceeded to shut the blonde up by socking her in the face. A one-sided fight then proceeded with Sakura beating the tar out of Ino. Ino eventually tired her mind transfer jutsu. But the girl wound up getting kicked by inner Sakura. The pink-haired Kunoichi then unleashed her nunchuka and started to beat down on Ino for the invasion of her mind. Ino was now unconscious and Sakura stood the victor. Amy had to face against Kiba Inuzuka. The fight was pretty one-sided in Kiba's favor since taijutsu was still not one of Ami's strongest areas. She Chuoli lured the dog user into a trap using a landmine stink bomb combination. When Kiba stepped on it he was hit with a horrible stink that made him, and his dog Akamaru, dizzy. One lightning jutsu later Kiba was unconscious. The other matches weren't that interesting. One match that had heads turning was the fight between Neji and Hinata Hyuga. Neji almost killed Hinata if not for the Jonin's intervention. Naruto made a mental note to hurt He-boy badly or at least tell his temporary team to do it. Another match was between Rock Lee and Gaara. Gaara showed complete insanity and bloodlust. He actually crippled Lee by using his sand to crush his arm and leg. Naruto growled and said, "Looks like we got some tough suckers this time around. I'll really need to help my students." Enko said, "Sorry Naruto. But Kakashi already took his team back. From what I can guess he'll be teaching the Uchiha himself." Naruto snapped his fingers in annoyance and said, "Dang it, well I'll see if I and find the other two and help them should they need it." "Who are they fighting anyway?" Asuma pulled out a slip of paper and handed the list to the young Jonin. Amy vs. Neji, Sasuke vs. Gaara, Sakura vs. Temari, Kankuro vs. Shino, Shikamaru vs. Dosu. Naruto looked around at the list and said, "I'll have to do some thinking on the training I'll have to do." With that Naruto left to go home to think about how to train his students should they actually go to him for help. "Hey Naruto." Naruto turned around to see Sume walking up to him without her ninkin with her. "Hey Sume," Naruto said, "what are you doing here?" Sume said, "I've been meaning to talk to you, but I've been busy. Listen, I wanted to thank you for saving my daughter properly. I was wondering if you could come over tomorrow night for dinner." Naruto developed a smirk said, "Sumekin, are you asking me out?" The feral woman shifted slightly and said, "Maybe." Naruto shrugged after a second and said, "Sure. Meet you tomorrow at the Inuzuka complex around 5. The woman nodded. Naruto then walked away leaving the feral woman to her thoughts. As Sume Mini Sume in her head started doing a happy dance and waving large banner back and forth while squealing. "We got a date. We got a date. Woohoo, I still got it." The month between the preliminaries and the finals had gone pretty quickly. While the month had gone by all the participating genin had been training insanely. Kakashi was disappointed in himself when he heard tells of the training that they had received from Naruto. The younger blonde had taught his team in 2 meters. Once more than what he had taught them in the entire time he had them. Sakura and Amy tried to go to Kakashi for training since they figured he would have learned his lesson. Unfortunately he was already gone by then to train Sasuke for the finals. When they didn't they went to Naruto for help. He was hard to find, but they managed to track them down. Naruto then focused on enhancing the girls' chakra control further. While training Naruto told Sakura about chakra scalpels and how they were helpful in combat. It was then that Sakura mentioned fusing that technique with Tsunade's super strength. The idea ran through Naruto's brain about the fusion and the two thought of ways to combine the 2 moves. As for Amy, the girl tried to find a way to fuse lightning chakra with her iron traps as well as how to set them during the battlefield quickly and efficiently. To help her with this, Naruto gave her a special belt with different scrolls. The scrolls had metal traps in them that had special seals that stored lightning chakra. Naruto gave her a specialized jutsu of his own making called Lightning Style, Lightning Flash. The technique focused lighting chakra in her hands, and when PPED causes a bright flash of light that temporarily blind opponent, allowing escape, a sneak attack, or an opening for a powerful technique. When that was done, Naruto also gave them a jutsu to help in their coming battles. For Sakura it was earth style, gravel gauntlet. The technique formed boxing gloves around the hands made out of chakra. Now the gloves were strong enough to break bones, but that was only if you added enough chakra. If you didn't, it would still hurt like heck. Amy got lightning style, electron whip. The technique formed a whip made of electricity on her fingers. When struck, an electrical surge goes through the body of the target and causing them to become paralyzed for about 40 seconds. Eventually Sasuke came to Naruto demanding a jutsu from him. Naruto grinned in response and gave him one. The thing is, it wasn't powerful and was mostly used as a joke. When Naruto showed it to Sasuke, he faked molding chakra and used his fire manipulation powers to fire a huge surge of pure white flames. Sasuke, without his Sharingan, didn't see this and took the technique. While he thought it was a powerful technique, the fire jutsu was actually pretty weak. It was called fire style, flame pellet. It would fire a few fireballs about the size of a marble. They could explode, but it would only be with the force of a firecracker. What Sasuke didn't know was that Naruto had a second jutsu to go with that technique that turned the little pellets into small grenades. Naruto didn't teach him that one though, because he wanted to see the look on the Uchiha's face when the jutsu failed. When he wasn't helping the good members of his team, Naruto was training with his new weapons. Naruto found that when he used Ice Tiger, his control over wind and ice jutsu was greatly increased. Naruto learned that with the shell crashers he could add earth chakra to them and was able to smash them through the hardest of materials. Naruto learned with crashing fire he could ignite the two weapons on the edge of the chains and then send the flames hurling with a single strike. Crushing Dragon had the same powers as crashing fire, except it didn't have as long as a reach and the flames didn't burn as hot. Naruto eventually learned to summon the animals himself, not using enough chakra to summon the bosses of the contracts. He actually formed a deep partnership with 3 tigers from Aki's clan. They were called the Frozen Fangs for their ice jutsu and their incredible skills in combat. The tigers also came handy when he wanted to intimidate some girls away from him. After his date with Sume, things had gone well for the two. Kiba was initially shocked that Naruto was dating his mother and was considering fighting him, but remembered that Naruto was a jonin for a reason. The tea and having his mother threaten to rip his colon out and shove it up his butt was a good reason too. A lot of Naruto's fangirls were upset when they learned that Naruto was now off the market. Some of them even plotted to sneak into the Inuzuka compound to assassinate her so Naruto would be single. That idea was lost to them when the girls who tried were found outside the hospital with multiple broken bones, burns, and a lot of bite and claw marks. After that nobody tried again. The Chunin exam finals, the central arena. The entire village had come to see the finals. A lot of them were potentee customers to the villages wanting to see who they should hire for mission and all that other stuff. Among them were the Konoha 12 members who didn't make it. In a special booth overlooking the arena were the Hokage and the Case Cage. In the ring stood Amy, Neji, Gaara, Sakura, Temari, Kankuro, Shino, and Shikamaru. Naruto looked down from the stands with Sume standing next to him. Shame Kiba isn't down there, Sume said as she wrapped her arms around her boyfriend. I would have loved to see him fight. Naruto chuckled and said, that's what he gets for underestimating one of my students. Ino was nearby watching the fight intently. She wanted to see Sakura fight so she could prove that her losing was a total fluke. Unlike Sakura, Ino had yet to get out of the fangirl stage. She saw our loss as a major blow to her chances with Sasuke, even if they were non-existent in the first place. All right, a man with a Senbon in his teeth said, my name is Genma. I'll be the proctor for the finals. Now there has been a slight change up in the lineup, so learn the setup. The man held up a new roster showing who was fighting who. Amy vs Neji, Sasuke vs Gaara, Sakura vs Temari, Kankuro vs Shino, Shikamaru vs winner of round 3. Shikamaru sighed in his head and thought, great, my troublesome opponent may be gone, but I still have to fight one of 2 troublesome women. What a drag. After everyone went over the roster, Genma said, okay, the first match of the Chunin exams finals between Amy and Neji. Those 2 stay, but the rest of you got up to the designated area. The 2 ninjas stayed down in the arena and Genma said, the first round with Neji vs Amy will now begin. Are the contestants ready? Begin. Neji immediately activated his Byakugan and charged at Amy, intent on ending the match quickly as fate smiled upon him. Amy quickly dodged the attack before she grabbed Neji's arms and pulled, making the boy stumble. Amy then focused chakra into one knee and brought it up, slamming the appendage into Neji's stomach, making him cry out in pain. He was then knocked backwards by a powerful punch to the face. You are stronger than you look, Neji said. It seems fate has allowed you to challenge me. Neji shot forward and aimed a few strikes at Amy. The girl dodged them, but Neji changed his tactics and pulled his arms back, not allowing her to grab him again. At the moment Amy was glad her training included dodging enhanced punches from Naruto. As she dodged, the trap mistress in training took a few pellets out of her pocket. When she dodged a strike aimed for her shoulder, she threw the ball in Neji's face. The balls burst, sending a liquid over his face. Neji screamed in pain as he felt his eyes sting. Trickster rule number 1: think outside the box, Amy thought as the lemo. Juice in the balls took effect on Neji's eyesight. As the Hyuga prodigy's eyesight began to clear, he found himself punched in the face, kicked in the gut, before a roundhouse kick sent him sprawling. A lot of people were surprised that Fangirl was actually kicking butt, especially since she only passed the academy on academics. Her parents, however, beamed down at the arena in pride at seeing their baby girl take on one of the more powerful clans of Konoha and winning. While Neji was down, Amy went through hand signs before calling out her jutsu. Lightning style, feathers of the Thunderbird. Amy pushed her hands out as electric feathers shot out of her hands. Neji saw this and cursed. Rotation. Neji spun on his heel, forming a dome of chakra that blocked the feathers and sent them flying in different directions. While Neji was still spinning, Amy pulled a scroll of her belt and opened it, revealing it to be blank, and set it out in front of her before kicking the dirt, making the topsoil cover the paper. When Neji stopped spinning, he yelled, "You little piece of filth." Neji charged blindly in a stance the watching Hyuga knew. It was for their most powerful technique. In his blind rage, Neji didn't watch where he was going and stepped on the hidden parchment. 3 curved metal spikes shot up and bit into Neji's ankle just below the tibial artery. The lighting seal on the trap sent a volt of electricity through the man's leg, making I go numb. As Neji cried out in pain, he heard Amy call out a technique. Lightning style. Electron whip. A whip made of lighting focused on her fingers and shot off, wrapping around Neji, shocking him and paralyzing his body. He was then the victim of a lighting chakra enhanced haymaker that knocked him straight out. Winner. Amy. The Hyuga were shocked. One of the strongest clans in the village humbled by a civilian-born ninja. Ami's parents were hugging each other and jumping up and down with joy at seeing their daughter fight so well. As Amy went to the contestants' box, certain members of the crowd were talking. That kid was a Hyuga, right? One man asked. I thought they were supposed to be strong. Another civilian said, maybe. E-clan name doesn't mean much in terms of power like it used to back in the day. The other civilians nodded as they heard this. In the cage booth, Sarutobi said, interesting. She showed excellent use of lightning jutsu and skills with traps. Quite impressive for a former fangirl, isn't it? The cage nodded and said, one of Konoha's strongest clans humbled by a civilian one. This should be a real eye-opener for the clan. In the arena, Genma said, okay, will the Gaara of the desert and Sasuke Uchiha please come down to the ring? Gaara appeared in a blast of sand and waited for a few minutes. When he didn't show, the cage turned to the leader of the Leaf Village. It looks like he isn't going to show, Sarutobi said. Hokage-sama, I asked, do you hold off the boys' match until later? The cage said. Many people came here to see the Uchiha survivor fight. The old man turned to the younger Kage and said, and if Sasuke were to arrive late at a battlefield, his comrades would be dead. I cannot allow such behavior to be seen. It makes my ninja seem incompetent. I will allow the Uchiha to fight at a later date, but he will not receive promotion. The cage nodded as he heard that. From the corner of his eyes, the Hokage could see a dark smirk form under the man's mask, one that he remembered all too well. The old man made a discreet sign and a few Anbu moved into the arena as discreetly as possible. A Chunin came down and whispered something into Genma's ear. The Senbon chewing man nodded and announced, the battle between Gaara of the desert and Sasuke Uchiha will be postponed. However, due to his tardiness, the Uchiha will not be receiving any promotion. A few of the Uchiha butt kissers cried out in distaste and anger at hearing that Uchiha wouldn't be getting any promotion. Some of his more insane fangirls made a motion to go up to the cage booth and complain to the old man. That was when one of the more logical ones mentioned that doing so would be suicide when facing their leader. The group immediately stopped after that. Now then, Genma said as the civilians settled down, the next match between Sakura Haruno and Temari will begin. Temari and Saku. Ra entered the arena with Temari brandishing her battle fan and Sakura brandishing her nunchaku. Hajime. The pink-haired kunoichi shot forward S-win in her weapons. Temari swung her battle FN intent on ending the fight quickly with a single blast. Sakura simply went through hand signs quickly. Earth style. Earth shatter dome. A lot of rocks shot up from the ground and blocked the attack. Sakura then went through more hand signs. Earth style. Stone spears assault. The rock Sakura brought up from the ground sharpened and were sent flying at Temari, who waved her fan again, this time slicing the rocks to pieces. Sakura ran nimbly through the boulders and was upon Temari in an instant. Temari dodged the punch aimed at her face and blocked the sudden kick to her stomach. She was then caught off guard by a right cross to the face that cracked a few teeth. This was one of Temari's flaws. While she was great at mid to long range combat, her close-up fighting was not that effective. Sakura jumped back and Temari fell into her hands. As soon as Temari's fan opened up, Sakura shot forward with green chakra forming on her hands. Chakra scalpel. As soon as Sakura's hand made contact with the fan, the whole thing was ripped apart with a huge slice going through the paper and almost slicing. Sakura then brandished her nunchuka and slammed the pair of weapons into Temari's stomach, making the woman double over in pain. She was sent skyward by a powerful knee strike to the face and was then grabbed by the throat and slammed on the ground with a loud crash. Sakura then got on top of Temari and stomped down on her head, knocking her out. Winner. Sakura Haruno. There was cheering from the village. They were dominating this tournament. Kankuro was looking down at the arena in shock at Sae, his older sister, being beaten so easily. Apparently the village wasn't as lame as he had been led to believe. He was really hoping the plan went well after this. Sakura's parents were looking down in pride at their little girl. The next match between Kankuro and Shino Aburame will now begin, Genma announced. Kankuro thought, crud, I'm not supposed to show my puppet Aster Jutsu until after Gaara's match. Curse that arrogant duck-haired prick. Somewhere else the Uchiha sneezed. Kankuro looked out over the ring and said, Proctor, I withdraw. The entire arena let out cries of outrage and some started yelling at Kankuro, telling him that he shouldn't have even shown up today. A few even made clown references to the guy, making him burn in rage. Well then, Genma said, the next match between Shikimaru Nara and Sakura Haruno will now begin. While Sakura was heading down to the ring, Shikimaru was considering withdrawing. At least he was, until Shino snuck up behind him and pushed him over the railing of the booth and sent him down into the arena. Everyone looked at the boy, who said, you didn't see anything. Down in the arena the fight began and was pretty one-sided. Being a Nara, Shikimaru had this strange fear of women. As soon as the match began, he immediately began dodging every last attack that Sakura threw at him. Sakura seemed to pick up on this and even sent a few chakra scalpels his way to freak him out. I withdraw, the Nara heir yelled, I withdraw. Just get this troublesome woman to stop. Sakura stopped punching, but then sent the man flying upward by a powerful kick to the chin, sending him flying. Shikimaru hit the ground, knocked out. While he was, a dark aura was seen up from the boy's mother Yoshino. Just as the Nara was taken off the field to check for brain damage, there was a large surge of wind and in a torrent of leaves Kakashi and Sasuke appeared. Sasuke was now wearing all black with bandages around his arms and legs. Are we late? Kakashi asked, smiling. Genma answered, yes you are. Your match was postponed and the Uchiha has been denied promotion due to his tardiness. Sasuke heard that and instantly fumed. How dare that old man keep him from being promoted to Chunin? The Uchiha then calmed down and thought that when he showed his supreme skill, then the old man would change his mind and give him the rank that he truly deserves. He was cut off from his self-praising thoughts as Gaara appeared in a swirl of sand. All right, Genma said, the match between Gaara of the desert and Sasuke Uchiha can finally begin. Contestants ready? Hajime. The cork on Gaara's gourd popped off, instantly shot off, and the sand inside of it formed a clone of Gaara. Sasuke vanished from sight and slammed into the clone, making it burst into small pieces. Gaara gasped as he remembered his fight with Lee. In the stands, Guy asked, how did Sasuke learn my style so fast, Kakashi? His bloodline was sealed. Kakashi answered, I tied a bunch of rock KS to his hands and legs and made him run laps. Guy did seem a little upset since he had still stolen his style instead of learning it in a sense. In the arena, Gaara was getting clobbered by a bunch of punches from Sasuke. Eventually Gaara formed a dome of sand around him. Sasuke slammed his fist into the dome only to find himself cradling an injured hand and bleeding knuckles. Sasuke then jumped backwards and ran up the wall of the arena using chakra. The boy then went through hand signs for a jutsu that Naruto immediately recognized. The blonde ran over to Kakashi, ripped the book out of his hands, and then lifted him up into the air with absolute rage burning in his eyes. You taught him that jutsu? Are you insane? Naruto yelled. Kakashi looked nervous and said, He's facing that Gaara psychopath. He is going to need all the help he can get. Naruto slammed Kakashi into the wall and yelled, he may be going against a psychopath, but that is still no reason to teach a genin with a slightly unstable mind an assassination jutsu. Upon hearing that Ino, who was nearby, asked, an assassination jutsu. Naruto dropped Kakashi and said, that technique is called the Chidori. A jutsu, based on the Rasengan used by my father. The technique focuses chakra into his hand and allows the user to plunge it into someone. The only problem is that Sasuke needs to see the target to use it. Sasuke then launched himself down and called out, Chidori. The lightning attack pierced the dome and hit something. Sasuke felt a warm liquid ooze over his hand and knew he had hit Gaara. What is this? Gaara asked. Blood, blood, my blood. You made me bleed. A deformed arm shot out and swatted Sasuke away like a fly. Sasuke looked at the dome and saw through the hole he made there was a yellow eye with 4 diamonds in the iris. At that moment white feathers started to fall down around the arena and the cage booth exploded into smoke. Immediately Anbu burst out of nowhere into the arena. ND released the civilians from the genjutsu that had taken them. Naruto grinned and said, let the games begin. Omake. Alternate Gaara fight. When the dome of sand formed around Gaara, Sasuke pulled the powerful technique Naruto taught him. Fire style, flame pellet. The marble-sized ball of fire hit the dome with little force and exploded. Very weakly I might add. There was a deep silence and a wind blew through the area. Gaara burst from his dome and yelled, you dare insult me with such a weak technique. Die. Sasuke was then violently crushed to death by Gaara. A brief funeral was he. LD and since no one could think of anything good to say the process was short. Sasuke didn't really have a lot of money to be buried because Itachi took the clan finances when he left the village so Asuke was just thrown in a random hole and buried. He would have gotten support from his fangirls, but after the weak jutsu his support fell fangirls included. Orochimaru eventually died due to his inability to find a good host body so he eventually died out. His powers went to Kabuto, now called Kabutomaru, but with the pedo snake's brain in his head the guy went mad and killed himself in a deluded fit of madness. Itachi heard of what happened to his brother and, in private, laughed himself to death. All in all Sasuke was more useful to the village in death than in life. Anbu and Ninja shot Ut from the stands and clashed with each other. Ninja from Suna, Oto, and Konoha clashed into one another and kunai, shuriken, jutsu, basically every other battle-worthy thing they could. Kakashi block, Keta kunai from a sound ninja before slamming another kunai into his head. Enko launched a few snakes from her sleeves tying up a few of the sand and sound nin before they sank their fangs into their necks poisoning them. Kurenai used a few genjutsu and caught a few of her targets into them. A few seconds later they collapsed to the ground with drool coming out of their mouths. Asuma was slicing through his targets with his trench knives. The wind chakra-covered blades cut through them like knives through butter. Guy was going crazy on his enemies. The man was plowing through them one by one, bouncing from one opposing nin to another using his deadly fists and feet. Each impact felt like sledgehammers to whoever he hit. Suddenly a large group of sound ninja appeared in front of them and charged at all the Jonin. Naruto suddenly jumped down in front of them with Ice Tiger drawn, his left eye blue, and his right eye green. Cold air collected around the sword's blade as Naruto yelled, Blade of Frozen Wind. Naruto swung the sword and the blade launched a large crescent-shaped chakra blade. The wave sliced through the enemy ninja in front of them and formed a layer of frost on the fresh corpses in the ground and walls. Whoa, Asuma said, when did he learn to do that? Naruto then turned his head toward the large box of dark chakra that covered roof of the cage booth. Naruto led away his sword and unsealed his staff. The blonde then turned toward Kakashi and growled, Kakashi, go get your runaway student. I saw him running after the siblings from Suna. Stop that little runt before he gets killed. Kakashi nodded before running off. Naruto then shot off towards the box and ran up the side of the arena before he reached the top. Naruto's eyes turned brown and chakra Florida's head around the iron weights at the end of his staff. Naruto jumped up in front of a fat man with a red mohawk and shouted as he slammed the weapon down on the tile. The impact shook the roof and the tile cracked before it broke and shattered beneath the blow. As it broke, the fat man fell screaming to the ground and hit the ground below with a loud crunch as his shattered his bones. The field that surrounded the roof dimmed away and the field was completely exposed. The 4 Anbu that stood on the outside of the field ran in with their weapons and drawn to attack Orochimaru. Naruto roared, don't come any closer. His head is mine. Orochimaru chuckled and said, like you can try and beat me, boy. You may have gotten me before, but you just got me by surprise. Now I'll be sure to kill you. Naruto smirked and said, come on then. You go, old man. I'll take care of this snake in the grass. The old man was hesitant, but he nodded and ran off. I don't care if I have to kill you to get to the old man, the snake Sannin said. I will kill him today. Naruto smirked as Ne poked his thumb on the bronze spikes on the bottom of his staff. He then slammed it on the ground. Summoning jutsu, tortoise, dragon, phoenix, smoke covered the young Jonin. When it cleared a red serpentine eastern dragon, a large black tortoise with a green shell, and a medium-sized red and white phoenix. Naruto pointed his thumb behind him and said, take care of these knuckleheads, I got the big man. The three beasts moved towards the remaining sound ninja that surrounded Orochimaru. Naruto glared at Orochimaru, who looked shocked at Naruto summoning three animals all at once. His face quickly returned to normal. So you have a few new tricks, boy, Orochimaru said with a smirk. Orochimaru's mouth opened wide, before a snake slithered out of his oral cavity. The snake opened his mouth and a sword slipped out of the snake's mouth. Orochimaru took the sword into his hand. Naruto quickly sealed away his staff and unsealed Ice Tiger. You can't beat me, boy, the snake Sannin said. Naruto pointed his weapon at the Sannin's face and said, less talking, more killing. Naruto charged at the snake Sannin with impressive speed. The snake man blocked the attack with a loud clang. The two then started to exchange blows repeatedly with loud clangs. The sound of their battle echoed through the arena and the ground. Beneath them started to crack from the force of their blows. After 3 minutes of swinging, the group stood at a stalemate, struggling to gain a leg up on the other. Is this the best you got, you legless iguana? Naruto growled. In your dreams, the snake Sannin, even if I die the leaf will fall. Naruto growled, you will never beat this village or the old man, you monster. Orochimaru said, Suna brought the monster. Naruto applied chakra to his sword, sending a wave of cold air. The man jumped back as the cold feeling made his hands sting. The boy's fist slammed into the snake Sannin's jaw and sent him rolling. Naruto roared in fury as he charged, swing his ice-cold weapon. Meanwhile, Sasuke called out in pain when he was slammed into a tree. He looked up to see Gaara, who had transformed into a miniature version of the Shukaku with only his feet being unaffected. You will die here, Uchiha, the young Suna Genin roared furiously with insanity visible in his eyes. Gaara's mutated Han-D shot out and wrapped around Sasuke, and it started to apply a lieutenant of pressure. Sasuke called out in pain as he felt his bones started to be crushed under the pressure of Gaara's giant hand. Gaara would have made the boy's head pop off like a bottle cap if someone hadn't intervened. Rasengan. A spiral ball of chakra slammed into the boy's face, knocking him back and slamming him through a tree. Isan Jinchuriki dropped Sasuke down on his back and looked up to see a man in kabuki clothes with long white hair. Gaara snarled and yelled, how dare you get in my way? I'll kill you too. Sand fl. Owed around Gaara before he suddenly burst in size, growing incredibly large in size. In his place stood the Ikibi no Shukaku. The old man cut his thumb and went through a few hand signs. Summoning jutsu. A large plume of smoke shot up and covered the area around him. When it cleared, it revealed a huge toad about the size of Shukaku wearing a robe with a sword on his waist. Jiraiya, you old lecher, the toad shouted, obviously angry. Why have you summoned me this time? Jiraiya said, sorry to disturb you, Gamabunta, but I need some help with this guy. The large toad looked at a large raccoon and said, Shukaku of the desert. Why do you always get me in these troublesome situations? In the village, Shikimaru and his old man sneezed before getting back to the fight. Back with Naruto. Orochimaru dodged another swing of the sword from Naruto only to receive a powerful kick to the face. As he stumbled to got slashed across the chest and get a punch to the face. Orochimaru wasn't doing so well. He didn't expect Naruto get so much stronger in just a month. So far he had been slashed, frozen, and knocked around. Whenever he summoned his snakes to attack, the cold nature of his sword cow said them to back off due to their cold-blooded nature. Orochimaru also made a mistake underestimating the boy's speed. Whenever he made a motion to do hand signs, the boy seemed to see it coming and swung at him, intent on taking a limb. Orochimaru blocked another strike from Naruto's sword and swung out a kick with a loud crack as it knocked the kusangi out of his hand. Naruto then unleashed a vicious right hook, left jab, and a right uppercut. Here you die, snake man, Naruto snarled. Naruto slammed his fist into Orochimaru's jaw and knocked him off his feet. Both of Naruto's eyes flashed green before he roared, "Hurricane Blade." Naruto swung his sword in a vertical arc with a swing, and a huge gash and a splash of blood was sent outward as Orochimaru screamed in pain. The two halves of Orochimaru lay on the ground before a huge white snake burst from the upper portion wrapped around Naruto, immobilizing him. The snake sage then proceeded to sink his teeth into Naruto's neck. Naruto cried out in pain before black ink started to form on Naruto's neck. The dots formed a chain in a circle pattern with a flame image in the middle. The curse mark of hell. The snake Sannin thought, "This boy really is interesting. With a bloodline like his I could become more powerful than ever if I use his body. Then there's the extra boost of the Biju's chakra. He'll seek me out eventually. For now though I'd better retreat." Before the white snake could even begin to move, he suddenly cried out in pain as lightning surged through him. Naruto's eyes burned white as he glared at the snake that bound him. The young Jonin grabbed the snake's head before ripping him off his person and slamming him down. Naruto then threw him away. As Orochimaru's snake form lay on the ground twitching from the electric current, Naruto's left eye turned blue while the right one turned green. Naruto ignored the burning pain in the side of his neck. The blonde then drew back his fist as ice-cold wind focused on the appendage. Ice style. Ultimate technique. Howl of Fenrir. Naruto shot forward with a trail of ice following him. Orochimaru reverted back to his old form just in time for Naruto's fist to hit his chest and go straight through it. Orochimaru could only gasp as ice covered him, freezing him solid. Naruto then lifted the insane man off the ground before slamming him onto the ground. Orochimaru's Ozan body shattered into millions of pieces. Naruto slowly stumbled and fell to the ground. As he did, red chakra slowly covered his body and focused on the curse mark on his neck. A few Anbu jumped to WN and lifted the boy up before rushing off to the hospital. Meanwhile, in Naruto's mind, Naruto looked around to find himself in the middle of vast forest. Naruto looked around for a few minutes before he heard something. "Come to me, boy. We have much to discuss." Despite his better judgment, Naruto followed the voice. He was shocked when he found himself in the middle of a large clearing. In the middle of the clearing was a large crimson-red fox with a collar around its neck that had the kanji for seal. What got Naruto's attention were the 9 long tails that swayed to and fro behind it. "So you're my jailer," the fox said. "I was actually expecting someone much older." Naruto gripped his sword and said, "Kyuubi, I presume." The fox seemed to chuckle and said, "Yes. Kyuubi is just my title, however. Call me Kurama." Naruto looked up at the large animal and said, "What do you want with me?" Kyuubi raised his head and said, "Straight to the point." "Good. It involves what that slimy serpent did to you right before you killed him." Naruto looked at him and said, "The curse mark." The 9-tailed demon nodded. "The curse mark seems to be an outdated seal that contains special enzymes that increase aggression in the victim and can cause unpredictable transformations. The problem is that this can cause damage to the brain and eventually drive somebody to madness." Naruto looked shocked before asking, "So you're going to get rid of it?" The fox shook his head and said, "No, child. I'm going to improve it." Naruto gasped and yelled, "What?" The fox chuckled and said, "That seal is sucking up my chakra quickly. The seal already on you is transferring my chakra into yours after purifying it. If this keeps up, I will disappear from the world. If I'm going to die, I might as well do something before I kick the bucket. So just sit back, relax, and let me do all the work." The Kyuubi then unleashed a loud roar that actually seemed to knock Naruto out. In the real world, it put Naruto into a coma. Kurama simply laid his head down and slept as he felt his chakra slowly being drained away. It had been a few weeks since Naruto had slain Orochimaru. Word had spread quickly about Orochimaru's death, and the sound forces quickly surrendered when they heard of their master's death at the hands of Naruto. Kabuto had been captured and taken into custody. The little punk, however, took the coward's way out and took a suicide pill hidden in his teeth. The bodies of the Sound Four were discovered badly beaten and dead. The entire medical staff got to work to see if they could decipher anything about the Sound Village. They took special interests in the curse marks that they had. Speaking of curse marks, Naruto had woken up from his coma after the fight with Orochimaru after a week. Naruto found that the curse mark didn't seem to bother him as much as it did when the snake pedophile bit him during the battle. After his waking, he was given a Medal of Honor for his performance. Out of the invasion, all the genin managed to come out unharmed. Well, most of them managed to come out unharmed. Sasuke had his legs broken in the fight with Gaara. Fortunately or unfortunately, depends on your point of view. The doctors were able to fix the Uchiha's legs and they said he would be able to walk by the end of the week and train by the end of the month. Amy, Sakura, and Shikamaru. You were given promotion to Chunin for their skills shown in the finals and in the invasion. While Amy and Sakura were excited, Shikamaru was bummed because this would mean more work and responsibility. Though, it did get his mother off his back. Meanwhile, things hadn't been going well with Naruto. Some of the villagers' old hate was starting to come back. Naruto figured it was because of his curse. Mark had been seen by a few nurses when he was in the hospital. Stupid civilian nurses. Anyway, the villagers were beginning to look at him with scorn again. They figured that Naruto would probably go crazy and leave the village like Orochimaru did, much like they did with Anko. Naruto also speculated that this was due to the fact that Naruto had grown powerful and the civilian council didn't have any control over him. Naruto walked to the Hokage tower and entered the office. The boy was surprised to see Sume in there as well as the old man. "You called for me, old man?" Naruto asked. The old Kage said, "Sit down, Naruto. We have much to discuss." Naruto sat down in front of the desk next to his girlfriend. "Naruto," the old man said, "I noticed that some of the villagers' old hate is returning. I can only wonder why this is happening." Sume answered, "Because Naruto is strong and they don't have him under their thumb like they want the strong people in the village, and Naruto got a CU mark from that snake freak that dared leave a hickey on my man." The old man looked at her and said, "In a nutshell, yes." Naruto sighed and said, "So what are we going to do? I swear if the villagers try to start beating on me again, heads are really going to roll." The old man said, "I know this. That is why I've gotten a little training trip idea for you." Naruto raised an eyebrow and said, "A training trip?" The Kage looked at Naruto with stern eyes and said, "Yes. You see, Naruto, I have a source that has told me about a group of shrink criminals called the Akatsuki. The group is apparently interested in the containers of the Biju. Given your status as a Jinchuriki, this makes you a target." Naruto raised an eyebrow and said, "So what, you want me to train out of the village and grow stronger?" The old man nodded and said, "Yes, I've arranged for you to have a teacher to help you. He might even be able to help you with sage arts, given you have 4 summons. I've been meaning to ask, where did you get those?" Naruto said, "I found them in a tree in the forest of death. They told me of something bad happening. They said that there was a madman trying to take over the world. You think he Akatsuki might have something to do with this?" The old man nodded and said, "Yes. Naruto, you need to grow as strong as possible to fight these madmen. For those still decent in this village, take this training trip." Naruto said, "Okay, I'll do it, but I have one condition." The old man raised an eyebrow and said, "1. I want Sumeken to come with me. 2. I want to take one of the genin with me as well." Sume asked, "Why would you want me to come with you? Why would you want a genin to come as well?" Naruto said, "Because if I get attacked by a fangirl horde, you'll be able to scare them off. Plus, with Hana being the next clan head, she can get some experience running the clan. Besides, you do need to work on your skills so they don't get too rusty, and so you can keep this body of yours in check." Naruto pinched his girlfriend's butt, making her let out a cry and blush slightly. Sume thought for a second and said, "Okay. I'll go with you." Naruto said, "Where is this guy we're supposed to meet?" The old man looked at the clock and said, "Judging by the time, I'd say that he should be at the hot springs by now." Naruto suddenly had a bad feeling come over him. Naruto said, "Let's go, Sume. I have a feeling this will end painfully for someone." The 2 Jonin got up and left. As they did, Sarutobi said, "Jiraiya, you are going to be in a lot of pain." A few minutes later at the Konoha hot springs, Naruto and Sume arrived and instantly saw something that they didn't like. An old man wearing kabuki clothes with long white hair and a band on his head that had the kanji for oil was standing in front of the girl's side of the hot spring, scribbling down on a notepad. Sume was about to go and claw the man to death when Naruto stopped her. He slowly snuck up behind the pervert with a devious grin. Naruto's eyes turned brown and green. His foot flashed brown with chakra and wind flowed around it. Naruto drew back his foot and yelled, "Stop peeping on the girls, you damn pervert." The old man was sent flying into the air and crashed down on the female's side of the spring. Almost immediately the sound of impacts and screams of agony were heard. "Ouch! Ow! No, that doesn't go there." A few minutes later the girly's screams died down and the old man was thrown over the wall, a bloody beaten mess. After a couple of seconds the man jumped up and brushed himself off as if nothing had actually happened. "Okay, who kicked me?" the man asked angrily. Naruto said, "That would me, you old pervert. The man turned to Naruto and Tsume before yelling, I am not a mere pervert. I am an artist who is inspired by the youth and beauty of this generation. Naruto cocked his head to the side and said, in other words, you're a super pervert. The man's face faulted so hard that his face was imprinted on the concrete. Anyway, Naruto said, my name is Naruto Uzumaki Namixi. The old man said I was to meet you here about a training trip. The old man picked himself up from the ground and said, my name is Jiraiya. I've heard some crazy stuff about you through the grapevine. Would you and your lady friend here tell me which is fact and fiction? Later at Ikuruka Ramen, Jiraiya's eyes were wide as the ramen bowls that sat in front of him. Tsume and Kuromaru, who recently joined them for food, were also wide-eyed. The four legendary summon, the white-haired man said, and I thought that they were just a myth. Naruto said, trust me. I thought I was crazy too when I first saw them. I thought it was just some crazy dream at first. Tsume whistled and said, now I'm really glad I'm dating you. Naruto said, so what will we be learning on this trip of ours? Jiraiya said, well, we can learn sage arts, ninjutsu, and senjutsu or sage art. I'm sure something like that will come in great handy for you in the future. Naruto glanced at the man and said, okay. Tsumekin is coming with us though. You try to hit on her and I will tear out your insides and serve you to the wolves. Jiraiya gulped loudly and nodded. Naruto's look changed as he said, we leave tomorrow. Now I suggest that we get ready to leave. You might want to go pack and give the news to your clan. Tease. Tsume nodded before getting up and kissing Naruto's cheek. Jiraiya said as Tsume left, you don't have to worry about me flirting with your girlfriend, kid. I don't go for a woman like that. Naruto turned to the man and said, are you saying my girl is ugly? Jiraiya stuttered and tried to save himself as Naruto's eyes turned brown. Jiraiya was later found with multiple broken bones, a few minor lacerations tied to a post in the middle of the town square with his own underwear, which was stained with urine, stuffed into his mouth. Later, Naruto was walking to his clan compound when he was suddenly tapped on the shoulder. The boy turned around to see a Hyuga standing behind him. Yes, Hyuga-san? Naruto asked. The Hyuga bowed and said, Namikaze-sama, Lord Hiashi has asked for your presence. Naruto nodded and followed the man to the Hyuga manor. Once inside he led Naruto to his office and told him that Hiashi would be with him momentarily. A few minutes later Hiashi entered the room. Rough his calm facade, Naruto was able to sense an underlying hint of anger. You called for me, Hiashi-sama? Naruto asked. Hiashi sat down and said, yes. There is an issue going on with my clan involving my daughter, Hinata. Naruto looked at the man with interest. Hiashi continued, it seems that the Hyuga elders want to put Hinata through a test to see if she is worthy of being clan heiress. He problem is the fight is against her sister Hanabi, and with Hinata's gentle nature, well, you can guess how it will go. Naruto nodded. He knew the young Hyuga from what he read from her file. She was a gentle girl. She was almost too gentle for her own good. She would never dream of harming her little sister. Hiashi continued, if she loses she will be stripped of status as clan heiress, be branded with the caged bird seal, and banished to the branch family. If that happens I'll lose Harry'll lose what little bit I have left to remember my dear wife. Naruto said, you want me to train her like I did Sakura and Amy, don't you? The man nodded and said, yes. You helped two civilian girls become strong enough to take on a prodigy and the daughter of a cage. Please, help me save my daughter from a horrible fate. Naruto thought for a second and said, I am going on a training trip tomorrow. I guess I could bring her along with me. It will allow us to train away from prying eyes. Of course I will need your approval on this. In a matter of seconds Hiashi had the document printed, signed, stamped, and made official. You work fast when you want to, Naruto said, shocked. He took the paper and signed his name. There, Naruto said, inform your daughter and tell the council. We'll be leaving in the morning. The following morning, Naruto stood at the village gates. With him were Jiraiya, Tsume, and a very nervous-looking Hinata. As they started to leave they were approached by Hiashi. Hinata, he said, there are two things I wish for you to do when you are gone with Naruto. Hinata stuttered, yes, father. The man said, 1. Don't change while you're gone. 2. When you come back beat some humility into your little sister. She's becoming more and more like the Uchiha every day. Hinata giggled a bit. Naruto whispered, did Hiashi just make a joke? Tsume answered, I believe he did. Jiraiya said, come on kid. We got a lot to do and not a lot of time to do it. With that the four left. It would be 3 long years before they would be seen again by anyone in Konoha. 3 years had passed since Naruto had gotten a curse mark and left with his girlfriend Sume and with Hinata. The trio traveled the elemental nations, meeting a lot of people and even saving a village or two. While training, Naruto got used to his curse mark when he turned it on and off. It turns out the curse mark made it much easier for Naruto to control the purified version of Kyuubi's chakra. This also allowed Naruto to access all the tailed forms easily. Despite the easiness, it turns out, the extra strain from the superpowered chakra actually caused Naruto to become exhausted, especially if he went all the way to the 9-tailed form. He could also access his own curse mark form. He also got to work on making his own versions of the Rasengan and working on a way to improve the Hirishin no Jutsu Flying Thunder God technique. Sume got her own training as well. When Naruto got her affinity, which was fire, he taught her some new fresh-made jutsu that only she would know. She also taught her some special moves to use in case Kuromaru wasn't around. Speaking of the dog, he was also given some impressive jutsu when Naruto asked about it. Hinata got her one little tricks as well. The girl's affinity was actually lightning, which was strange considering that the normal Hyuga affinity was earth. Naruto effectively taught the girl a few of his own lightning jutsu as well as a few special techniques that were a mix of lighting techniques and the Juken style. He even taught her Ho-W to combine the Juken and the hummingbird style. While traveling, the group ran into an old weaponsmith, emphasis on the word old. They were amazed the old-timer could lift up a hammer. They were shocked to find out that this old man was in fact the man who forged the swords that belonged to the 7 swordsmen of the mist. When the 3 ninjas saved his village from a horde of bandits, he decided to reward them by forging special weapons. With permission from his summons, the old man actually broke down Naruto's 4 weapons and combined them into a one long sword. The 4 weapons combined to form a new, more powerful weapon. It was a specialized long sword that had a long black blade that had a black serpent tied around the hilt acting as a guard. The black blade had the kanji for dragon, phoenix, tortoise, and tiger in white on the blades. The old man also used an old forging technique that allowed Naruto to cause the sword to shapeshift when he used a specific verbal command. Her similar allowed him to use powerful techniques without hand signs. Kuromaru got a specialized dagger that went on a sheath on his shoulder and could be wielded in his teeth. This also acted as an enhancement for one of his giant drill techniques. On top of that, when the dog focused his chakra into his mouth, the chakra would cause the blade to extend, making this dog very dangerous. Sume got a special type of gloves. The woman got a special pair of normal leather gloves. When chakra would focus, the leather would gain the effectiveness of metal. Then fingers would gain iron claws and become very effective when used with her usual taijutsu style. As for Hinata, the old man wasn't able to find anything that would suit her. He had already forged a weapon that used lightning chakra, and he swore on his father's grave that he would never create the same kind of weapon twice. He did tell her that the man who had it was in an old mining village. They went to the village and were surprised to see the village was taken over by a missing nin by the name of Raiga. They fought and freed the village from the funeral-obsessed madman, and Hinata took his swords to use as her own. They also found there was a young child named Rinmara who had a special pair of eyes that could cast a powerful illusion that even the Byakugan couldn't see through. They left the child in the care of an old woman who ran a curry shop. After that, the group continued their training. Finally, after 3 long years, they were returning to Konoha with a little extra baggage. Konoha's front gate. I spy with my little eye. Katetsu started but was interrupted by Izumo. Enough with that stupid game already. The Chunin yelled, there isn't anything around here to spy except tree, grass, and the occasional squirrel. The man said, wait. I got something this time. I spy something that starts with H. Izumo said, I don't know a hog. Izumo's fellow Chunin answered, no, pot blonde woman. Izumo looked at Katetsu strangely until he pointed and saw that there were some very familiar people approaching. It was Naruto, Sume, and Hinata. Their physical appearances had changed. Sume had gotten a new black shirt with a gray jacket and long tight pants that actually worked for her style. She also had her new pair of gloves on. By her side was Kuromaru, who had a sheath with his dagger still there. Naruto had gotten a new black leather jacket with the kanji for earth, water, fire, lightning, and wind in that order on his sleeve. On his back was a large kanji symbol for the element sage that had the image of a tortoise, a dragon, a tiger, and a phoenix on his back. What got their attention was what was on his hip. It was a long sword that had a black serpent wrapped around his sword. Hinata was walking with them. The pair of Chunin could tell by the way she walked that she had more confidence than before. Her hair had grown much longer down to her lower back. She wore a shit shirt and a short jacket that showed her slightly larger than normal chest. She also had some long jeans and some sandals. On her back was a pair of dual swords that had a long point on the blade close to the hilt, and another one close to the top. There were 3 other people that they didn't know. The first girl wore an orange clip in her short, spiky mint green hair that matched her eye color, which was also orange. Her outfit consisted of a short sleeveless white midriff shirt with fishnet armor underneath, long white armlets, and fishnet shorts with a short white apron skirt over it. She also carried a cylindrical object in red wrapping on her back. The second girl had long, straight, blonde, hair bound with taut bandages and dark eyes. She wore a short-sleeved black and purple blouse, black pants both of which had a design similar to clouds on them, purple fingerless gloves and a chain of white beads wound around her left hand. She also had on a pair of sandals and kunai holster which was strapped to her right thigh. She also wore bandages around her arms and legs as well as a red belt around her waist. The final girl was riding on Naruto's shoulder. It was a little girl of about 3 or 4 years of age. She had mint green hair and pale skin. She had a pair of blue eyes like Naruto's and wore a little red dress that had butterflies on it. The group approached them and said, Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, Su Minzuka, and Hinata Hyuga, returning from a 3-year training trip with these 3. The 2 Chunin said, papers. Naruto presented his forms and handed them to the 2 Chunin. With that they got into the village. When they entered they were immediately hit with looks from the villagers. A few of the girls were looking at Naruto with lust and wanting in their eyes. They also gave squeals happy looks toward the little girl on Naruto's shoulder. The men were giving angry looks at Naruto for getting the girls' attention and were giving lustful looks at the girls who were with them. Well, the older men were looking at Sum while the teenagers were looking at Hinata, the green-haired girl, and the blonde girl with lust. The older men may have been entranced by beauty, but they wouldn't hit on a girl that much younger than them. When they arrived at the Hokage's office they were shocked to see, not the old man, but a young blonde, well-endowed woman sitting at the desk. With the woman was a young woman with black hair, a black GI, and had a pig at her feet. The little girl on Naruto's shoulder squealed before jumping down and grabbed the animal and started to cuddle it. I take it you're Naruto. The woman said. Naruto answered, yes. Who are you? The blonde said, my name is Tsunade Senju. The black-haired girl is my assistant Shizune, and the pig currently being cuddled to death is Taunton. Old man Sarutobi retired a while back and I took his place. He's currently spent his time helping his son, Asuma, train his grandson Konohamaru. The pig let out a please. Ed oink as the little girl scratched her at the right spot behind the ear. I know who you 3 are, Tsunade said, what I don't know is who you 3 are. She motioned to the 3 new people in the room. The little girl finally let Taunton go much to the pig's relief as it was getting very hard to breathe. The green-haired girl said, my name is Fu, formerly of Takigakure Hidden Waterfall. I'm here with Naruto-kun to join Konoha. The blonde said, my name is Yugito Ni, formerly of Kumogakure Hidden Cloud. I'm here to join Konoha as well. The little girl turned and said, my name is Kira. I am just traveling with my mommy and daddy. Tsunade looked at the girl and then turned to Naruto and Fu to see the collection of their appearance and immediately connected the dots. Can somebody explain this? She asked in a calm voice. Naruto turned to Shizune and said, hey Shizune, right. Would you mind taking Kira to the park? I think it would be a good idea for her to get out a little bit. Shizune walked over to the little girl and held out a hand. Kira looked nervously at the stranger before looking at her daddy. Naruto nodded and said, don't worry. She's okay. Kira reluctantly took Shizune's hand and walked out with her to the park. Tsunade said, could you explain to me why it is you have a little girl with you and these 2? Naruto said, well, it started when we came across Takigakure. You see, the village's leader, Shibuki, was being attacked by a bunch of missing ninja who wanted to take a treasure from their village called the Hero's Water. We came in and saved them. And that happened. I was given the royal treatment by Fu here. Kurachan was a result. When that happened, Sum scowled and turned away from Fu with a deep scowl. Are you still upset about that? Fu asked. You captured my boyfriend and then used him. Sum said, yes, I'm still angry. You're just lucky that your daughter brought out my maternal instincts and that she is so adorable. Fu scowled. Naruto continued. Unfortunately, there was an unexpected problem. You see, Fu was the Janchuriki in the village and she was almost killed by a mob for corrupting the village's new hero. We managed to get her out of there before something really bad happened. About a year later we had Kurachin. Fu didn't want to leave her baby, so, after getting permission to leave from Shibuki, who happened to be her cousin, she came with us. Naruto glanced at Tsumewas, who just shook her head a little bit annoyed. What's wrong with her? Tsunade asked, seeing the woman angry. She's just angry because she can. Give any adorable babies to Naruto-kun, Yugito teased, making the woman flare. Before a catfight begins, Tsunade said, why are you so far away from Kumo? Yugito said, it started back in Kumo. Why? Oh, you see, I'm the Jinchuriki of the two-tailed demon cat. The council in my village found out about Naruto's strength, summons, and bloodline. In their infinite wisdom, they sent me on a seduction mission. On to get Naruto and take his seed to my village to start a clan of element controllers. Naruto proceeded to beat me on my butt. He went to Kumo and told the Hokage, who sees me like a niece, and told him about it. He tore the council a new one since I could have been killed or captured by some crazy nut jobs. He allowed me to leave with Naruto-kun, knowing that I would be happier away from the village because some of the people there do want me dead. Tsunade said, why do you want to join the village? Yugito answered, for one thing we want to stay close to Naruto-kun. Second, I don't want to deal with the council morons back in Kumo. Fu said, ditto. Tsunade said, okay, I'll send the Hokage and the leader of Taki a letter to see if it is okay for you to stay here. For now, as per procedure, I'm going to have to put you under Anbu guard for about a month before I let you two go on missions. Now I suggest that you go get Kira from the park, because seeing as how some of the girls in this village are with adorable things, you might want to get her before she gets kidnapped. Naruto's eyes widened when he heard that and vanished in a flash of yellow. Was that what I thought it was? Tsunade asked. All the girls present nodded. In Konoha's main park, Naruto appeared in the park in a flash of yellow. He looked around a little panicked and sighed in relief when he saw his little GI RL playing in a nearby sandbox with Shizune watching her like a hawk. Kira looked up and yelled, Daddy! The little girl jumped up into Naruto's arms, giggling, making Naruto laugh. He hefted her onto her shoulder. Where are we going now, Daddy? She asked. Naruto answered, we need to go to Hinataobasan's house. She needs to take a very important test. Kira nodded before they headed toward the Hyuga Manor. As they went, they were met by Hinata. Where are the others? Naruto asked. Hinata answered, Tsumeson went to her clan compound to see if it is still in one piece. Yugito and Fu went to your clan compound, led by Anbu, to check the place out and to relax after the long journey. Naruto said, now Thien, let's go crack some heads. Kira giggled and walked with Naruto and Hinata to the clan compound. When the three entered, Kira was almost kidnapped by a few other Hyuga women. After that incident was over, Kira was given to a caretaker and was sent to play with some of the other Hyuga toddlers. Naruto made sure to keep an eye on her by sending a shadow clone that was transformed into a stuffed fox that Kira took with her. When they entered the training room, they were greeted by Hiashi, Hanabi, Neji, and all 10 members of the Hyuga Council. Welcome back, Hinata, Hiashi said. How was your trip? Hinata smiled and said, very interesting, Tusen. The head of the Hyuga Council said, enough idle chatter. Hinata, Hyuga, you have been summoned here to test your abilities to see if you are worthy of the title of heiress. You shall fight your younger sister Hanabi to see if you are worthy. Hinata said, no, I won't fight my sister, nor will I fight Neji-san. The council grinned. If she didn't fight, then that meant that her title was forfeit and she would be sent to the NCH family where a weakling like her belonged. Hinata pointed at the council and said, I'll fight you, all of you. The council was shocked. They hadn't expected this. Neji, Hanabi, and Hiashi were CKED as well and looked at the girl with a look of complete surprise. The council members stood up and got ready to fight. They were completely ignorant to Hinata's power as she dropped the 2 swords she had on her back and handed them to Naruto. Hinata also took off her jacket and got into her own version of the Juken stance, which was a mix of the Juken stance and the hummingbird style basic stance. The youngest, and most arrogant, of the Hyuga Council said, don't worry, little girl, I'll make this nice and painless. He charged forward with his Byakugan activated. Hinata hadn't activated hers yet. She aptly dodged the attack before slamming a Juken strike into the man's elbow joint. The man cried out in pain as he felt the joint break. A sudden sweep kick knocked him off his feet. Hinata spun around on her hands and slammed her heel down on the man's head, knocking him out. The remaining 9 members looked on in shock. She had just utterly destroyed a Hyuga council member in just 3 hits. The remaining 9 members of the council got into their own stances and rushed Hinata. The girl finally activated her Byakugan and got into her own stance. Council member number 2 charged at Hinata and threw a pair of strikes. Hinata dodged one strike before sending out a strike to the woman's shoulder. The young girl unleashed a barrage of strikes lighting fast and swung around, kicking her in the face, knocking her back. Council member 3 and 4 charged and tried to use the 64 palms technique, only for Hinata to actually dodge number 3's attack before grabbing number 4's arms before swinging him around like a bat, and knocked number 3 to the ground and knocked him out before throwing number 4 into the air and unleashed a fury of Juken strikes that closed his chakra points and knocked him out. Member 5 and 6 tried to attack from the front and back at the same time. Hinata jumped and flipped over number 5, causing them to hit each other and knock the other out. Number 7 charged and threw flurry of strikes. Hinata countered with her own assault. Hinata's strikes had lighting chakra laced into them and electrocuted the man, knocking him out and burning his hands. Member number 8 charged at her with chakra flowing into his fingers. Juken, Heart Destroyer. Hinata saw this coming and spun around and said, lightning style, shocking rotation. The council member's strike met Hinata's electrified chakra dome. The result was a few thousand bolts of electricity through his body and frying his heart. The man fell to the ground, smoking slightly. The final member of the council, Hiyashi's grandfather, said, Neji. The rest of you, come here and help me. Neji said, that wasn't part of the deal. I won't help you fight my cousin. The old man said, too bad. The man then mad, Ea ram sign and fell to the ground with extreme pain going through his body. Hinata growled before lightning chakra coursed through her hands and she charged forward. She called out, lightning style, twin thunder lions. Hinata's hands ignited with electricity that formed a pair of lion heads that roared angrily. The man then felt the lightning attack pierce his body and sent a lot of bolts right through him. The man cried out in agony as the group of branch members rose up, regaining the feeling in their bodies as the pain washed away. Hanabi looked around her to see the council defeated by the so-called weakling of the Hyuga clan. She turned to Hiyashi and said, Tusen, if Hinata is a weakling then I want to be a weakling. Naruto stood in the middle of his training grounds. He stood in a stance in a crouch with one foot forward with one hand on his sheath and his other hand on the sword handle. Naruto stood in front of a wooden statue. The blonde then whipped out his sword in a blue RRING motion before he put his sword back in the sheath. There was a silence for a second. Then the statue split vertically and horizontally. The blonde took out an object and looked at the number on it. Darn it, Naruto said. It is still half a second too slow. Naruto sighed in frustration. He shrugged it off and said, well, since I'm alone I might as well get a practice with my special weapons. Naruto sent out a brief chakra pulse to see if there was anyone watching. When he found that no one was around, Naruto grinned before he unsheathed it. He said, freeze, Shimotora Frost Tiger. Naruto's Katen shifted forms. Ice formed around the blade and handle. The ice shattered like glass, revealing Japanese long sword. It was pure white with a silver edge. On the blade was the image for a tiger's paw print. A white cloth was wrapped around the hilt and there was an icicle coming off the bottom of the handle. Naruto twirled the blade and stabbed it into the ground. He swung it with ease, sending a wave of frosted wind. Ice quickly formed on the ground where the attack flew, while a tree was frozen solid by the attack itself. Naruto then flicked the blade and the ice in front of him shattered along with the target itself. Naruto changed his sword back to normal. He then held it out again and said, Scorch, Fenikusuyo Phoenix Rage. The sword was transformed in a burst of flames to a slightly longer blade than normal katana. It was a red blade with a tsuba that was in the shape of an ember. The handle was black and there was a chain that extended off it for about a foot. Naruto swung the sword up and sent an arc of flames forward that burned a nearby dummy to a crisp. The chain on the bottom actually extended when he swung it and it wrapped around a rock before constricting, destroying it like glass. Naruto then held his sword out and said, Crash, Yumimui Sea Fury. There was a splash of water and it showed not a sword, but a trident. It was blue with the tree ends of it jagged. The staff was blue with a small jade spearhead on the bottom. The triple point front end was jagged and was also made of jade. The blonde pointed his weapon before stabbing it forward. Water actually condensed and shot forward in a huge plume. The water grouped together forming a ball and collapsed in on itself, crushing the dummy under a lot of pressure. Naruto then held it out and growled, Roar, Ryuto Dragon Saber. The weapon erupted white flames before turning into a large Zanbato. The blade of the weapon was large and looked like it was made of scales. Right above where the cleaver-like blade met the handle there was a large oval shape that's silver on the outside and black in the middle. There was also a handguard that resembled a dragon wing. Naruto charged with incredible speed for someone carrying a weapon that was so heavy. The blonde sword easily sliced through a pair of trees. The black oval opened up to reveal a yellow dragon eyes. The entire blade burst into drive. On fire and he swung it hard, sending a wave of the powerful flames spiraling forward. The flames decimated a few trees. Naruto grinned before twirling his sword and changed it back to normal before sheathing it. Naruto looked at the sun and said, "Lunchtime. I might actually run into some of the old gang." Later, Naruto arrived at the Akamaiki barbecue restaurant. He was immediately called at he blonde turned to see the rookies from the old class sitting there. Naruto walked over and noticed that they all had changed somehow. Ino had filled out a bit and wore an outfit that accentuated that. Choji had turned into an actual big-boned kid and was wearing red and green samurai-like armor. He also let his hair grow out. Shino had just grown a bit and wore more gray and mysterious outfits than usual. Kiba had grown a tad and he wore a darker version of his old outfit. Akamaru had grown from his smaller size to a large dog big enough for Kiba to ride on his back. Shikamaru hadn't really changed at all. The only major difference was the Chunin flak jacket. Naruto guessed that he thought it was too troublesome to find a new outfit. Tenten had changed her look to a white long-sleeve loose shirt and long black pants. Naruto also noticed that she had a large scroll under her seat. Neji had let his hair grow longer and his outfit mimicked more of the main branch member's outfit, being a white loose and very comfortable from what Naruto could guess. Lee had ditched his old attire, but it was still green though he had a white cloak over it. Sakura had changed into a red shirt that had the image of a fist covered in stone on her back. Her hair was cut shorter and her headband was in her pink hair. She also had a pair of pants that fit like Anbu pants and some boots. She had on a pair of gloves and her nunchaku was on her waist. Amy had a black shirt that had a lightning bolt in yellow on her back. She also had a pair of Anbu-style pants and a pair of blue sandals. She also had a pair of gloves, one of which had a few metal pieces no doubt used for pulling her bow. Said weapon was on her back. "Hey guys," Naruto said with a grin. "Naruto-sensei, you're back," Sakura said with a smile. Naruto nodded and sat down before he said, "I have to say you all have grown a lot since I left, especially Akamaru. What is the Inuzuka clan feeding you? So what have I missed over the past 3 years?" The group then told the young Jonin of what had happened over the past 3 years. Most of the rookies had been promoted to Chunin or Jonin rank. Right now Neji and Shikamaru were Jonin while the rest were Chunin. Neji had his own team that consisted of Konohamaru Sarutobi, Udon, and Moegi, who had called themselves the Konohamaru Ninja Corps. Despite the ridiculous title, they were pretty tough when on crank missions thanks to Naruto's early training. They were even calling Konohamaru the second god of shinobi, much to his grandfather's delight. The rookies' training had gotten umped up as well by their teachers so they could live up to expectations from their students after all of Team 7's bragging of how good Naruto was of a teacher. Hana was made clan head while her mother was out of the village. Kiba had been training himself like crazy. The other clan children had gotten a specia tainig from their parents along with the training from their team leaders. When Naruto asked about Sasuke, he received a sour note. Sasuke had tried to make a move on some of the clan daughters, mostly Hana, Ino, Sakura, Amy and Tenten. He kept proposing marriage with his reason being that they were strong and that they would breed strong Uchiha children. The idea was rejected immediately and resulted in comical chases across the village. Apparently after that he went to the Jonin sensei demanding training. When they refused he went so far as to nearly assault Kurenai. This resulted in a vicious beating. While the boy was recuperating he decided that Konoha didn't have anything to offer him in terms of power and ran off. In the process he injured and nearly killed a nurse. When they sent a few ninja after him they found that the ninja they sent were actually some stubborn Kyuubi Naruto haters and Uchiha butt kissers. The Uchiha got away and hasn't been seen since. Naruto snarled. He was really annoyed with this village at times. "So Naruto," Kiba said, "I heard that you came and you brought a 2 hot babes." Naruto said, "Yeah, and they're with me along with your mom. Also I would approach them. One is aligned with cats so she wouldn't like you very much, especially with how bad you stink. They both hate perverts with a passion. When they caught him peeping on them when we visited the land of hot spring he was put in the hospital for months. The rest of the time there Everyone spent time catching up. Naruto told them about the people he met and his sword. He didn't tell them about its shape-shifting power. When he told them about that and about Hinata getting the word of Raiga, they were all surprised how far Hinata had come. When Neji told them about the major beating that the Hyuga Council got, they were really surprised and happy that Hinata finally knocked the old jerks around since they tortured her for so long. They also asked Naruto for some extra training. Naruto didn't want to accept at first, but he was convinced after a heavy dose of puppy dog eyes from the girls. Naruto arrived at his clan compound to see Fu and Yugito waiting for him. "Hey Naruto," Fu said, "where have you been?" Naruto said, "Well, I got OC Hinata kick the entire Hyuga Council's hide. Then I ran into the old rookies from the village and we caught up on some stuffy. By the way, I brought ramen and sushi home with me." Naruto took out the two objects when he mentioned them. They were promptly swiped from him and inhaled by the two girls. Naruto wondered how the girls could eat like that and still manage to look so hot. They were interrupted when an Anbu appeared in a puff of smoke. "Namikaze-sama," the man said, "the Hokage has called for you." Naruto nodded and vanished in a burst of flames. Naruto reappeared in the Hokage's office in the same fashion that nearly made the woman jump out of her skin. "You rang?" Naruto asked. "Yes," the woman said, "we just received a message from Suna. Apparently a duo of shrank ninja wearing black cloaks with red clouds on Hem kidnapped the current Cage Gaara." Naruto's eyes widened when he heard that. "Gaara is the Cage?" Naruto asked, "Why doesn't anyone ever tell me these things?" Tsunade shrugged her shoulders and said, "There is more. As you probably already know, Sasuke Uchiha was allowed to leave the village thanks to the ignorance of some of the more butt-kissy types in the village. He has also been sighted along the border of Suna with the 3 unknown characters. If Sasuke Uchiha becomes a threat, you are allowed to fight him. If possible, bring him back alive so I can beat some manners into that ignorant little prick. You will be joined by Jiraiya and one of my Anbu. You will depart in a half-hour." Quote, Naruto looked at her and said, "I accept the mission. As for the beating some manners into him, he tried to get you to have his babies, didn't he?" Tsunade's nod was the only answer Naruto needed. With that, the blonde set out on his mission. Naruto ran through the forest. By his side was the old pervert Jiraiya. With them was an Anbu with a decorated tiger mask and a Tonto on his back. "We got to get to Suna fast," Naruto said. "I could summon a toad to get us there," Jiraiya suggested. Naruto said, Your toad summons may be fast, but we're going to need something a lot faster." Naruto drew his sword and went through a few hand signs and said, "Summoning Jutsu, Dragon." In a massive plume of smoke, a large black and red dragon appeared with its wings spread wide. Naruto yelled, "Get on, you guys. We got a really long way to fly." With that, the trio of powerful ninja jumped on the large lizard's back and the massive lizard flew up and out of the area. Naruto said, "I need you to fly us to Sunagaku as soon as possible, Fang." The dragon nodded and Naruto felt the dragon's wings move and the boy said, "You guys are going to want to hang on." The Anbu and Toad Sage did just as they said. Good thing they did, because the dragon suddenly shot forward with intense speed that made the fastest of the toads look like a bunch of snails. As it flew over a town, and as a result a lot of glass was broken due to the sonic boom that followed it. In a little less than an hour, the grow up of Konoha ninja was flying over the desert of Wind Country. Upon arriving, the dragon sniffed the air. "Lord Naruto," the dragon said, "I have picked up multiple scents." Naruto asked, "Where are they? What do they smell like?" The dragon sniffed again and said, "3 smells are coming from the east. One smells like sand and blood, the second like clay and smoke, and the third smells like poison, blood, and wood. From the west there is the scent of ash, fire, and wow, I can actually smell the arrogance and pride coming off this one." Naruto growled, "So Sasuke really is here. I'm going to take down the Prince of Arrogance. Can you two handle the kidnappers?" The two nodded. Naruto then said to the dragon, "Take these 2 to the 3 scents. I'll be heading for the other one. Find the direct Tion of the scents and get to them yesterday." With that, Naruto jumped off the dragon's back, shocking the pair of ninja. Their shock turned total awe when Naruto's left eye turned green and his right turned red. Naruto then shot through the air, actually flying. When Naruto was out of sight, the pair looked at one another. "Wow, Minato would be so jealous of his son right now," Jiraiya said as he saw his student's child disappear. Tenzo, the Anbu, could help but nod dumbly as he saw that. The dragon shifted, making the two turn their attention. They noticed that they were heading straight for a cave. Outside of it were 4 figures. The first was a man or woman with long blonde hair with a lock falling over one eye. The second was a hunchback character with a straw hat. The third was actually a red-haired boy with the kanji for love on his eye. The fourth was an old woman with long graying hair and tired eyes. The first two were wearing a black cloak with red clouds on them. The redhead, Gaara, was bound in what resembled clay. The blonde man was watching guard over Gaara while the hunchback and the old woman were fighting. The hunchback was using puppets while the old woman simply smashed the puppets with her own strength. The blonde woman was Deidara the Mad Bomber, and the hunchback was Sasori of the Red Sand. The dragon roared, gaining the attention of the three conscious fighters. A large jet of black flames shot out and nearly incinerated the hunchback, who was barely able to dodge the technique. Jiraiya and Tenzo jumped down from the large flying lizard that then burst into smoke, returning to its home. The hunchback looked at the duo and noticed the symbols that they wore. "Konoha," the hunchback said, "this doesn't really surprise me." Jiraiya said, "Surrender and return the cage." Tenzo looked at Jiraiya and said, "Is that the best you can come up with?" Jiraiya looked at the Anbu and said, "It's all I could think of on the spot." Tenzo rolled his eyes back, behind his mask, and suddenly dodged a punch from the blonde woman. He dodged a few more shots before throwing out a kick. The woman cried out in pain and clutched his crotch. "Oh, you're a guy," Tenzo said. The man said, "What kind of statement is that?" "Of course I'm a guy." Tenzo shrugged and said, "Well, it's just that you have long hair and it looks like you're trying to hide your figure behind that cloak." The blonde snarled and got up and yelled, "I am a guy. That's it, I'm going to sprinkle the desert with your powdered bones." The blonde man shot forward, roaring in fury, while Jiraiya joined the old woman who was fighting the hunchback. Meanwhile, Naruto flew through the air and finally caught sight of a person. The figure was tall, thin, wearing a mostly gray and black outfit with a sword, a small katana on his hip, and large lever-like sword on his back. Naruto recognized the man's hairdo as it resembled the backside of a duck. Naruto landed, picking up some dust and debris. He looked in front of him to see the wayward former prince of Konoha, Sasuke Uchiha. Sasuke still had his signature hairdo, but his style had changed. He wore a pair of black pants with a gray shirt. On the back of the Uchiha's shirt was the image of the Mangekyo Sharingan. He had a katana-like sword that Naruto recognized as the Kusangi. Naruto also saw something on his back that made his blood boil. It was the sword of Zabuza Momochi. Kubikiri Bocho. "It's been a long time, Namikaze-sama," Sasuke said with the sama pronounced sarcastically. Naruto said, "That it has." "I have to ask, Sasuke. Why did you leave? You were Konoha's prominent prince. What would you gain from leaving?" Sasuke chuckled and said, "Power. Konoha didn't have anything to give me. I left so that I could gain the power I needed to finally kill my traitor of a brother." Sasuke pointed to the two swords on his person. "I got the Kusangi from the base in Oto I went to. As for this motions to Kubikiri Bocho, I got off that fool Zabuza. He tried to bring me back to that weak village about a month or so after I left. He underestimated me and I took it from his corpse." Naruto growled as he saw the sword on his back. Naruto then said, "In other words, you used a cheap trick and used the coward's way of fighting. This means that I'm good to kill you like the coward that you were, Uchiha." Sasuke smirked before activating his Sharingan. Naruto's eyes widened when he saw Sasuke's Sharingan take the form of a six-pointed shuriken. "You like it?" Sasuke asked. "It's called the Mangekyo Sharingan. I attained it when I cast a genjutsu on myself to make myself think I killed someone important, or in my case just all the people who have stood in my way." Naruto growled again as his eyes flashed through the colors of the elements. If Sasuke wasn't so busy living it up, he would have seen Naruto's eyes turn purple for a second. Back with the Konoha nin and the old lady. Jiraiya dodged a few blades and slammed his foot into the side of a puppet, making it shatter. The hunchback revealed that had the ability to control multiple puppets. Out of the sand he had summoned a great deal of them and was manipulating them with incredible ease. Fortunately, his training allowed him to keep up with all the puppets, as he found that the weapons that the puppets had were coated in poison. The old woman, who was named Chiyo, fought using medical abilities that allowed her to shatter the puppets like they were brittle. Tenzo was also having difficulties with his opponent. The blonde man was able to launch clay bombs from his hands. They took different forms such as humans, birds, or bats, and each had a different effect along with the powerful explosion that would happen if they made contact with him. Luckily, Tenzo had a special ability that allowed him to defend himself. This ability was Mokuden, or wood release. The wood he was able to creature was strong enough to block the attacking bombs and allowed him to counter with the water jutsu that he knew. Jiraiya grinned as he found that the number of puppets around him was starting to dwindle. He smashed a certain puppet before going through hand signs. Toad oil bullet. Sasori, the hunchback, was caught in the blast of oil and suddenly found it very hard for him to move. Chiyo shot forward along with Jiraiya. The man formed a Rasengan in his hand while chakra was focused into Chiyo's hand. The two impacts were enough to send the puppeteer flying backwards. His body hit the rock and there was a lot of dust kicked up. Jiraiya and Chiyo stood at the ready in case there was some kind of counter. They were right to be as the body of the hunchback broke away to reveal red-headed male who was actually a puppet himself. So this is what you've done to yourself? Chiyo said with a shocked and a slightly disgusted look. Sasori said, yes, I've truly mastered the art of puppetry. Now let me show you what a real puppet master can do. Red Saw, ND Art, manipulation of 100 puppets. Thousands of chakra strings shot out of the puppet man's arms. At that moment 100 puppets burst from the ground. While most looked ordinary, there were a few peculiar ones. One was a large salamander-like puppet that had a massive frill on the back of its neck. The second was actually the puppet he was wearing. A special seal flashed on it that aloe wet it to repair, and it jumped up revealing a dark-skinned puppet that had a large mask on its back with the mouth open. It also had what resembled a scorpion tail coming out of its back. The final one made Chiyo's eyes widen. It was the third cage. She said, be careful. The puppet in the middle was made from the body of the third cage. He was known for his magnetic techniques and it might still have it. Chiyo took a scroll out from her back and went through a few hand signs before she called out, White Secret Technique, the Chikamatsu collection of 10 puppets. In a plume of smoke, 10 human-sized puppets stood around her. While each of them wore a white cloak, they all had different appearances. The first was one that looked like a traditional oni with white hair, gray skin, and 2 gold-curved horns. This one had a pair of colossal fists. The second had a gray area around its mouth with a single part of hair sticking up from the top of his head. Like the one before it, this one had a pair of large fists. The third puppet had a red face and white hair. This one had small hands, but it looked like this one had smaller hands. The fourth puppet had long black hair, gray skin, and what looked like purple eyes. The fifth puppet had blue skin and had multiple holes in the top of its head. The sixth puppet had spiky gray hair and a green area around the lower half of its face around the mouth. If it opened its mouth, you would see the kanji for Buddha. The seventh puppet had gray hair in a ponytail, a gray beard, and red markings under its eyes. If it opened its mouth, you would see the kanji for Dharma. The eighth puppet had white hair and long sideburns with the kanji for Sangha in its mouth. The ninth puppet looked like a woman with red hair that was done up in 2 large buns. To top it off, the puppet was wielding a pair of broadswords. The final puppet had gray hair with 1 eye in the middle of its head. Come on, boy, Chiyo said, show me what you got. The 2 puppeteers and the toad sage charged at one another. While all this was going on, Tenzo was dodging multiple bombs that were thrown by Deidara. Back with Naruto and the Lord of Pride. Sasuke was glaring angrily at Naruto. The fight was supposed to be easy for him. This was supposed to be the final stepping stone before he was ready to face Itachi. This was obviously not going his way. Asuke immediately started the fight taijutsu and tried to use Naruto's own style against him. The attack failed. Naruto had shown incredible skill in his own fighting style. Unknown to Sasuke, Naruto had found another taijutsu style to help him. This style mostly relied on focusing regular chakra to his arm and legs and used increased speed and strength to his advantage. Sasuke hadn't expected this, and was immediately repelled by the attack. This was followed by a few backup punches that he could have swords should have been thrown by Tsunade. Naruto dug his heels into the sand. He looked at Sasuke was panting and now sporting a black eye at a busted lip. Sasuke glared at Naruto with an intense hatred. He drew the kusangi while Naruto drew his own sword. The pair shot forward. The two met with a loud clang. Sasuke and Naruto struggled slightly before they started swinging rapidly. The sound of clanging metal and showers of sparks fell to the sand beneath them as they fought. After a few swings, Naruto pushed Sasuke back and his eyes turned to brown and green. The boy raised his hand and yelled, "Desert Dagger." The blonde swung his sword down and sent a wave of sand at Sasuke. The Iha barely dodged the attack, feeling a deep gash on his leg. He growled in frustration as electricity surged around his sword. He made a thrusting motion and growled, "Chidori sharp spear." Naruto saw the attack coming and Naruto's eyes turned green quickly. Naruto spun around like a twister, picking up the sand and dispersing the electric technique with the wind acting like a natural insulator. Suke rubbed his eyes as sand entered them, making it very hard for the boy to open his eyes. He suddenly found himself the victim of a powerful clothesline. Naruto then grabbed Sasuke's ankles and swung him around before throwing him like a softball into the air. Naruto's eyes turned green and yelled, "Sonic clap!" Naruto clapped his hands together, sending a wave of wind that hit the Uchiha with gray at force and sent him flying like a ragdoll and sent him crashing down onto the sand. Sasuke winced in pain. He rose up slowly and felt his chest stinging in a great amount of pain. He rose up slowly. ND glared angrily at Naruto, who was just looking down at him. "I'll give you one last warning, Sasuke," Naruto said, "give up or face judgment sooner than later." Sasuke spat and growled, "Save your pity for the weak. I'll kill you here and now with the true power of the Uchiha clan." Sasuke's eyes started spinning and he growled, "Tsukuyomi." Naruto's eyes widened. Immediately they found themselves in Naruto's mind before a large chamber. "I know about the Kyuubi, Naruto," Sasuke said. "I found notes about it in the base in Oto where I ran to. Once I kill it you'll be powerless." Sasuke went over to the gate. He walked into the chamber. He was shocked to find it empty. Naruto chuckled and said, "The fox has been dead for a long time. In its place I found my own powers from it. No, get your pale butt out of my head." Sasuke was then hit with an incredibly powerful gust of wind that knocked him clear out of Naruto's mind. Once back in the real world, Sasuke started panting. It had taken a lot of chakra for him to enter Naruto's thick skull. On top of that, his eyes were starting to sting from pain. Naruto said, "While we were on the business of weapons, Sasuke, let me show you something I learned." Naruto held out his sword and said, "Scorch, Fenikusuyo-fun." In a flash of fire, Naruto's phoenix sword appeared. Naruto pointed the weapon. Sasuke growled and, despite the pain in his eyes, growled, "Amaterasu." Black flames shot out of the ground, attacked Naruto. The blonde simply said, "Incinerate, Phoenix Fire Bomb." Flames picked up on Naruto's sword and shot out. As they intercepted black flames, they stood at a standstill. The flames mixed. Unfortunately for Sasuke, his eyes started to act up. In a sudden burst of pain, Sasuke closed his eye and the black flames vanished. The Florida Mies Naruto shot headed straight at Sasuke. The young Uchiha dodged the attack. The flames, however, actually seemed to curve and hit his arm and burned it to a crisp, making the boy call out in absolute agony. Naruto took a few steps forward and Sasuke decided to pull out his final card. He growled, "Susanoo." Sasuke was covered in a blast of purple chakra. Suddenly it grew up and formed a hulking being. It was huge with yellow eyes, holding a crossbow in one hand and a sword in the other. Sasuke was in the middle of the monster's ribcage, smirking down on Naruto. Naruto glared up at Sasuke. He then held out his sword parallel to the ground, and whispered, "Bankai." Flames erupted on Naruto's sword and covered Naruto's arms. As the flames approached his face, his eyes opened, revealing them to be golden red. The Susanoo giant held out its crossbow and fired a massive arrow. A column of fire shot up. Over the roaring flames, Sasuke could hear Naruto yelled, "Burn all evil to ash, solar flare phoenix." When the flames cleared, it showed a giant red and white phoenix that stood as large as the Susanoo giant. If Sasuke wasn't so nervous at the moment, he would have seen Naruto on the back of the phoenix. Red and white armor wrapped around one arm, while his sword was now red and white with a phoenix head as the tsuba and a spike coming off the bottom of the pommel. There were also 4 chains coming off his armored limb that connected to the phoenix. The phoenix screeched, sending a heat wave that hit the Susanoo with incredible force. The giant stumbled back. The giant flaming bird flew up and started scratching at the ribcage with its claws and sliced open the ribs, hurting the Susanoo and breaking away Sasuke's protection. The phoenix then drew back its head and unleashed a saint of flames that destroyed the upper half of the Susanoo. Sasuke now was completely exposed. The flames the phoenix was made of wrapped around Naruto's body, and a large pair of flaming angelic wings formed on his back while his sword stayed in its Bankai form. Naruto then called out the move that would finish the fight. He pointed his weapon at Sasuke, who was standing scared in the middle of the slowly regenerating Susanoo. Naruto called out, "Fire blade of the exploding sun." The flames around Naruto's blade burned even hotter, and Naruto swung his weapon, sending a wave of white-hot flames surging at the Uchiha. The flames hit and the rest of the Susanoo was obliterated. Sasuke screamed in agony as the flames ate away at his flesh. He didn't scream long, as the flames quickly turned his flesh into ashes. Naruto hit the ground. His sword went back to its original form as Naruto let out a deep breath of air. He rolled his shoulders and walked over to where Sasuke had been burned. Ashes raw, and all around him, and a good part of the sand around him had been turned to glass. Naruto looked among the sand and ashes to find Kubikiri Bocho and the Kusangi. Naruto knew that there were two people who would want these in Konoha. He sealed them. Pinned some scrolls H had in his jacket. At that moment Naruto felt a sudden flux in chakra. He focused his senses. He could feel his friend's chakra and faced the direction. The mark on his neck grew red and the image of chains spread over his body. The chains continued to glow and covered him. The image pans away from the boy to show the desert and a roar of anger was heard. A black figure, presumably Naruto, flew up into the air and shot towards the direction of the fight. Back with the others. Jiraiya fired another blast of oil from his mouth. The white-haired pervert then pulled out a few seals before throwing them, and the exploding tags on them exploded. The result was a large explosion that wiped out a great deal of puppets. Chiyo's N puppets were very effective in the fight. The puppets had shown incredible powers. Puppet 1 and 2 just brawled with the puppets, smashing them to pieces. Puppet 3 would fire an orb from its mouth. T would act like a giant chakra shuriken that would slice puppets to pieces. This weapon was able to destroy the puppet of the third cage. Puppet 4 worked with Puppet 3 by extending its hand via a chain. Puppet 3 would then fling its compatriot around and smash puppets around it. The impact smashed the side of the frill on the salamander puppet by smashing the part that kept the frill connected. Puppet 5 could shoot spikes out of the holes on its head. Puppet 6, 7, and 8 worked together to create a technique Chiyo called the 3 Jewels Crushing Suction Technique. The 3 puppets would get in a triangle formation before a massive tornado appeared. This attack was powerful enough to smash most of the puppets, especially when the scorpion-like puppet was destroyed. Puppet 9 would slice through puppets left and right, though the swords did limit the puppet's dexterity. Finally Chiyo and Puppet 10 were facing off with Sasori. The red-headed puppet man was fighting the duo off using blades on his arms. Jiraiya smashed one final puppet before shooting forward and firing one last blast of oil from his mouth. The blast caught Sasori and he couldn't move. The 10 puppets and Chiyo moved in. Chiyo punched the man in the face. Puppet 1 and 2 did the same. Puppet 3 shot its chakra shuriken forward and sliced off one of Sasori's arms. Puppet 4 whipped him with his chain hand. Puppet 5 just rammed its spikes into the puppet master's chest. Puppet 6, 7, and 8 all hit him with a powerful strike with a pincer maneuver. Puppet 9 swung her sword, cutting off Sasori's other arm. Finally, Puppet 10 opened its mouth and fired an orb from it. As it flew at Sasori, Chiyo said, "Sealing technique, lion closing roar." The orb opened up and pinned Sasori to the wall. It spread and the spikes pressed the man to the wall. Jiraiya formed a Rasengan, slammed it into the puppet man's chest, destroying his heart. As life left him, he looked at Chiyo and said, "I'm sorry, grandmother." With that, the puppet master of the Akatsuki died. Jiraiya looked at Chiyo and shrugged before they ran at Tenzo, who was dodging bombs from Deidara. Deidara suddenly found himself surrounded by the 3 of them. "Give up," Jiraiya said. "You can't beat all of us." Tenzo, who was really low on chakra, said, "It's about time." "What took you so long? Did that doll boy give you that much of a hard time?" Jiraiya said, this coming from the guy who had trouble fighting a guy who makes clay toys. Tenzo snarled. Deidara was an expert with his bombs. He had nearly killed Tenzo multiple times if not for all the wood defense techniques that he knew. His clothes were slightly burned. Deidara was also injured. He had multiple blast wounds from a few of Tenzo's water jutsu as well as a couple cuts from the Anbu member's Tonto. Deidara cut off the old sage by laughing and said, "I will beat you even if I have to destroy myself to do it." The mad bomber ripped his shirt off, showing a mouth on his chest that was stitched shut. Deidara quickly formed a ball of clay and shoved it into the mouth. Chakra veins spread across his body and he growled, "I'll see all of you in hell." The ultimate art. CO. His body started to rupture. At that time a black blur flew up and grabbed him. The man was then flown into the air by what grabbed him. The flying figure then drew back his arm and unleashed a right hook that sent the mad bomber flying. Once high up in the air, Deidara exploded with tremendous form. With the creator dead, the clay that held Gaara started to break. Gaara was still unconscious, but he was alive. The figure landed on the ground hard in front of them. When it stood up, they got a good look at it. The figure was tall with spiky red hair. Its skin was darkened and almost a sickening black. It had spikes of bone coming off the back of its elbows and its knees. He also had blades of bone shooting out of the top of his forearms outward toward his hands. The iris of its eyes was red while the sclera was black. On its back were a large black angel wing and a large bat wing. It also had a few bone spikes coming out of its back. What got Jiraiya and Tenzo's attention was its face. There were crimson marks that resembled scars on each cheek. Naruto? Jiraiya asked. Slowly the creature turned back to normal, revealing Naruto. Naruto grinned weakly, as the strain from using his Bankai and the full power of his curse mark set in. He collapsed just in time for Jiraiya to catch him. He's exhausted, Chio said looking at the boy. Come on, let's get him and the cage back to Sunagakur. With that they left. As they did, they didn't notice a man with orange hair and purple eyes that had a ring pattern. Deep in the bowels of a Megakure, a man with long red hair sat in the middle of a large pod. This was the leader of the Akatsuki Nagato, aka Pain. Now most would be surprised to see this because when the leader of the Akatsuki spoke to them, it was usually a man with orange hair. There was the sound of knocking and a woman entered the room. She was tall and beautiful with blue hair, orange eyes, and an origami rose put in her hair. Pain-sama, the woman said, I have returned. The red-haired man reached out and took some papers the woman had with her. Is this true? The man said as he looked at the papers. Is it really true, Conan? The now identified Conan said, yes Pain-sama, I'll leave you to your thoughts. With that the woman left to leave Pain to his thoughts. As the door closed, it automatically locked. Pain hung his head from his spot. As he did, tears started to run down his face. Crying was something he hadn't done in years. Something he swore he would never do again. The tears would not stop, however, as darkened memories rose to the surface. Flashback many years ago in the now destroyed country of Uzugakure. A much younger Nagato ran around after a little girl who was about a year or so younger than him. The girl giggled as she jumped around, followed by her big brother. I'm gonna get you, Nagato yelled. Oh, no you're not. The girl yelled back. Nagato jumped after the girl and she squealed as her brother tackled her and they wrestled on the ground. Shish. E was then put in headlock and given a noogie. Nagato, Kushina, lunch, came the voice of their mother. As they ran in, Kushina asked, are we having ramen? Their mother said, Kushinafut have told you about ramen. Kushina sighed and said, it may be good but it's unhealthy to eat every day. The woman smiled and said, good girl, now go join your brother. The three sat down for lunch. As they did, Nagato asked, do you think Dad will be home in time for the festival? Their mother said, I don't know honey. Your father is really busy with the war and all. Nagato sighed, well when I pass Genin exam in a few months I'll be able to join Dad on the battlefield. Kushina giggled and said, I'll join you too big brother when I pass. Then we'll become the most powerful ninja siblings in the village. The brother and sister fist bumped while their mother smiled at their antics. Later that night, Nagato was brought out of his sleep when by the sound of something crashing and the smell of smoke. The redhead looked out his window to see houses on fire and ninja running through the streets. A lot of them had symbols he didn't recognize. He then heard somebody scream. The boy ran downstairs just in time to get tackled by a blur. He looked down to see Kushina with her arms wrapped tightly around him crying hysterically. Nagato was about to ask why when he looked over to see their mother. She was beaten, bleeding, and her neck was twisted at an odd angle. Her shirt and pants were ripped open and he dared not think as to why. What do we do? Kushian asked. Big brother, I'm scared. Nagato comforted his little sister and said, it going to be okay Kushina. We need to get out of here. At that moment the crack of wood was heard and a beam fell through the roof. Nagato pushed Ina away and the beam crashed down separating them. Big brother. The young girl yelled. I'm okay, Nagato yelled, go to our old secret hideout. We'll meet up there as soon as possible. Okay, Shina yelled to be heard over the flames. With that the duo left in different directions. About an hour later, something was wrong. Kushina should have been at their hideout a while ago. Their Sekar T hideout was an old cave that they had found a few months ago and was near the edge of the village. Thanks to their constant hide and seek they knew all of the nooks and crannies of the village. He knew that she should have been brought in here as soon as or close to the time he did. The boy saw a group of the foreign ninja coming and, even though it made his heart ache, he ran into the cave to fight a way out of the village before he was killed. About 15 minutes later Nagato got out of the caves around the edge of the village. He looked around and gasped at what he saw. His village, his only home, was completely gone. The entire village was now completely destroyed. Fires were sending smoke up into the air. The buildings were taken down and he could see the bodies of the villagers, both local and foreign. Nagato took a risk before he cupped his hands around his mouth and yelled, "Kushina." There was no response. He yelled even louder, "Kushina." Tears started to well up in his eyes as he fell to the ground sobbing. "Crying isn't going to bring them back, boy," said a voice. Nagato turned around to see a man standing behind him. He was wearing a headband that had a symbol that resembled rain. "Come ye with me, child." The man said, "There is nothing here for you, no." The man started to leave. Nagato sighed. He wanted to turn around and run back to the village. He wanted to go back and try and find his little sister. He wanted to find her and go somewhere, but he doubted she had survived. He didn't have anywhere else to go. So he followed the strange man. End flashback. The man brought Nagato to a megacure. It was there he met his adoptive family and his two best friends Yahiko and Konan. When his adopted parents were killed by attacking Konoha, that is what set the man off. He became reclusive, cold, and he forgot about Kushian for a while. He eventually rose in power after meeting and being trained by Jiraiya after he gained the title of Sannin. He rose in power till he was able to beat the tyrannical ruler of AIM, Hanzo. He then started the Akatsuki with the idea of bringing peace to the world. Now he was learning that his sister's child may in fact be alive. Old emotions stirred in the man's stomach. "Konan," the man said. "Yes, Pain-sama," the woman asked as she entered again. The man said, "I need you to do something for me." Meanwhile, Naruto, Jiraiya, and Tenzo were making their way towards Konoha. After being taken to the hospital to treat his chakra exhaustion, Naruto and his group left the sandy village after they got the bounty for Sasori. Despite the puppets being badly damaged, Kankuro took them into use for himself when the time came. With that done, the trio left at a much faster pace and headed for Konoha. Flying on the back of one of Naruto's dragon, they made it in record time. Once they arrived, they were halted by the two eternal guards Izumo and Katetsu. Once inside, they immediately went to the Hokage's office. When they entered, EY found the blonde female Hokage asleep on her desk. "She did this a lot back in the academy, didn't she?" Naruto asked Jiraiya, who nodded. Naruto said, "Does anyone know how to wake her up?" As she ate that, Shizune walked up behind Naruto and said, "I think I know a way how." The brunette walked up to the sleeping Godime and yelled, "Wake up, Lady Tsunade. Jiraiya is trying to molest you in your sleep." Almost immediately Tsunade jumped up from her sleeping position and glared ominously at Jiraiya before shooting forward and unleashing brutal right hook that knocked the man through a few walls before he lost enough momentum to collapse to the ground. Naruto, Tenzo, and Shizune all laughed at Jiraiya's misfortune and at the shocked and slightly embarrassed look on Tsunade's face. "That wasn't very nice to do to Jiraiya," Tsunade said. "Yes," Shizune said, "but do I really need an excuse to see that pervert get socked in the face?" Tsunade shrugged and said, "Fair enough. Now how did the mission go?" Naruto said, "The mission to Sunagakure was a success. Tenzo and Jiraiya faced off against Deidara and Sasori with the help of someone from Suna named Chiyo, while I went off to face the Sasuke Uchiha. Sasori was beaten and killed by the combined efforts of Chiyo and Jiraiya. After my fight with the Uchiha, I managed to throw Deidara away from the group when he tried to do some crazy suicide jutsu. The case cage was then returned home." Tsunade asked, "What happened to the Uchiha?" Naruto grinned and said, "His ashes are mixing with the sands as we speak." Tsunade grinned when she heard that. Naruto then said, "I also recovered the Kusangi from him as well as the sword Kubikiri Bocho stolen from our own deceased Zabuza Momochi." Tsunade nodded and said, "Will you be returning the swords to their rightful owners?" Naruto said, "If by rightful owners you mean Enko Mitarashi and Haku Momochi, then yes, I am." The female Kage nodded and said, "You will be receiving your pay for this tomorrow afternoon. By the way, you might want to get home and say your daughter Naruto. She has been wondering where you've been, kid." Naruto nodded before he vanished in a flash of yellow light. Jiraiya and Tenzo also vanished in a shushin. "I wonder what happened to just going through the door?" Shizune asked as handed a pile of paperwork to her mentor. At the Namekize compound, Naruto appeared in a bright yellow. Naruto stepped forward and opened the door to the main building. Almost as soon as he did, he was tackled by a blur. He looked down to see his little girl squeezing his diaphragm and cuddling his chest. "Hey, my little butterfly," Naruto said, cuddling his little girl in his arms, calling her by the pet name he had for her. "How have things been since I went on the mission?" Kira answered, "I've been good, daddy. Mama and Aunt Yugito are out shopping. They got me these really nice babysitters." The father and daughter pair walked into the house just in time to see Haku and Anko. "Hello Naruto," Haku said. "It has been some time." Naruto grinned and said, "Anko Mitarashi and Haku Momochi, just the pair I wanted to see." The two looked at each other and said, "We are." Naruto nodded. He set the girl down and she sat down in a nearby chair. Naruto took out the two scrolls he had under his jacket and unsealed the two weapons inside. The kusangi clattered to the floor while Kubikiri Bocho smashed into the ground. Both of the girls had wide eyes. Anko tentatively picked up the kusangi as if it was going to bite. With a little difficulty Haku managed to lift the massive SWO road that belonged to her now deceased father figure. "Naruto, did you get these from?" Haku started. Naruto nodded and said, "Ran into the duck-haired jerk on our last mission. I got them from him with a little persuasion." Naruto would have just said that he killed the smug sob, but there was a child in the room. The two girls hugged Naruto tightly and left whooping with joy. Kira walked up to Naruto and said, "Hey daddy, while you were away I learned a new trick." Naruto looked down at his little girl and asked, "Really? Well, don't just stand there leaving me in suspense, show me. While you're at it, you can show me the other tricks you know." With that the pair went to the back of compound towards the training ground. As they did there was a knocking at the door. Naruto said, "Go on back sweetie, I'll be there in a minute." Naruto answered the door to see his perverted godfather standing there with a huge mark on the side of his face. "Hello Ero-senin," Naruto said, "what are you doing here? And I better not hear anything about my daughter because you are not going to use her to try and pick up women." Jiraiya said, "Easy there Naruto. I just ran into those two girlfriends of yours. Fu said something about her having a special skill from both you and Harry was wondering what that was." Naruto sighed and said, "Darn you Fu and your sometimes very big mouth." Meanwhile Fu sneezed Makin. A lot of young men around her offer her a tissue and caused said girl and Yugito to roll their eyes at the desperation that some men in this village had. "I'll show you," Naruto said. With that he led the old man to the training ground. Kira was waiting for them and she waved yelling, "Hi Erojij." Jiraiya facepalmed when he heard the little girl say that accursed nickname. Why is it that no one in Minato's family always disrespected him? Naruto said, "Okay my little butterfly, show me what you got." Kira nodded and, to the shock of Jiraiya, started focusing his chakra. As a result of being born from two Jinchuriki, Kira's chakra coils had developed extraordinarily fast, as well as it having the density of the Uzumaki clan chakra, which would allow her to use chakra chains when Naruto taught them to her. The chakra focused on Kira's back and a pair of large for her size butterfly wings spread out across her back. They were currently gray with a back line that resembled a monarch butterfly. "So that's why you call her that?" Jiraiya said. Naruto nodded and said, "Okay little one, show us what you got." Kira nodded. She floated up into the air as the wings changed from gray to red. The wings burst into flames before she flapped them, sending wave of fire forward. They changed from red to blue before she flapped them again, sending waves of water that extinguished the flames. Her wings turned green as they flapped, sending waves of wind that blew away the smoke. Kira's wings turned white before she performed a tiny spin, sending a boomerang-shaped bolt of lightning outward that bounced around. Her wings finally turned brown as earth focused on her wings. They took the blast of lightning and stood solid. Naruto clapped and said, "Good show little one. Now it was that new trick you wanted to show me." Kira grinned before he butterfly wings turned into a pair of dragonfly wings. The little girl's wings started buzzing. Naruto covered his ears due to the noise caused by the wings. The ground beneath her actually started to crack from the sound. "Whoa," Naruto said as Kira stopped buzzing and her wings receded. "Whoa is right," Jiraiya said, "what was that?" Kira jumped into Naruto's arms with a giggle. Naruto started to rock her back and forth. Kira tried to stave off the sleepy feeling that came with the rocking and Naruto said, "Don't worry sweetie. We can play when you wake up." The girl yawned cutely and started to sleep, snoring in an adorable way. "She got a mix of the chakra from me and Fu when she was born," Naruto explained. "When she was 2 she started manifesting these butterfly wings. On top of that her chakra coils started to develop faster than normal. By the time that she's a genin she'll have Jonin level chakra according to Sumekin. Anyway, we call her bloodline the Butai Kocho element butterfly. It's basically my bloodline mixed with the powers of an insect thanks to Fu containing that giant beetle. Though, the trick with a dragonfly's wings is new. Looks like it might extend if this goes on." Jiraiya was shocked when he heard this. Apparently Naruto's bloodline was versatile depending on who he bore children with. He wondered what would happen if he bore a child with Yugito and Sume. Naruto was suddenly aware of an unfamiliar chakra. He said, "Would you mind putting Kurachan to bed? I warn you, if you don't, I warn you, I have a high Rasheen seal etched into all of her clothing, so in case she gets kidnapped, so if you do something with her I will hunt you down and turn you into a lady." Jiraiya's face was as white as his hair as he grabbed the little girl gently from Naruto's arms and ran for it. Naruto said, "I know you're there, lady, I can practically sense your chakra." There was a swift gust of wind and Konan appeared. "Are you Akatsuki getting so desperate that you have to attack me in my own home?" Naruto asked as he placed his hand on his weapon. Konan held up her hands in a peaceful gesture and said, "Easy there, Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, I come in peace." Naruto said, "What are you doing here, lady?" Konan answered, "I bring a message from a lost member of your family of the Uzumaki clan." Naruto's eyes widened and he said, "What do you mean of the Uzumaki clan? I went to Uzugakure and it was nothing but ruins." Konan said, "He is a survivor of your homeland during the Third Shinobi War. He is willing to meet with you tonight if you are willing." With that she vanished in a plume of smoke. Naruto looked at where the woman had been standing just moments ago and sat down thinking. Was this a trap or was this the genuine article? He glanced up to where he could see Kira's room. Naruto thought for a second. He got up and created a shadow clone before running off to the Hokage tower. A few hours later, Naruto Street oohed around in the forest around the edge of Konoha. He glanced at the moon and guessed the time. Around him, hidden to the naked eye, were multiple Anbu and Jiraiya. Naruto stood still for a moment. Then he sensed a familiar chakra. He spun around and saw Konan walking with a red-haired man. He had no shirt showing his muscled exterior as well as 6 rods coming out of his back and what looked like armor covering his legs. Naruto noticed that the man seemed to have a little bit of trouble walking. "So you're Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze," the man said. "I take it you're the man that the pretty lady here told me about." Naruto said with a tone that made the man laugh. "You talk just like my sister," Nagato said, "my dear sister Kushina, if only I knew she was alive." Naruto gained a shocked look, as did the Anbu and Jiraiya. "You're me uncle?" Naruto asked. "Yes," Nagato said, "I managed to get a blood sample from myself and from you after one of your many battles. We are related by blood. Unfortunately, I am the figurehead of the Akatsuki organization." At that everyone tensed. "So you're the leader of the group that has been hunting me and my kind for all this time?" Naruto yelled. Nagato said, "I don't expect you to understand, child. I was driven by grief after the destruction of my village, and the death of my very best friend. This was long before I knew you were alive. Forgive my nephew. I wish to make amends for my sister, your mother's sake." Naruto looked at the man with a raised eyebrow. He then said, "Tell me all you know about the members of the Akatsuki." It had been a few days since Naruto had met up with long-lost uncle. Nagato informed Konoha on all the Akatsuki members, the immortal duo Hidan and Kakuzu, the contradicting pair Kisame and Itachi, the plant weirdo Zetsu, and finally the mysterious masked man named Tobi. Nagato told them that Tobi thought he was the reincarnation of the long-dead Madara Uchiha due to the fact that he had one of his eyes transplanted into his face. Nagato originally thought he was crazy, but went along with it in his quest for eternal peace. He told Naruto that he would send them info on when the Akatsuki members would move and where they were going. When they were down enough members they would attack and take down the Akatsuki in their home base in Omegakure. Naruto agreed to this since it seemed like a thorough plan. Nagato hadn't gotten to meet Kira yet, because Naruto didn't fully trust him. Nagato knew that he would gain his nephew's trust eventually. Deep in Omegakure, Pain's Diva Path stood before the remaining members of the Akatsuki, Tobi, Kisame, Itachi, Hidan, and Zetsu. The Diva Path stepped forward and said, "Hidan, Kakuzu, I need you two to go to Hidden Cloud Village. You are to find the 8 tails and bring him down." Knowing their connection, if they find out the 2 tails and 9 tails are bound to show up as well. Hidan grinned maniacally and said, "Finally I get to send more poor souls to Lord Jashin." Kakuzu rolled his eyes at his comrades' antics and they turned to leave. The path then turned to Kisame and Itachi and said, "I want you two to go to Kurigakure. The 6 tails has finally resurfaced." The two nodded and left. As they did, Kisame said, "I can't believe we have to take on a giant freaking slug." Itachi said, "Do not be so impatient, Kisame. The 6 tails may provide you with a challenge that you so desperately seek." Kisame huffed and hefted his sword onto his back. The man turned to Zetsu and said, "Zetsu, split and follow both teams to report on their progress." If any of them fail in their mission, kill them. Zetsu nodded before his black and white halves split in two and melded into the ground. Toby floated up to Pain and said, not in his usually cheery tone. You seem to be taking a bit of a stand sending both of our teams out. Why tell Zetsu to kill them if they fail? The Path answered, we have already failed once in the retrieval of the One-Tails. The only reason I wasn't able to make an example of Sasori or Deidara was because they were already dead. Toby actually grinned behind his mask, you are becoming quite the ruthless leader, Pain. I like that. As he floated away he thought. Too bad your power is a threat to my future plans. You made such a great leader too. Oh well, all good things must come to an end, my puppet. Toby was so enwrapped in his thoughts that he never noticed a small toad in the corner of the room with Rinnegan eyes vanish in a puff of smoke. In Konoha, Kira yelled, I'm gonna get you, Daddy. Naruto yelled back, no you aren't. If anyone was able to see what was going on they would sworn of alcohol if they were drunk. They would see Naruto flying through the air with one eye green and the other one red, while Kira flew after him with her wings green. This was actually both an exercise and a game for the duo. Naruto got to push his chakra to its limit by constantly shifting the chakra around him using his wind and fire powers. It also helped Kira get a good grip on flying and allowed her to enhance her maneuverability. All of that was wrapped up into one colossal game of tag. As the father-daughter duo as flying around in the air, an ear-splitting scream was heard from the Namikaze household down below. The two stopped flying as Yugito came out of the house and yelled, Naruto. There's some freaky toad with ripple eyes in here. Get it to leave before Fu here has a meltdown. Naruto sighed when he heard about Fu. Being the fact that Fu had an insect sealed inside her, she had a slight fear of OGS and toads since they were one of the many natural enemies of bugs. It also didn't help that when she was 3 some teenage boys played a prank on her that involved throwing her in a barrel full of frogs and toads. She's been slightly freaked out by them. Naruto and Kira flew down and landed at the gate before they all walked in. They found the light brown toad with a ripple-patterned eye. Looks like Nagato sent his contact. Naruto said. Fu said, just get it out. The green-haired babe was currently jumped up and a typical damsel in distress fashion in Sum's arms, gripping her so tight that the dog-themed woman was starting to turn blue. What is it that Nagato needs to tell us? Naruto asked the amphibian. The toad opened its mouth and a recording of what was said was heard. Thanks, Naruto said. Tell Nagato that Yugito and I will go to Kumo to help out Kurabi. Also, can you tell him to send something small and fuzzy? Just don't send a cat or a dog on the fact that we have a dog and cat-themed women living with me. The last thing I need is for the house to get wrecked. Anyway, good luck with the plan. Say goodbye, Kurachan. Kira ran up and said, bye great Uncle Naga. Bye pretty paper lady. With that the amphibian disappeared in a puff of smoke. When it did, Fu got off Sum and she started rocking back and forth on the couch in a fetal position, muttering, Slimai warts long tongweseki. Naruto shook his head and said, Sumekin, when Fu gets out of her funk, could you go tell Tsunade where we went? The last thing I need is to be declared a missing nin by one of the people who still hates me. Sum nodded as she rubbed Fu's head as she was still rocking back and forth. The duo ran out of the compound and Naruto summoned a dragon that flew up with them on their back and shot out in the direction of Kumo. Meanwhile, Itachi and Kisame were walking through a murky area in the land of water. Eventually they found who they were looking for. Sitting in a tree was a tall, thin man with pale golden eyes and black hair that went down to his shoulders. His side parting let a large portion of his bangs cover the left side of his face. He wore a long, light blue kimono adorned with a small emblem of 3 bubbles on the back, and a pair of black pants underneath, with an orange sash. The kimono hangs loose, exposing his chest. In it, he carries a bamboo jug filled with a soap solution, and a pipe. The man looked towards them and said, Oh, were you sent by Kiri? Well, I'll tell you what I told that pain in the neck Yagura, I'm not going back. Itachi said, Not entirely. Our master has a need for you and I would prefer that you come peacefully. Kisame looked at his partner and said, Oh come on, at least let me cut off his legs so he can't run away. Utakata took out his pipe and dipped it in some solution. The man then said, Allow me to think for a moment. Okay, don't, here's my answer. Water style. Acid bubbles. The 6-tailed Jinchuriki blew on his pipe's end. Green-colored bubbles outward at the 2 Akatsuki members. Almost immediately the water in the muck around them shot up and formed a water wall around him, blocking the bubbles and sending the acid to sink below into the water. Bubbles, huh? Kiyame said, no attack like the unexpected one. Now let's play. Kisame ripped the bandages off his weapon, revealing the multiple blades that covered his weapon. He charged while Kisame rolled his eyes as he saw his partner's battle-crazed antics. Back around the Kumo area, Hidan was currently swinging his scythe, decapitating a few of the ninja and villagers that were around them. Hidan, Kakuzu said, annoyed, do we have to do this every time we see a group of villagers that we come across? If we fail because of this your stupid ritual, then we are so screwed. Hidan spun around and yelled, shut up Kakuzu. I have to please Jashin-sama. Oh great Jashin-sama, don't let this non-believer's stupidity insult you. With Hidan's last sacrifice done, the silver-haired sadist and his partner left. As they did, though, they never noticed a pair of silver eyes filled with anger. Meanwhile, in a higher plane of existence, a little kid's laughter could be heard as he watched TV. On it was Hidan killing the people of the village and sacrificing them. He laughed as he saw this, but his mirth suddenly turned to fear when he felt a shadow standing over him. He too, RNED around to see Kami standing above him with a very angry look on his face. Jashin, the god said, his voice thundering, what did I tell you about making crazed priests that are immortal? The boy shuffled his feet nervously and answered, not to daddy. Kami nodded and said, good, now go to your room and think about what you've done. I'll clean up this mess. Jashin said, but daddy. Kami interrupted and said, no buts little mister. Now go. Jashin sighed and walked away, grumbling about unfair parents and never being allowed to have any fun. Kami sighed and went to see if he could do something about a certain bloodthirsty priest. Back on Earth, Naruto and Yugito sat on the back of the dragon Naruto summoned and were flying at top speed towards Kumo. We might actually beat those two immortal freaks there, Naruto said. From what Nagato told me, one is money hungry and the other is insane over some fake god. Elsewhere, Hidan sneezed and yelled about somebody disgracing the Grey T and powerful Jashin, which earned him a powerful right hook from Kakuzu. Yugito yelled, look. Naruto and Yugito looked down to see two people with Kumo headbands. The first was a tall muscular man with white hair and a goatee. He had the kanji for iron tattooed on his right shoulder. On his left cheek was the tattoo of a bull's horns. He wore some oval-shaped sunglasses, a white forehead protector, a white one-strap over one shoulder flak jacket, and a long red rope wrapped around his waist. He also had white hand guards and shin guards and had a total of 7 swords sheathed on his back. The second was a fairly tall dark-skinned man with shaggy white hair that covered his left eye. His nose was slightly larger than normal and he had a lazy look in his eyes. He wore a black high-collared sleeveless uniform with loose-fitting black pants, bandages around his arms, and a one-strap over one shoulder flak jacket. He had the kanji symbols for water and lightning tattooed on his left and right holders respectively, and he had a foldable cleaver-like sword on his back. The dragon roared, getting the duo's attention. The lazy look in the second man's eyes was gone as his eyes widened as he saw the massive reptile landed on the ground. The blonde duo jumped off the legendary monster and landed in front of the two Kumo shinobi. Hey Daruzen, Kurabi-sensei, Yugito yelled, remember me? The large man with sunglasses said. Hey Yugito, what you know, how you been doing over in Kono? Yugito answered, first of all, I've been doing good. Second of all, stop it with the rhyming. The attract, I've blonde then smashed the man over the head with her fist, making him face plant. Kurabi then got up and rushed himself off like nothing happened. Does he always have to talk like that? Naruto asked. Darui said, he does. It isn't dull when he does it through because the reactions of the other people around him are completely hilarious. Kurabi was currently writing down the rhyme he made earlier and was putting the book away when he looked at Naruto. Hey, the 8 Tails said, I can sense the 9 Tails chakra inside of the kid over there. Kurabi walked towards the blonde and said, hey, boyo. Eito can sense the power of the Ninyo. Naruto then smacked Kurabi over the head and said, enough with the rapping. Seriously, I've only heard you talk twice so far and I've already want to rip you a new one. Anyway, I used to be the Jinchuriki of Kurama. He passed on a few years ago. Kurabi winced and Gyuki, the 8 Tails, was raging about how it wasn't fair that he wouldn't get the chance to kick that stupid to the curb the next time he got to see him. Meanwhile, inside Yugito Matabi, the 2-tailed cat, whined and said, I miss my dear sweet Kyukin. Yugito sighed as and the 2-tailed cat was sent into a deep wailing fit when she found out that Kyubi was died and was completely gone. The group was brought out of their discussion when 2 people arrived. Well, what do we have here? Hidan said with a cruel smirk, we have the 2 tails, the 9 tails, and the 8 tails all in one place. This is going to be easy. Kakuzu nodded and said, "Yay, where have I seen that other guy before?" The man took out a little book and said, "OHA, yeah. Darui of the Black Lightning. We can turn you into one of the neighboring countries. I think they would pay a why price for those black lightning techniques of yours." Darui glared at the man before he unsheathed his massive cleaver sword, unfolded it, and had it at the ready. "Hey," Darui said, "Yugito, you want to join me in a rumble with the masked guy for old time's sake?" Kakuzu cracked his knuckles and grinned as he thought of the money he was going to get for turning in Darui to one of the neighboring villages. "Well, Ninio," Kurabi said. "Looks you me against the crazy emo. Ooh, that's a good one." The man took out a book and pencil and started to write down the latest rhyme. Naruto looked at the man strangely. Hidan snarled and yelled, "Don't ignore me, you freak." Hidan charged with his scythe pulled back and was prepared to decapitate Kurabi. The large man took his pencil and focused his light Ning chakra into his pencil before he threw it forward. The small utensil being used as a weapon caught Hidan by surprise. The pencil pierced and came out the back of Hidan's shoulder and smashed into the ground behind him. Hidan clutched his limb in pain. Kirai took a deep breath and blasted a cloud of ink from his mouth. Hidan was hit by the cloud with God in his eyes, making them sting, and he screamed at the pain in his eyes. Naruto caught the idea before his eyes turned white. He drew back his arms and yelled, "Thunderclap." Naruto clapped his hands together and sent a wave of electricity at the man. Hidan was hit the lightning blast that went through the ink and blasted through his chest. Hidan stumbled back and roared in fury. "Look what you did to me." He yelled, "You will pay." Hid, and went forward, shocking Kurabi and Darui. Yugito and Naruto weren't surprised though from the information that they got from Nagato and Konan. "Dori," Naruto said, "if you want to kill Kakuzu you got to slice 5 or 6 times. Kurabi, let's wipe this freak off the face of the earth." Darui's bored expression was replaced with an interested one and he said, "Now this isn't dull. Let's rumble." Ui shot forward and swung his cleaver sword, slicing Kakuzu's chest, but not enough to kill him the first time. Darui focused power into his hand and slammed his fist into Kakuzu's jaw, knocking him backwards. Yugito followed after him. Naruto dodged a swing from Hidan's scythe and countered with a vicious uppercut. Hidan stumbled from the powerful impact and was then knocked down when Kurabi shot forward and slammed a powerful lightning chakra enhanced fist into his face. Hidan jumped up and yelled, "Is that all you pansies got?" Naruto growled, "Oh, you did not just call me a pansy. Roar, Ryu too." In a burst of flame, Naruto's katana was by a Zanbeitu. Naruto charged and swung the sword and it met with Hidan's triple-bladed weapon with a loud clang. Yugito and Darui vs. Kakuzu. Kakuzu dodged another punch from Darui, but a follow-up punch from Yugito knocked him back. Kakuzu unleashed a punch of his own. The duo dodged and it was a good thing it did. The power behind the punch was enough to shatter the ground. Yugito went through hand signs and yelled, "Hellfire Blast." Purple and blue flames burst from Yugito's mouth at an incredible speed. Kakuzu vanished in a burst of speed. The flames actually managed to burn Kakuzu's cloak. When they got a look at Kakuzu's back they saw that he had 4 masks on his back. They immediately got that might be why Naruto told them to kill this guy about 5 times. Darui went through hand signs and said, "Storm style, laser circus." A glowing aura appeared on his hands and he fired a barrage of lasers from his hands. Kakuzu dodged them thanks to his incredible speed. However, own victory was short-lived as one blasted his arm off. The 2 ninja were shocked when multiple black threads shot out of his severed elbow and reattached the severed part. Yugito got out of her shock first and focused her powers with Matabi's chakra and she shot forward with speed that matched Kakuzu. The duo grappled and jumped into the air and started trading blows DBZ style. Kakazu managed to slam his knee into Yugito's stomach, making her double over. He was about to bring his elbow down when Yugito vanished in a blur of speed. Kakuzu suddenly found himself stabbed in the back by Darui's sword, making him scream out in pain. The pain grew and his arm went completely numb as the Kumo ninja focused lightning chakra into the blade, making him cry out in pain. Darui threw the man away before Yugito came up again and focused the Nibi's chakra into her hands. Hellfire claws. Purple and blue flames appeared on the woman's hands and formed cat-like claws. The large claws stabbed into Kakuzu's chest and stabbed into his chest, destroyed his 2 more hearts, leaving him only 2 left. Kakuzu growled in anger before throwing a fist up and slamming Yugito in the jaw, knocking her onto the ground. The immortal doll man then grabbed Darui's arm and twisted him around before throwing him into the ground. He pulled the sword upward and out of his word and the black thread sealed his wounds. The black thread spread over Kakuzu's arms and a mask appeared in both hands. Fire style. Intelligent hard work. Wind release. Pressure damage. 1 Moss. K started to inflate and burn when Kakuzu smashed into his other arm. The flames shot forward and the pressurized attack from the other mask combined with it turning the orange-red fire white. Yugito when T threw a few hand signs of her own and yelled, "Breath of the twitailed cat." An enormous blast of purple and blue flames erupted from Yugito's mouth and soared forward slamming into Kakuzu's own fire attack. The two fire attacks met and cancelled each other out with a resounding boom. The grass was burned on the ground. Unfortunately for Kakuzu he was closer and the explosion left him dazed. Ui quickly formed a shadow clone and they both yelled, lightning style, twin Black Panthers. Dory and his clones both fired black lightning from their hands that took the shape of two large cats that charged right at Kakuzu's hearts. Kakuzu twisted himself at the last second taking the blast on only one side. When the smoke cleared all of Kakuzu's left side was completely gone. "I'll get you for this," Kakuzu croaked, "I'll get you." Quote, Kakuzu's hand was still replaced by a mask and pointed it at Kakuzu with the intent of killing them both with this attack. Moon release. Full moon slash. Sud. Denly a huge blast of silver chakra and sliced right through Kakuzu's remaining heart. The man gagged for a second before he was suddenly sliced to pieces. Yugito and Darui saw a flash of silver and gold in the distance. The duo ran for it to find the guy who just killed Kakuzu with a single stroke. Meanwhile, the fight was not going good for Naruto and Diarui. They quickly found THT Hidan's self-PR. Climbed immortality wasn't just hot air. The man had taken fireballs, lightning bolts, pressurized blasts, giant rocks, and water blasts and hadn't died yet. He had also managed to take some of Kira Bai's physical assaults and hadn't died. Even a lightning-enhanced sword assault hadn't killed him. "You won't be able to kill me just yet," Hidan mocked, "thanks to Jashinsama I am immortal." In the higher plane of existence Kami groaned and rubbed his temples in annoyance while, in his room, Jashin had a feeling that he would be in big trouble when his dad came in. Back on Earth Naruto was growing more annoyed and growled, "That's it. I'm getting sick of this clown. Shake the." Naruto was cut off when a voice yelled, "Moon release, moonlight wave." A sudden wave of silver energy shot forward and sliced Hidan's arm off. Hidan screamed in pain. They turned around to see a new character standing on the ridge. The figure was tall with long spiky silver hair. Think Inuyasha's hairdo. His eyes, much like his hair, was deep silver. He was wearing a black long-sleeve shirt, with black long pants. Over that was an intricate-looking armor that looked like a knight-samurai combination with a moon symbol etched on the back. In his hand, still coated with silver chakra, was an intricate broadsword with the image of the moon's phases on the blade. "I don't believe it," Yuki said, "I thought they were all dead." Kurabi thought, "What you mean Eito?" The Eight Tails answered, "Many years before Kuma was founded there was a village called the Hidden Moon Village in Lightning Country. They were known for their abilities in swordsmanship. They were even known for their special chakra which was known as Moon Chakra. It is a fusion of fire, wind, and lightning chakra and is the ultimate cutting form. There was even a special version they called the Genjutsu Myaku that granted them more powerful abilities. The village was supposedly destroyed when a plague swept through the village and killed the villagers and their warriors. Apparently, one of them survived and passed the bloodline on through all these years." The man growled and jumped down. He glared right at Hidan said, "Hidan right. Do you know who I am?" Hidan said, "No." The man said, "I am Naraku Jin, the last member of my clan. You and that stitched-up freak tore through my village and killed all my friends, everyone I knew. No, I'm going to carve their tombstones out of your insane hide." Hidan grinned before he reached down and picked up his arm. He reattached it with a sickening crunch. "Should we help him?" Naruto asked. Kurabi answered, "Nah, he think this guy can handle himself." The two silver-haired fighters charged at each other letting out battle cries. The two met with loud clangs as their steel weapons met in show of sparks. Again and again the sound of singing steel echoed through the area. Naraku pushed against Hidan's arm and knocked him backwards. Jin drew back his arm and unleashed a vicious fire chakra-enhanced punch on Hidan's jaw. Hidan jumped up and swung his scythe to try and cut him. When it came close a layer of silver chakra repelled the blade. Hidan looked shocked as did the others, even Darui and Yugito who just arrived. "Do you like it?" Naraku asked. "I call it my moon armor. It activates whenever I feel I'm in danger. It able to deflect most techniques up to rank and is able to stop even the sharpest of blades. In other words, that whole Jashinist thing you got going on isn't going to help you. Hidan was nervous. If this was true, then he was in big trouble. If he couldn't see you, the guy, he couldn't use his immortality to his advantage. And if he was able to kill Kakuzu, then it was obvious that he was no pushover. Hidan was starting to think that he would need that technique. Suddenly a group of Kumo Jonin and a few Chunin appeared. Hidan silently thanked Jashin and grinned evilly. "Kurabi-sama," the lead Jonin said, "what is going on?" Before Kurabi could yell at them, "Oh, stay back!" Hidan jumped up and swung his scythe. One by one the Kumo ninja fell and Hidan above the corpses. Hidan yelled, "Now you're dead, you silver-eyed freak. Time to show you the ultimate power. Bestowed upon me by the great Jashin-sama. Multi-sacrificial technique. Great blood golem." Hidan smashed his scythe staff into the ground and the blood from the dead ninja was suddenly ripped from the bodies and wrapped around him. Not just the blood, but the flesh, skin, and bone marrow went up into the formation as well. Soon a massive golem wielding a massive scythe stood towering above the ninja. The monster laughed, sending out a demonic version of Hidan's voice. "Now you pathetic worms," Hidan said, "you will all fall before the power of my ultimate technique." "Wow," Naruto said, "when did he learn to do that?" Nagato didn't say anything about it. Kurabi looked at the blonde and shrugged slightly. Naraku laughed out loud and said, "Is that all you got? Let me show you a real giant." Ilver Chakra covered the man with a shout, then he threw his head back with a powerful shout. Genjutsu Myaku transformation. Tsukuyomi the Moon Warrior. In an explosion of silver chakra, a golem just as big as the blood golem stood tall. It was tall and completely silver. It wore armor like the kind Naraku wore, but much more silver and a lot less gold. Its eyes flashed a dark blue and in his hand was a great sword that looked incredibly sharp. The Moon Warrior roared and pointed his sword at the blood golem. The two charged at each other and their weapons met with a loud clang and the ground cracked beneath each strain. The two met again and again with multiple clangs of metal as they struck each other again and again. "Hey Kurabi," Naruto said, "why is it we aren't joining this?" The T-tailed Jinchuriki blinked behind his sunglasses and said, "I don't know. Let's join this party." Kurabi started to radiate red chakra. Suddenly a few chakra tentacles and some chakra ox horns appeared. After that his flesh and clothes burned and his body was covered in black and red muscle with an ox skeleton over him. Then in a burst of crimson chakra there was a giant ox-like creature made entirely out of what looked like muscle and the right horn was missing. Naruto held out his sword and yelled, "Shake the ground with your flames, burn my enemies to cinders, Belthan." There was a flash of black and Naruto stood on the back of a massive dragon. The dragon was huge. It was a huge humanoid-looking western dragon with 10 wings spread across his back. His scales were pitch black and the scales on his chest were red. He had large curved horns, 6 rows of dagger-like teeth, and 6 evil-looking eyes. "I was wondering when you would call me boy," Belthan growled. "It was getting awfully cramped inside that sword of yours. So you summoned me to fight a simple Jashinist? What a disappointment." Naruto said, "We also have the Moon Warrior over there. For all we know, he might end up attacking us after this." The blood golem growled and said, "I don't care how big any of you clowns can get. I'll kill you all." The enhanced Kurabi charged and slammed his horns into the golem's chest, making him double over. The two giants grappled just in time for a blast of black flames to slam into the monster's side. A large tail smashed into its head and then it dropped on his back. The Moon Warrior picked the fallen golem up and then threw him like a rag doll and he hits the ground hard. The blood golem got up and then multiple iron spikes, made from the iron in the blood, hot out and nearly pierced the Moon Warrior's armor. Belthan growled, "No despair, mortal. Fear release. 6 demon eyes." All 6 of Belthan's open eyes and they flashed a sickening yellow color. Suddenly the golem started screaming as dark horrors that no human should have to experience went through his mind. Belthan said, "Time to end this farce." All 3 started to focus for an attack. Fire, water, lightning, earth, and wind started to focus in Belthan's mouth. Red chakra focused in the air in front of the Hachibified Kurabi's face. Silver flames, wind, and lightning focused around the massive sword the Moon Warrior wielded. Belthan, fear release, ultimate nightmare blast. Hachibi Kurabi, Hachibiki Amari 8-tailed menacing ball. Moon Warrior, silver storm blade. A stream of Ice sky black chakra fired from Belthan's mouth, A huge blast of crimson chakra was fired from the Hachibified Kurabi, and a silver electrified laser blast was launched from the Moon Warrior's sword. When the attacks hit, the explosion was immense. The blood golem screamed in agony as his body was destroyed. Darui and Yugito dug their legs into the ground to try to not be blown away by the shockwave. Not only was the body destroyed, but in the blast front the black half of Zetsu was hit and destroyed. In plumes of smoke and flashes of light the giants were gone and the humans were back. That was awesome, Naruto yelled. He's Silver Guy, thanks for. Where did he go? The duo looked around, saw that Naraku was gone. Apparently he left after he destroyed Hidan. That was awesome, Naruto said. Listen Kurabi, there are a few more of these guys out there. Kurabi grinned and said, thanks for the help Ninio. Kumo or not, you're now my bro. Naruto's sweat dropped and said, seriously man, enough with the rapping. Anyway, Yugito and I might want to get back to the Konoha before someone starts to miss us. See you later, you rapper wannabe. Kurabi grinned. Then he realized what Naruto said and yelled, hey. By then Naruto and Yugito had jumped on the back of another dragon and had flown off, with Kirai shaking his fist at the flying lizard and shouting curses at him. Later in a megacur, the VA path stood in front of the remaining Akatsuki members. It would seem that Hidan and Kakuzu have failed, the path said in a bored tone. Kisame grumbled something unintelligible. He was a little embarrassed from his fight because he had been caught in a bubble and almost killed by a bunch of bubbles when the fight happened. He would have killed when the Utakata used the bubble to try and crush him if Itachi hadn't saved him using his Sharingan. Zetsu's white half came up through the floor. Zetsu, the Diva Path said, where is your other half? Destroyed Pain-sama, Zetsu said, apparently. It was destroyed in the bottle's crossfire. The Diva Path said, unfortunate. I take it since they have not yet returned that they have failed. Toby nodded and said, they must have failed Pain-sama. They were bad, unlike Toby. Toby is a good boy. Everyone rolled their eyes. For now we must wait, the man said. With the 6 tails under our control again we can begin an attempt up on the 1 tails. For now we wait, Itachi asked. Why must we wait Pain-sama? Me and Kisame are ready to deploy. The Diva Path answered, you need to rest. The Ikibi Jinchuriki is powerful until he is subdued. You are of no use to us dead. For now rest. In the meantime I believe I may have found a new recruit for our cause. With his business done the path returned to his master's side and the remaining Akatsuki members left. As they did, Toby was in thought. Pain was acting strangely in recent day. Was he trying to betray him to Konoha? Toby immediately shook his head against these thoughts. Pain was a T-and man and they would need all the strength they had left to fight and contain the Jinchuriki. Besides, he knew that Pain was a patient man. He waited many years for peace and he could wait a few days more. Later at an unknown location, Naraku Jin sat on log in front of a small campfire. He was using a whetstone to sharpen his sword. He grinned as he sharpened his weapon at the thought of Getten back at those freaks that wiped out his town. He was the last of his kind, the protector of his village, and he had avenged them. He stopped sharpening as he recalled the other 3. They had power, all chakra like his. Were they descendant of his old clan as well? The sound of a snapping twig got his attention. He rose up and pointed his weapon at the direction of the noise and said, who's there? I know someone is out there, so come out. Quote, out of the darkness Nagato slowly came. He was walking better since he practiced a lot on his new legs. He looked at the man. He was just how Naruto's summon had described him. He mentally thanked his nephew for telling him about this man, as he may be of use. Calm yourself, friend, Nagato said, I mean you no harm. Naraku lowered his weapon, but not his guard. What do you want? The silver-eyed man asked, his muscles tense. Nagato answered, I have a proposition for you. It had been a week since the death of Hidan and Kakuzu. Naruto had managed to collect their bounties and the duo had gone back to Konoha. Naruto was sitting in the living room watching a move with Sume, Yugito, and Fu when Kira walked in. Hey, Daddy, the girl said, look what I found in the training yard. Naruto turned around to see his daughter holding a light brown bunny. The girl immediately cooed and went over to rub the animal's soft fur. While this was happening, Naruto noticed that the rabbit had purple and black ripples in its eyes. Hey girls, Naruto said, I'd hate to interrupt your kawaii moment, but I think that is a messenger summon from Nagato. The girls all sighed overdramatically and set the small animal down on the ground. The rabbit's eyes glowed before it fired a projection of Nagato forward. The projection said, Naruto, as you know, the only Seative members of the Akatsuki left are Tobi, Itachi, Kisame and one half of the member called Zetsu. Recently I have added a new member named Naraku Jin. He will be a sleeper agent in my organization. And shall be partnered with the last remaining half of Zetsu. Now I'm not sure if Tobi is starting to catch on, but I saw him discussing something with Zetsu earlier today. If he is onto our plan then we need to strike fast. Bring Jiraiya and your friends to aim in exactly 3 days. Then we shall begin our attack. Also tell Kira that she can keep the bunny. Consider it a really late birthday present. Goodbye. As soon as the message was over Kira squealed and swept the small, fuzzy mammal up into her arms and started to cuddle it. Can I hold it? Yugito asked. No, he's my bunny, Kira said as she ran off. Oh come on, I want to pet him too. Yugito yelled in a childlike manner as she ran after Naruto and Fu's daughter. Soon, Naruto and Fu all burst out laughing as the duo ran around, arguing over who got to hold Kira's new pet. Naruto said, well, he got to go tell Tsunade about my uncle's plan. See you all later, alright. Tsume said, okay, see you later Naruto-kun. With that Naru, to left and headed straight for the Hokage tower. The blonde entered the room to see that Tsunade was fast asleep on her desk with a few stacks of paperwork nearby. Naruto shook his head at the sight of the powerful yet lazy cage in front of him. Naruto walked over to the side of the room and pulled out a gong that Shizune had hidden there in case of such moment. Naruto drew back the stick and slammed it into the gong, making a loud noise that got the secretary's attention outside. Tsunade shot up with a scream as she clung to the roof using chakra, looking around like she was a scared cat. Naru, to laughed like crazy at seeing the powerful Sannin digging her fingers into the roof. Naruto whipped out a camera and snapped a photo before he said, finally I have a little future blackmail on you. Tsunade glared down at Naruto and got down from the ceiling. What is it, Naruto? Tsunade asked as she sat down. I need to talk to you and Jiraiya about something regarding the Akatsuki. At that moment there was a scream of, pervert, from what sounded like Sakura. The sound of a loud impact, a body flying through the air, someone screaming, and finally a body dropped through the ceiling with a loud crash. The person was then revealed to be Jiraiya. The man had a huge fist-shaped indent in his face. Let me guess, Naruto said, he was trying to peep on some of the girls at the hot springs again. Tsunade nodded and said, yep. Good thing he ran into the former student of yours. It almost reminds me of how I would beat him when I found him peeping on me. Jiraiya jumped up and the indent on his face popped out. He dusted himself off and looked at the duo in front of him like nothing had happened. Hey you two, Jiraiya said, what did I miss? Naruto answered, nothing, we missed you. Getting your perverted butt handed to you by Sakura though. That is something I wanted to see. Tsunade nodded and said, anyway I was just about to call you Jiraiya. Naruto has something he needs to tell us. Naruto looked at the 2 cage level ninja and said, a few minutes ago I got a message from Nagato Uzumaki aka Pain. He told me that there are only 4 active members of the Akatsuki left. He told me that he allowed another member to join who shall act like a sleeper agent. He told me to meet him near Omegakure in at least 3 days. Jiraiya asked, that sounds interesting. Who is this sleeper agent? Naruto answered, his name is Naraku Jin. Yugito and I encountered him on the mission to Kumo. He had an important hand in the battle with Kakuzu and Hidan. He actually played a hand in both of their deaths. Jiraiya rubbed his chin and aid, okay we'll go. Until then stock up, kiss your girlfriends and daughters goodbye. We'll set for aim tomorrow to make sure we get there in a decent amount of time. Naruto got up and nodded. The blonde then went out of the office. Ito, go stock up. He went to the local Higurashi shop. He stocked up on some food pills, a few kunai, shuriken, senbon, a few explosive notes, flash bombs, and a couple of his old man's trip-pronged kunai. He also got a few feet of ninja wire, and some food and plasma pills just in case. Naruto went home and told his girls about what was going to happen with Kira out of the room, of course. The girls were a little upset at first, but they relented and allowed Naruto to go. That night Naruto made everyone's favorites. Ramen for him, sushi for Yugito, a big hibachi-style steak for Tsume, a big plate of dango and rice balls for Fu, and finally some fried chicken and shrimp for Kira. They all ate in silence. That night while Naruto was tucking Kira into bed he noticed that she looked a little bit upset. Is something wrong, my little butterfly? Naruto asked as Heichi looked at his daughter. I heard you're going to be leaving again. Kira-chan said sadly, I heard you talking to mommy and the others. Naruto said, I've gone before Kurachan. I've always come back. Kira sniffed and said, but you might not this time. I heard how dangerous they are from the Toher ninja around the village. I don't want you to leave daddy. I don't want you to die. Naruto looked down at his crying little girl and hugged her. Listen to me, Kurachan, Naruto said, being in danger comes with the territory. If I didn't go, you, your mommy, Yugito, and Sume would all be in danger. That's the last thing that I want. If I don't come back, I want you to be strong for me. Be strong and take care of your mothers for me, especially fluffy motions toward Kira's new rabbit. Okay. Kira sniffed and said, okay, come back safe daddy. The two hugged and Naruto kissed the girl on the forehead. Naruto then tucked her and stepped out the door, silently closing it. Naruto then went back to his and his girl's room. When he opened at the door, his jaw nearly hit the floor. His girls sat on the bed, all of them scantily clad, and looking at him with a come-to-me look in their eyes. Sume got up and walked over to him with a slight sway in her step. Sume grinned as she saw Naruto's eyes drink in her form. She ran her hands nimbly over Naruto's chest and said, since we might only have you for one more night, we might as well make the best of it. Sume then pulled the blonde into the room with a powerful yank and closed the door before she activated the silencing seal on the door. The next morning, Naruto was standing at the gate with his girls and his daughter around him. Jiraiya stood nearby with a smirk on his face as he saw the girls limping and how Naruto looked a little haggard after the whole thing. One word, Erosenin, Naruto said. I'll feed you to one of my dragon summons and make sure that it hurts you badly before it feasts upon your insides. Kira said, yeah, Erosenin. Jiraiya grumbled about disrespectful brats and OT having any respect for their elders. Naruto said, we'll be back in less than a week. If I'm not back by then, well, you can guess. Naruto then looked at Kira and said, be strong for me, honey. Kira hugged Fluffy closer to her chest and nodded. With that, Naruto and his perverted godfather left for Omegakure. 2 days later, a few miles away from Omegakure, Naruto and Jiraiya stood just outside of Omegakure. Naruto looked down at the village and said, where is he? He should have met us by now. At that moment, Naruto and Jiraiya sensed a new presence behind him. Naruto spun a Ru ND and threw a punch just to have it caught by a man with orange hair that had multiple piercings. Naruto would have attacked again if it wasn't for the fact that he noticed he had purple eyes with a lac ripple pattern. Nagato? Naruto asked. The man said, close. I am a part of one of his abilities for the Rinnegan called the Six Paths of Pain. I am what is called the Preta Path. The real Nagato sent me as a messenger. He told you that the attack will commence in 3 minutes. We're going to need something to draw Omegakure's forces away from center of the village where the Akatsuki meets. Naruto rubbed his chin and said, I believe I know how. Tell him that the attack will commence in 5 minutes, maybe more. The path nodded before he vanished in a puff of smoke. Naruto quickly drew some blood on his thumb and said, summoning jutsu, 5 dragon warlords. In a huge blast of smoke, 5 dragons appeared. All of them were eastern dragons. The first one had dark red scales on his ba. CK and an orange underbelly with orange crest running down his back. His mane was made of fire. On his head was a crown made out of molten rock. His eyes were actually made of blue fire. This was Pyrethesis, the fire warlord. The second dragon had gray scales on his back and a peppermint green underbelly. It also had peppermint green spines going down its back. He had a feathery mane and his crown was made of condensed air. His eyes shined white and gray in the light. This was Ventinus, the wind warlord. The third dragon had gold scales on its back, and dark gray underbelly and dark gray spikes running down its back. His mane was made of electricity and its crown looked like it was made of a bunch of magnets. His eyes flashed electric blue. This was Radian, pronounced Raiden, the lightning warlord. The fourth dragon was completely brown. His eyes were a golden brown and his mane looked like it was made of iron and his crown was made out of rubies. This was Galenos, the earth warlord. The last dragon was entirely dark blue. His eyes were sea green and he had a mane made of steam and crown made out of ice. This was Yavianus, the water warlord. The 5 eastern dragons bowed to Naruto and said in unison, for what reason have you summoned us, Naruto-sama? Naruto said, I want you 5 to go with a clone of mine to 5 different corners of this village. When given the signal, you and the clones are to attack. Am I understood? The 5 dragons nodded and Naruto formed 5 shadow clones that went with the dragons, who cloaked themselves so that they wouldn't be seen. The group went through to the 5 points of the village. After about 5 minutes of waiting, the dragons focused their power and the clones started going through hand signs. Pyrethes. Dragon release. Flames of rage. Clone 1. Fire Style, Ultimate Technique, Rage of the Dragon God. Ventinus, Dragon Release, Tempest Wind Rage. Clone 2, Wind Style, Ultimate Technique, Rage of the Wind God. Radian, Dragon Release, White Lightning Circus. Clone 3, Lightning Style, Ultimate Technique, Thor's Hammer. Gaianos, Dragon Release, Great Beast Quake. Clone 4, Earth Style, Ultimate Technique, Wrath of Gaia. Yavianis, Dragon Release, Water Dragon Storm. Clone 5, Water Style, Ultimate Technique, Poseidon's Wrath. 2 huge blasts of pure white flames, 2 Category 5 hurricanes, 1 large blast of lightning, a swarm of lightning bolts, a huge earthquake. And an enormous flood hit the sides of Megakure. The village was immediately thrown into turmoil as the walls around the village crumbled and multiple buildings were flattened. The ninja of Megakure rushed towards the attack sites and were immediately attacked by the 5 warlords. The clones had dispersed as soon as they launched their jutsu. Naruto and Jier. Aiya shot into the city running through the village to get to the center where the Akatsuki slept. Meanwhile, Naraku shot up as he heard the sound of explosions and screams of pain. He ran out of his room and immediately found that the others were running for the main chamber. He followed them and found Pain's diva path waiting for them. Letter-sama, the white half of Zetsu said, "What is going on?" The diva path answered, "It is simple Zetsu, your destruction." The remaining Akatsuki members looked shocked when they heard this. Suddenly Naraku shot forward and swung his weapon effortlessly, slicing through the Zetsu's remaining body. Less than a second later all of Zetsu's body was sliced to pieces. Kisame roared, "Traitor!" He swung Samahata just for Naraku's long sword to turn into a Greta sword and take the full brunt of the attack. "Is that all you got?" Naraku yelled as he pushed back and with a mighty kick knocked Kisame through a nearby wall. The silver-eyed man jumped after the fish man to continue their fight. Toby glared at Pain and said, "How dare you betray me, Pain?" The rest of the paths of Pain appeared and the real Nagato appeared. He was walking easily as he had finally gotten used to his new legs. Konan appeared nearby with her powers at the ready. Nagato answered, "You should have known that I would find out that the Kyuubi Jinchuriki was my nephew. For my clan, family stood above all else. Now Toby, it is time for you to die." With that the paths of Pain, Nagato, and Konan charged at Itachi and Madara. The final battle had finally begun. Itachi's eyes flash. As Amaritsu flames shot forward at Nagato as he charged at Toby. The redhead slammed his fist into the ground causing a wall of flames to shoot up. The flames countered each other for a second. Inking quickly, Nagato used his control over wind to increase the power of his own flames and then used some water he pulled from the air around them to blast the Amaritsu flames. I was enough to weaken the flames. As this happened, the Asura path shot forward and transformed his arm into a chainsaw. Itachi dodged the attack just to be hit in the side by a flurry of paper. The paper wrapped around I am and then pulled him into the next room. "I gave you your eyes, Nagato," Toby said, "how could you turn on me for all that I have given you?" Nagato answered, "I was only a means to an end for you. When the time came you would have turned on me." Toby snarled and said, "Too bad, you made a good leader. Now you shall fall along with the rest of your clan." With that Toby and Nagato along with his 6 paths of Pain charged at each other. Meanwhile, Itachi rolled across the ground and started right at Kanan, who took her human form with a pair of large paper wings. "You cannot beat me," the Uchiha killer said with his eyes activated. Conan said, "We shall see, Itachi." The two stared at one another with equally emotionless gazes. Outside the tower, Kisame roared as he swung his sword with the int of ripping. Jin finally found out that his name was told in the old Japanese way, so I called him by his last name the whole time apart. Jin swung his great sword and the two weapons met with a loud clang. The opposing swordsmen grappled and wrestled against the other for supremacy. Kisame pushed Jin away and went through hand signs before he yelled, "Water Style, Water Shark Bullet." Kisame shed his arms forward and out of the water on the ground and all over a shark formed, charging right at Jin. Jin went through some one-sided hand signs of his own and yelled, "Wind Style, Tornado Blast." Jin clapped his hands together sending a tornado forward. The tornado dispersed the water the shark was made of and sent it flying at Kisame. Kisame was hit just to turn into a water clone. Kisame burst out of the ground nearby and brought Samahata down with the intent of shaving away the flesh of Jin's head. Jin dodged the attack and swung his sword. Kisame ducked and received a knee to the nose. Kisame dug his heels into the moist ground. Jin charged forward and swung his sword meeting Samahata with a loud clang. The two traded BLWO, their clangs just barely audible over the sound of the dragon warlords attacking around them. Kisame kicked Jin away before swinging a fist, slamming it in Jin's face, knocking him away. Kisame then went through a few hand signs and called out, "Water style, rainwater shark wave." Kisame slammed his hand on the ground, sending multiple water droplets in the air. As the droplets fell, they took the form of different sharks. Jin quickly went through hand signs and yelled, "Moon release, lunar shield." Jin held his sword out and a wall of lunar light formed in front of him, deflecting the water attacks. Kisame growled in frustration and went through hand signs again. Water style, great shark bullet. Kisame pushed both his arms forward and an enormous shark made entirely out of water shot forward at Jin. Jin raised his sword and yelled, "Moon release, white moon splitting." Jin swung his sword down, sending a wave of silver chakra forward that sliced right through Kisame's jutsu. The water spread out like a flood. Jin shot up and actually started flying. Kisame looked up in shock before he gained an enraged look. Kisame snarled at the man. "That's it," the mad swordsman growled, "I've had it with you." Kisame completely uncovered Samahata before he placed it against his chest. The spikes on the blade began to spread across Kisame's chest and then his whole body. The man grew a bit in height and his robe and shirt ripped, leaving him only in his pants. His body became slightly sleeker and a tail grew. He grew large fins on the backs of his arms and his face became distinctly more shark-like. "Now," Kisame said with a dark scowl and a slightly deeper voice, "I'll show you why they call me the tailed beast." Kisame roared and charged forward. Jin dodged one strike, but a follow-up knocked him backwards and into a lake. Kisame grinned and then shot forward, tackling Jin into the water. Once underwater, Kisame started punching, doing his best to make Jin open his mouth so he could drown. Kisame sank his teeth into Jin's should, drawing blood and making Jin cry out in pain, making a gurgling noise and sending bubbles to the surface. Kisame grinned as he continued to gnaw on Jin's shoulder. Jin suddenly sent out a volume of lightning chakra through his body, making the shark man cry out in pain. As Kisame let go, Jin pulled back his fist and let loose a punch powered by wind chakra, knocking him backwards and out of the water. Silver chakra covered him as he thought, "Genjutsu Mayaku transformation, Tsukuyomi the moon warrior." On the shore, Kisame spat some blood and a tooth out of his mouth. He turned towards the water and yelled, "Come on. Is that all you got?" The water exploded and Jin, in his moon warrior form, rose up like a monolith out of the water. The giant raised his fist. Kisame looked up at the giant and said, "Oh, crud." Wham! Kisame was crushed under the giant fist. The giant unleashed a flurry of bows, forming a massive crater where Kisame was. Pretty soon blood was seen on his massive fists. The man rose up and cracked his knuckles and in a flash reverted back to Jin. To be sure, Jin went through hand signs and fired a blast of fire forward and burned the body of Kisame. Jin rubbed his eating shoulder before he took out a plasma pill and ate it. Then he picked up Samahata and put it away in a special storage scroll. He knew that he could get a lot of money for returning it to Kurigakure. He glanced behind him to see Jiraiya and Naruto jumped over him and headed right for the tower. He grinned and was about to take his leave when he heard an explosion. Jin looked at the hole and ran forward, and then he jumped into the hole that was formed. He was greeted with the sight of Itachi Uchiha being surrounded by a twister of paper. Jin saw the paper make complete mincemeat of a peak of furniture, meaning that the paper was actually very sharp. Despite being in a literal storm of blades, Itachi was completely calm. Itachi went through hand signs and said, "Fire style, Phoenix Sage Power Nail Crimson." Itachi threw some shuriken incredible fast and he fired a blast of fire chakra from his mouth using the two. The burning blades flew forward. The paper dispersed, avoiding the flames before some of the paper folded into shuriken firing forward. Itachi simply opened his eyes and the shuriken burst into black flames. More paper shuriken came from his back. These actually managed to pierce his skin. Itachi spun around and went through more hand signs. Fire style, Phoenix Fire Sage Technique. Itachi fired a volley of small fireballs as the paper user's twister. The paper dispersed to avoid the flames. Jin jumped through the paper and swung his sword. Itachi dodged the attack and opened his eyes, intending on capturing Jin in a genjutsu. He was shocked when Jin didn't even stop. He dodged a few more attacks and then whipped out a kunai with lightning speed and stabbed it into Jin's chest. Jin burst into water. Jin burst up from the floor and swung a lot of kunai that riddled Itachi's back. Itachi spun around and dodged another sword swing from Jin. Then he had to dodge another volley of paper shuriken and kunai from Konan. Conan formed her body quickly in the paper. In the air around her formed a large circle. Paper chakram. The massive circular blade shot forward. Jin performed a shushin to avoid the massive paper blade, but he didn't have time to dodge the massive blade. Itachi said, Tsukuyomi. Suddenly, purple chakra appeared around him and formed a large rib cage. The chakram slammed into the rib and it pushed against the ribs. The ribs groaned a bit and started to split. After that the chakra burned and was deflected off it. Jin charged forward and yelled, Moon release, fist of Tsukuyomi. Jin unleashed a powerful punch that launched a huge fist. Itachi's eyes widened as the giant chakra fist slammed into the ribcage surrounding him. The sound of cracking was heard. The ribs around Itachi broke. Silver chakra focused around Jin's hands as he unleashed a vicious combination that not only smashed into the Ma's body, but it also formed multiple lacerations. Jin slammed a knee into Itachi's stomach. The last member of the Naraku clan jumped back and said, Moon release, lunar wave. Jin clapped his hands sending a wave of silver chakra that formed and knocked Itachi through the hole in the wall and sent him flying through the air. Conan formed her body and then said, Paper person of God technique. Countless sheets of paper shot forward. Unseen on the paper was a bunch of explosive note hidden in them. The paper stove forward toward Itachi and he was completely covered in them. The explosive notes then exploded with incredible force. Only human and paper ashes were left. The sound of an explosion from down below got their attention. They both nodded and went down to the floor below. Meanwhile, Naruto and Jiraiya had finally arrived. The duo had been delayed by a bunch of AIM ninja. Naruto had taken out Yumimui to take the down quickly. He and the perverted sage ran forward and landed in front of the fight between Tobi and Nagato. Nagato was alive and well, but the animal path was destroyed as was the Asura path. Naruto said, Surf, great wave. A wave of water shot forward from Naruto's trident blasting Tobi away from his uncle. You okay? Naruto asked. Nagato nodded and said, yes. Be careful, he has the ability to turn intangible and he has the ability to use the powers of the Sharingan. Tobi rose up from the ground and spat out some excess water. Toba's eye hole in his mask flashed red and Tobi threw out a poo. Sending charka chains flying from his arm. Naruto spun Yumimui catching the chains and wrapping it around the weapon. He pulled on it with incredible strength ripping Tobi forward. He stabbed the weapon forward only for it to go right through Toba's chest. You can't beat me, Tobi said, I am a god-given human form. I am eternal, Naruto said, oh, shut up, bring the fury of the storm. Double tortoise shell. There was a huge flash of blue. On Naruto's arms was a pair of large blue shields. They were both in the shape of shells and had massive crystals on them. Tobi unleashed a flurry of kunai and shuriken. Naruto covered himself with his shield and he jumped up. The shield closed together and he rolled forward like a pinball. Tobi dodged the giant pinball of doom just for it to turn in and nearly bowl him over again. Inside the giant shield-made ball Naruto's eyes flashed green. The giant ball that was once Naruto sped up with a wind chakra concentrated on it. Tobi turned intangible and avoided the main attack. However, he turned tangible at a bad time and he was nearly killed by multiple blades of wind that followed the orb sliced his chest. Jiraiya, Nagato and the remaining paths off Pian came forward to take the advantage of Toba's disorientation. Nagato held out his hand and suddenly increased gravity around Tobi making it impossible for the man to move. Jiraiya's hair grew to an incredible length and he called out, Wild Lion's main technique. Jiraiya's hair shot forward and formed a large mouth that roared and sank its teeth into the immobilized Toba's shoulder. The man cried out in pain. The Diva Path sent a wave of gravity forward that applied pressure to all of Toba's body making it near impossible for him to breathe. The Preta Path jumped behind Tobi and started to drain the chakra from his body. Tobi managed to phase out of the path's grip and then smashed a mine made out of explosive tags into the man's chest. It exploded destroying the man. The Nara Ka path unleashed a brutal right hook that cracked Toba's mask. Tobi dodged to the left and then spun around slamming his fist into the Naraka path's jaw breaking it and then used the Amaritsu flames to burn him. The human path jumped up and grabbed the back of Toba's head. The path started to pull on him and started to remove his soul. Unfortunately, Tobi took a hidden dagger out of his sleeve and stabbed it into the path's head killing him. The Diva Path sent out another gravity wave sending Tobi backward and smashing him back into the wall. Jiraiya quickly summoned two toads. One was green and the other was purple. All Jiraiya did was point at Tobi and the two toads immediately understood. The two toads opened their mouths and their tongues shot forward like bullets. Their tongues pierced both of Toba's shoulders. The two toads then started whipping Toba's body with their tongues at incredible speed and with incredible strength for such small amphibians. Way to go, pervy sage. Nar, Yuto said as his weapon turned back into a regular sword. Suddenly, Toby caught their tongues and pulled on them like ripcords and slammed them together, effectively knocking them out. Jiraiya growled, and formed a Rasengan and shot forward and slammed the attack into Toba's midsection, making the man cry out in pain. The Toad Sage jumped back and Naruto's eyes turned green. Wind blade. Naruto swung his sword, sending a blade of wind that Toby was able to turn intangible just as the attack smashed and sliced through the wall. Toby glared right at Nagato, wanting to kill him quick because this gravity attacks were getting annoying. Just as his Sharingan eye flashed, Jiraiya knew what was going to happen. He pushed Nagato out of the way just as the black flames burst in Jiraiya's face. The Toad Sage screamed in absolute agony as the black flames. Naruto looked down at Jiraiya. He got on his knees. He looked into Jiraiya's eyes and saw the life leave the man's eyes. Fool, Toby said, thinking that he could stop me. He met the same fate as all who stand in my way. Naruto's eyes turned furious. The curse mark on his neck spread and Naruto ascended to his second stage form. He glared right at Toby and growled, "Freeze." Shimotora. The ice katana appeared in Naruto's hands. Naruto then growled, "Freeze the blood in their veins." Great Tundra Hunter. Shimotora flashed and in its place air pair of gauntlets with large claws on Naruto's hands. If Toby hadn't been so arrogant, he would have noticed Naruto's eyes were now completely purple. Toby launched the Amaretsu flames again. Gravity. Tai split them apart as Naruto shot forward and his claws started to glow with frozen energy. Naruto swung his claws, slicing Toba's chest. Ice spread from the wounds, shocking Toby. Naruto continued to swing and claw at the insides of Toby. In a matter of seconds, Toba's body was completely covered in ice. Naruto jumped back and chakra spiraled around his arm. Chakra focused in his hand and an orb of fire, water, lightning, wind, and earth formed on his finger and a large orb formed in his palm. Naruto shot forward and yelled, "Five-pronged Rasengan." The attack slammed right into Toba's frozen body. The ice cracked and it all shattered, destroying Toba's body. As Naruto walked away, he snapped his fingers and gravity increased around the icy remains of Toby were completely obliterated under the intense pressure. Naruto dropped to his knees and roared in a mix of rage and sorrow at the death of his godfather. Nagato walked forward and placed a hand on Naruto's shoulder. The two then shared a family hug. They immediately separated though, because it got awkward. With that, Naruto left to go back to his village. He just hoped that Tsunade didn't kill him when the time came. 3 weeks later, Naruto sat down on the couch with Kira in his arms. After Naruto left AIM, he went back to Konohagakure. Tsunade was glad when she found out that the Akatsuki was dead, but was upset when she found out that her perverted teammate died. She was upset and they held a memorial. A few of the toads showed up, except Gamabunta because he didn't want to accidentally sit on one of the guests. At the same time, Naruto was focusing with the gravity power he got from his fight with Toby. Turned out Naruto got an ability to control gravity like his uncle could with the Rinnegan. Naruto currently sat in front of the TV. He had been given a vacation for his victory over the Akatsuki. Naruto sat with Kira when Tsume, Yugito, and Fu entered the room, looking at each other excitedly. "What's up, girls?" Naruto asked as he looked at the trio. Fu giggled and said, "Naruto, Yugito and Tsume have something to tell you." Naruto looked at the two and asked, "What is it?" Yugito grinned and said, "Well, you see, me and Yugito have been feeling weird lately. We went to hospital and I don't know how to say this." Tsume blurted out, "We're pregnant." Naruto's eyes widened for a moment. Naruto swayed back and forth and then collapsed on his back with a smile on his face. Kira asked, "What does pregnant mean?" Yugito picked her up and answered, "It's an adult thing. Basically it means you're going to be a big sister soon." Kira was quiet before she squealed, I'm going to be a sister." She hugged Yugito's stomach, making her giggle slightly. Time skip. 16 years later. Naruto sat in the cage's office going through some important files while his shadow clones went through his useless paperwork. A few months after the death of Toby, Tsunade resigned, giving her position to Naruto. Naruto immediately worked on trying to get better relations with different villages. This took about 3 years of his time as Cage, since most of them weren't willing to let go of some old grudges. Naruto looked over at a picture on the wall. It depicted Konan wearing a wedding dress and Nagato in a tuxedo. Naruto smiled fondly at the memory. About a year after Toba's death, Nagato and Konan fixed up a megacure and at some point Nagato proposed. Naruto, His wives, and Kira were all invited to the wedding. Naruto wound up being the best man and Kira, much to the joy of everyone else, got to be the flower girl. Naruto remembered a few girls there talking about how cute Kira was in her flower girl dress. Right now the two had a son and daughter they named Kushina and Yahiko. Naruto also remembered what happened to Jin. It turns out Jin went to Kurigakure to return Samahata. There he met the Mizukage, Mei Terumi, and was instantly smitten. He returned a few times after that to retrieve bounties and other things. Eventually they went out and about a year later married. Their son, Jiro, had grown up to be strong ninja with a mix of his mother and father's bloodlines. Naruto remembered being invited to the wedding. He remembered saying that if he hadn't met Naruto and his uncle he never would have come to Kiri and met his beautiful wife. Naruto also saw a picture of Tsunade standing in front of the ribbon cutting of a building. After retiring, Tsunade actually did something to help her money problems. She opened up a casino in Tanzuka-gai. She was on her way toward becoming one of the richest women in the country. Naruto was brought out of memory lane when the door opened. Team 7 reporting for our next mission, Rokudaime-sama, said his now 19-year-old daughter. The girl had grown tall, slender, and was beautiful just like her mother. She wore a regular Jonin flak jacket with a butterfly on the back, some black Anbu pants, sandals, and had a miniature crossbow on her wrist. Over the years her blue D-line had developed to where she could create more than butterfly wings with her chakra. She could form a scorpion's tail, a dragonfly's wings, a spider's fangs or legs, and so on. In the academy she had her father's reputation as a prankster to help increase her stealth skills. She became a prodigy just like him, becoming a Jonin soon after she graduated the academy thanks to her own intense training. She was Jonin level even without her bloodline being used. Naruto looked at her team, which consisted of Kira's younger brother and sister. Yugito, and Naruto's daughter was Tora. Like her parents, she was blonde and she had icy blue eyes that only turned icy when she was angry. She wore a black shirt with a purple jacket and some cargo pants with sandals. She also gained some cat-like whiskers on her cheeks. Her bloodline had been altered with the Nibi's chakra like Kira. While he couldn't form creature parts like Kira, she was able to control hellfire like Yugito. She was just graduated and she had graduated at the top of the class. Tsume, and Naruto's son was Honto, named after Tsume's late ex-husband. Naruto wanted to name him Minato like his father, but he lost the coin toss. He had black hair and a pair of wolfish blue eyes. On his cheeks he had black fang tattoos. He wore a black shirt with a tan jacket and some short with sandals with bandages around his ankles. At his feet was a black wolf pup named Fang. He had his father's bloodline as well. His didn't change due to demon chakra, but he found a way to merge it with Fang, giving him elemental control as well. They were coming up with their own moves to use. The final member was Asuma Sartobi. Sometime after Toby died, Kurenai and Asuma got married. After a while though, the man's smoking habit caught up with him and he contracted lung cancer. He died and Kurenai named her son after his dead father. The boy was growing into a miniature version of his father, minus the beard. He was about as tall as Honto with dead features, short black hair, and red eyes like his mother. He had on a black shirt and short cargo pants and some sandals. Team 7, Naruto said, "Let's me see." "Ah, here we go. This is a drank mission. The Fire Daimyo's cat and her litter have managed to escape her again. Your mission is to find them without causing too much damage." Honto said, "Dad, it's just a couple of cats. What the worst that they could do?" Naruto said, "Rule 1 of the ninja world. Never underestimate the enemy. Now go." The team ran out. Tsume, Fu, and Yugito came in. "Let me guess, you gave them the Tora mission, didn't you?" Fu asked. Naruto said, "I'm considering this payback for when Honto painted graffiti all over the Hokage monument and when he put hot sauce in my ramen broth." The girls laughed fondly at the memory. When the latter happened, Naruto ran around clutching his burning mouth, yelled, "Ramen! Why have you betrayed me?" The first time though, they had to save their Sochi from both Naruto and Tsunade's wrath. He painted the first Hokage with a nosebleed and wide eyes, he gave the second Hokage bug eye, and a bowl cut, he made the Sandaime look like a monkey, he drew whisker marks, fox eyes, and the word doofus on the fourth's face. He painted a bubble from Tsunade's saying that she had implants, and had Naruto's head saying that ramen sucked. Despite his anger at his son, Naruto couldn't help but laugh at the memory. His laughter increased when he heard screams coming from the forest. "So," Tsume said sultrily, "they aren't going to be back for a few hours. Want to help us pass the time?" Naruto grinned before his eyes turned green. The door and windows shut and locked. The blinds shut and silencing seals were put up. I love my life, Naruto said as three girls converged on him. Meanwhile, Nto sat against a tree with Fang pinning Tora to the ground with his teeth. The kittens were caught and being cuddled by the girls of the team. He and Asuma were the only two covered in scars. Then of nowhere all the cats escaped somehow and made a break for it. Dad, Hanto growled, I will get you for this. I swear by the prank god I shall get my revenge. Kira smacked Hanto over the head and said, shut up puppy. We need to catch those cats again. Move out. Hanto rubbed the back of his head and grumbled at the nickname his mom had given him. He and his team ran off to face one of the greatest challenges of their genin careers, catching the demon cat. The end.